Bill Clinton was in the White House. The St. Louis Rams and Tennessee Titans were headed to the Super Bowl. Smooth by Santana and Rob Thomas was the big hit on the radio. The average American income, $40,343. Gas was only $1.26 a gallon. And this guy was one of the dudes hogging the spotlight for WWE at the time. And we're going to go through the year 2000 with Rikishi. Thanks for doing this.
Kayfabe.
No, you don't kayfabe here. Don't kayfabe on me, baby.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me. Oh man, that was something that kind of just was dropped on us. When I came in as the character Rikishi, I had no idea I was going to be teamed up with Scotty Too Hotty and Grandmaster Sexy. So it was basically an idea. I guess they wanted to kind of put me with them to kind of help their team out as well, and it just was something that was new at the time. And the people, I mean, we took off like fire. People just ate it up.
Yeah. Where'd the dance come from?
Well, the dance was something different. My idea, that kind of came from, it was my idea to kind of give the fans something different after every match, instead of just getting up, raising your hands and so forth. You know, I used to do a little bit of dancing back in the day in San Francisco. So I kind of wanted to throw a little twist in there to kind of see your normal big Samoan do something different, you know. Coming from our dynasty, and we'll get to that later, it's always like, you know, your rough, you know, rugged Samoan style. But I wanted to kind of give them something different, to let them know that American Samoans can dance.
Talk about the genesis of that and how that came about.
I never knew I had my money maker right behind me all this time.
You and J-Lo.
Hey!
How did it come about?
Well, the State Phase was born in Mobile, Alabama. I was wrestling a wrestler called Mr. Bossman, Ray Traylor, bless his heart. And it was just one of those things that actually he called it. I gave him a clothesline in the corner. I didn't know that he fell in the corner. And all I could see, I heard was, I could hear him say, "Kichi, stick your butt in my face." Now that was kind of weird to me, because I've never had a wrestler tell me, another man, tell me to stick my butt in his face.
Oh, come on, in that WWE locker room. Come on.
We'll get to that. It's no holds bar here now.
I'm not going to ask you how you got the push. We're just talking about the push.
And whatever was I backed up, and you know, in this business, you kind of go for the pops when you're in there. When I mean about pops, is reaction of the crowd. And man, I backed up, and the closer I got to him, sticking my ass in his face, the louder the fans were screaming. So, right then and there in Mobile, Alabama, the State Face was born thanks to Ray Traylor.
Wow.
And then I thought to use that on television, you know, and when we started doing that on television, it was just amazing how the people bought to it.
Yeah. Now, were you a big ribber by any chance?
No.
No, okay.
Yeah, kind of.
Because it would seem the opportunity, if anyone was rubbing you the wrong way, when you have that spot planned in a match, you could prepare any way you wanted to back there to give them the business. Did you ever do that?
Let's put it like this. Once I start doing that on television, it's like I got so many friends in wrestling now, especially with the boys. You can always know that I'm going to wrestle somebody when I walk through the backstage. Somebody's coming to give Kishi a Big Mac, or as soon as they walk up and give me some lunch or whatever, I say, we must be working tonight. You know, so, you know, there was some of them that deserved the bad tights, the kind of tights that I never take out of my bag. There was some of them that deserved the clean tights. So if you were my friend, you're getting the clean tights.
All righty.
With a little bit of downy on there, you know what I mean? You know what? There was so many different people going in and out that office that I was confused myself.
Right.
You know, one TV, I'd walk up, it'll be Joe Blow. The next 2 weeks, I walk up, there's somebody else. You know, so you'd almost kind of, being a veteran there, you almost kind of learn off of stuff like that, and you kind of just play the game and say yes, 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 take your idea. But when you're out there in the square circle, you kind of, you know, do your own.
over in the WWE, China is the co-holder of the Intercontinental Championship with Chris Jericho. Finishing touches are being placed on WWF New York, the company's Times Square-themed restaurant. Former U.S. Olympic gold medalist Kurt Angle is a newcomer working in opening matches against The Godfather. WWF champ Triple H and Mick Foley are gearing up for a street fight for the heavyweight title at Royal Rumble, but in the WCW. Our guest today had only just come into the company a few months earlier as its savior, and maybe was already on thin ice. We'll find out. It's the beginning of the end for WCW, and the man sitting to my right was at the helm at the time. It's our guest, Vince Russo. Thank you for agreeing to go in the time machine.
It's a pleasure to be here, as always.
Sometimes it's, you know, you never know what you're going to run into when you go back in the time machine. I want to ask you more about the decision to go down to 2 with Nitro.
You know, actually, that was a decision that was made before I got there. So basically, I wasn't involved in those decisions whatsoever. I was just basically told that a 3-hour show was now a 2-hour show. And I was happy about that. I mean, you know, three hours. This is 2000, okay? To get people to sit in front of a television and watch the same show for 3 hours back then wasn't possible. So you can imagine 13 years later how ridiculous it is that there's a wrestling show on Monday nights for 3 hours. So I was quite happy that it was reduced, but I wasn't involved in that.
Were they fearful that it would cut into revenue at all, or?
I honestly have no idea.
Okay.
I tried to, you know, I mean, I kept it a rule of thumb to kind of stay away from that stuff. I just wanted to really concentrate on, you know, the wrestling product, you know, and, you know, like I said, so basically they told me and I was cool with it.
I think that was a test from the company as far as when I came in that night that I was booked against Triple H. If I'm not mistaken, Stephanie was in his corner. And that was the kind of night that actually the company was kind of wanting to see if the character was able to step up to the main event slot. And at that time, I remember when I came back from that match, that the company was very happy as far as with the agents and so on else with Vince McMahon, that we went out there, we tore the house down that night.
Yeah.
And I think mostly they were very happy because of the character-wise. Now they have another strong character to be able to put in the slot if need be.
Were Hunter and Stephanie dating in real life at that
You know, at
point?
the time I thought it was a script. I thought this was a work, but it ended up being, you know, I think they were kind of seeing each other, but it was on a hush-hush kayfabe type of level.
Right.
And the first time I knew there was a shoot, when they had old Joni come into Hartford, Connecticut, we were shooting TV, and she kind of just spurted it all out in the backstage.
yeah.
And it was a big commotion going on with Stephanie and Joni, and you know, that was that. You know.
China and Hunter were
China.
together prior to that, so I know you know that. I'm just
Right.
So what was the reaction from the boys when they saw that Hunter was maybe quickly moving up the company ladder, if not the family tree?
I mean, I thought he was, for one, I thought he was crazy. You know what I mean? To be messing with the boss's daughter. I mean, that was the kiss of death, the way I look at it.
Yeah.
Because one, you know, either you could have got fired by McMahon, or two, he'd be in the #1 spot.
Right.
And of course, we all know now what happened, you know? I thought it was good, you know. I'm happy for The Rock, you know. Pretty much opened up the doors, a lot of opportunities for all the boys and so forth. There's not only wrestling you can do. You know, a lot of guys, you're not going to last in the ring forever. Your mind might say yes, but your body will definitely tell you no. And I think with him opening up other avenues as far as being writing books and movie stars and stuff like that, going into movies,
Talk about Brett's concussion and then his, I'm guessing it was his willingness to work through it.
You know, again, 13 years is a long time to kind of recall a lot of this stuff. But honestly, I don't even remember hearing about the Bret concussions until after the match with Goldberg. So if Bret was indeed suffering concussions, I mean, I can tell you, he never at any point came to me and said, I have a concussion, I can't work, maybe tonight I'll just cut a promo. I really had no idea that Bret was suffering with that until after the Goldberg match.
And then after the Goldberg match, when he works a hardcore match, is anyone telling him, you really should not be taking any headshots?
You know, again, I never knew the severity of the injury. I mean, I never did. And the only way I would know is if Bret personally told me. And I mean, Bret never personally told me. So, you know, again, I'm sure he was having a difficult time at the time, but I mean, he never made that apparent to us, because we definitely would have changed the booking. I mean, there's no question about it.
Talk to me about the being in the Impact Players.
It was an amazing opportunity because I don't know how many people know, but Lance was essentially my trainer. He had gone through the Hart Brothers camp a year prior, and so when I was up there in Calgary training, Lance had stuck around, and you know, Keith Hart stood on the sidelines and barked out commands, but Lance really was the one you know, who got in there and really did the work with the guys. So in essence, I really consider Lance one of my trainers. And just being in there with him, there was always a camaraderie, a sense of just a real bond. And we understood each other, having the same type of schooling, same type of beliefs, same type of attitude towards the business. It just really meshed well together. I mean, what he lacked in, let's say, showbiz, I brought to the table, and what maybe I lacked in high-flying, whatever, wrestling ability, he brought to the table. So, you know, we really kind of complemented each other really well.
Did he draw any heat as having a be a holier-than-thou attitude? Many of the guys?
No, not there. No, everybody loved Lance, because Lance was himself. In that locker room, we were all able to be ourselves, you know, and it was a unique situation because really, before and since, I don't think anybody's ever had a locker room experience like ECW.
Right.
So no, I think we were all friendly. I mean, there were cliques of friends, but I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean that in a way of, you know, some guys chose to ride with other guys more than others. Right. But in the locker room, for the most part, I'd say 95% of us got along.
Okay. Raven and Dreamer, real life tension at that time?
No. I don't think so.
Okay.
And if it was reported, it was probably a work.
How is the deal made? Is this something Paul brokers?
Yeah, I mean, you know, Paul worked in a mad genius sort of way. I mean, the only person that probably knew about that was Dreamer, who had worked hand in hand with Paul. We weren't really privy to a lot of that stuff. So, you know, it was sometimes a lot of those surprises were as much of a surprise to us as they were to the fans, believe it or not, because I mean, even though we did have the internet, the news it just didn't break as fast, and those things just weren't accessible, you know, and it was well received. I mean, Dusty Rhodes is a legend. Anytime you have Dusty Rhodes in your locker room, I mean, is, you know.
How is
amazing.
he when he comes?
Oh, he
Is
was
he
cool.
approachable
Oh
and-
man, he was humble. He was just one of the boys, you know. Very cool dude. You know, Dusty's Dusty. He's very charismatic, very smart businessman. You know, he knows how to play all sides of the fence. He knows what the game is, and he plays accordingly.
Did they get him different accommodations from you guys, or is he at the same hotels with you?
I had different accommodations from. I mean, I stayed at the Marriott's with Paul, and you know, Van Dam and Dreamer. I'm sure Dusty stayed at the same.
That.
You know, when you're
Was this just because you were an old school WWF
yeah, there's no
fan?
question about that. I mean, every
And
one
we're
of
in New
those,
York.
every one of those guys you mentioned, I was a mark for. In 2000, there was no question in my mind whatsoever that these guys would still draw a rating. No question about it whatsoever. You know, it's kind of funny, you know, dealing with these guys and trying to get them on board. You know, they were so like old school, and you know, most of these guys had dealt with like Vince Sr. So just, you know, that negotiating process, you know, was really interesting and, you know, fun for me because again, these are guys that I grew up on. But you know, back in our day, you know, the wrestling business was built on personalities. And I mean, and in 2000, there was no question in my mind that those personalities were still over, that people would still turn in to see those personalities. And I mean, from what I can recall, they did.
Good experiences across the board, integrating them with
The only
current
bad
laws.
experience, and I don't really know how much of this came out before, but you know, it's interesting that you mentioned this because at this time, things really aren't going too well with me. Because when you talk about coming into a company and already being on thin ice, I swear to you, the day I walked into the locker room for the very first time with Ed Ferrara, the minute I walked through the door, forget the thin ice, I could literally feel the bullseye on my back, the very first day. So, and that was October. So now, you know, from October to January, there was a lot of stuff happening where, like, I knew at this point, this ain't working. This ain't going to work out.
From talent or management?
Both. No question about it. So by the time we're getting into January, I know this is not going to work out. I know this is going to end bad. I'm still trying to do my job. You know, so now, you know, the first thing I was hit with was this Brett concussion. And that's why, like, I do recall being told at the last minute because I really had no time to prepare for this. I mean, it was basically, Brett's got a concussion, he can't work the pay-per-view. Really the first I had heard about it, okay? In this match, one thing, you know, Jeff Jarrett, you know, to this day is probably the one wrestler I've been closest to for all these years, okay? One thing about Jeff Jarrett is Jeff Jarrett never gets hurt. I never met a wrestler who took care of themselves better than Jeff ever to this day. Jeff, he hasn't worked for a long time in TNA. He can go out tomorrow and have an hour match and not miss a beat. That's how good Jeff is. Well, the bad thing about that night is I remember I just found out about Brett. And I remember we had a lot of plans for Brett. I remember we were working towards a pay-per-view, and now I'm like, holy crap, we got to take Brett out of the equation. I think it was almost the same day I was dealing with that, okay? I get a call from Jeff's late wife, Jill. Mm-hmm. And I was friendly with Jill, but for her to be calling me, something is wrong, okay? And Jill was literally calling me behind Jeff's back because that night of Jeff worked those matches, when Superfly came off the cage, he gave Jeff a concussion. And Jeff is the kind of guy that would never, he'd work through anything. His wife called me and said, you know, Vince, he's not acting the same. He's got a concussion. This is bad. So now at that point, I'm like, literally within 24 hours, not only had we lost Brett, we lost Jeff. And it was out of that match with Jimmy.
It's a good thing.
Did you realize at that point that there would only be a big one?
Well, actually, it was a surprise to all the guys. At the time, I'm pretty sure that it was only the powers that be that knew that they were even dealing with the WCW type of deal. When I personally found out was when Shane came on Monday Nitro and pretty much said that they bought the deal. So.
Oh, really? You didn't know prior to that?
I didn't know.
Oh, wow.
I didn't know.
Okay.
It was a lot of things was kept hush hush and shut, you know, up there and so forth. But you know, from their side, it's good that they bought both the company. For the boys, to me, it wasn't good because now we really don't have no other place to deal now. You know what I mean? You never really want to be locked in to one company. You know, as you feel like you're being screwed here, well, you want to have that other opportunity, another company to go to be able to somewhat, you know, kind of work a deal there. So good for them, bad for us.
Was there any animosity between WWE workers and the WCW talent? Because eventually they start coming over. Were they welcomed?
There was at the beginning. Most of the guys, personally myself, you know, being in the business now 22 years, I've known most all of them. You know, I mean, we've all pretty much met up in the indie circuit and so forth. But you know, the thing was, them coming from the opposition and then moving in to have a regular job. Yes, it's one of the boys, but moving in to be part of the office was kind of very difficult to those as far as myself, Farouk, JBL, Undertaker, Smoking Guns, Kip. These are the guys that kind of paved the way and hung in there during the time of the federal government against Vince McMahon. And we were having this battle going, all of our guys were shifting over to WCW. And most of these guys were getting big contracts, for like Diesel and X-Box and the crew. These are Hunter's good friends, and they were jumping shit. But guys like us was loyalty. We hung in here. And then when, you know, as soon as the deal was over, it's like these guys jumped back and come back this way and move into that position. And we were kind of kicked to the curb. And, you know, it kind of, I took it.
Go. This is true story again, okay? We were booking that day, okay? We were at my house booking. Ed was there. Terry Taylor might have been there. I'm not sure. But that same exact day, I literally, as a shoot, I swear, called my lawyer and said, whatever it takes, you need to get me out of this contract. I said, I don't care about the money. I'll leave it on the table. You need to get me out of this contract.
Why?
Whatever.
What was the final straw?
It was miserable. Everyone was out to get me. Between, you know, the veterans at WCW, not the younger guys, not the, you know, the Jerichos and the Benoits and the Guerreras and the Malenkos, not those guys. We know what guys we're talking about because, here was this guy coming along and now he was going to use these underdeveloped talents to cut into our television time. He's got to go. Okay, so it was coming from that end. Every time, and I've never said this before, Sean, and I'm only telling you because I respect you. I like talking to you. You're fair. Every time I turned around, J.J. Dillon and Kevin Sullivan were in a corner, and you know how like when you turn around, you see somebody and then it stops and they go to that was happening for 2 months.
So
okay?
who was your champion there? Who wanted
I
you
had
there?
Ed Ferrara. I really felt like it was me and Ed, like literally against the world. No question about it, okay? So literally that day, I called my lawyer. I said, I don't care less about the money. I'll go work at Starbucks. It didn't matter. That same day, I was supposed to be going into the office to have a meeting with, I don't remember if it was Flair and Hogan or just Flair. It might have just been Flair, because I think Flair was out at the time and we were going to be bringing him back. So I was supposed to go into the office to have a meeting with him. Well, I go into the office, there's no Flair, there's no Hogan, there's Bill Bush, and I swear to you, as white as a ghost. Okay, literally shaking as white as a ghost. So he calls me into his office, and I sit down there, and all this is the God-honest truth, okay? And he says to me, he goes, Vince, he goes, we've decided to take a change in direction, and we now want you to be part of a committee. Didn't say Sullivan or this guy was heading it, nothing. You're going to be part of a committee. Now, you've got to understand, an hour before this meeting, I was on the phone with my lawyer saying, get me out of my contract. I don't care about the money. I'll leave the money on the table. Get me out of this. So now when Bill Bush tells me this, I'm sitting there, and as I'm hearing the words, I'm saying to myself, you're breaking my contract. This guy literally is breaking my contract. This is exactly what I want. Because now not only am I going to get out of this, I'm going to get paid to get out of it. I mean, literally, that's going through my mind. So as cool as a cucumber. Because the last place I wanted to be was at WCW. As cool as a cucumber, I looked at Bill and I said, Bill, I have no interest in being any part of a committee. I said, that's not what I was hired for. What that said, I was hired to be, the head writer. I said, so, you need to call, what was his name? Siegel. I said, you need to call Brad Siegel, and you need to figure out what you're going to do about my pay. And I got up and I walked out. And when I walked out that door and I got in the parking lot, I let out the biggest, Martin Luther King, free at last, free at last. And like I said, the beauty of it was, not only was I free at last, I was going to be paid for it now. And that's exactly what happened.
Describe Bill Bush to someone who's never met him.
Dixie Carter. I'm dead serious. Somebody that, God, I never thought of this before, but there's so many great people. Great human beings. You'd be their friends outside of the office. Really great human beings have no business being in the wrestling business. Way over their heads, in a shark tank, just getting eaten alive and not knowing it. But great human being, great guy. I have nothing bad to say about him, no heat whatsoever, but certainly had no business being in the wrestling business.
Ed stays on.
Yeah.
Are you able to feed him ideas, help him out, talk to him on the phone?
Again, that was probably the roughest time in the relationship between me and Ed, because I brought Ed in. Right. When I went to WCW in the middle of the night and they interviewed me, Ed Ferrara was not a part of it. Ed did not know I was going there. So once I got to talking to them, it was, what about Ed? I literally called Ed from Atlanta, and Ed flew in the next day and signed the contract that day. And so I brought Ed in, and I did take it a little personal that I was leaving and he was staying, even though at the end of the day Ed had a wife he had to take care of. Ed didn't have another job, and it made total sense while he was staying on, but I was just so upset with the company that the fact that Ed was going to remain a part of it, that kind of put our relationship in a bad place. Again, I found out the last minute about Brett. Literally, I think it was I can't remember that, 13 years ago, days before
Right,
that pay-per-view,
right.
literally a day or two, okay, had an emergency creative meeting. Okay, so we had a meeting on this. This wasn't Vince's decision. We had a meeting. Ed was there, Terry Taylor was there, whoever was involved in creative was there. The scenario was we were going to have this battle royal, okay? And basically, Sid, who was with the company at the time, was like just going to be an animal. I mean, literally, first guy in, all of a sudden, we're through 29 guys. He's the last guy standing in the ring. So literally, this guy has fought for an hour, is absolutely, positively dead on his feet. Okay? I mean, just out of it. Well, in walks a UFC fighter. Now, again, if you want to talk about wrestling being real, here's a guy that just went 29 minutes, and here's a fresh Tank Abbott who was on fire at the time. What's going to happen in that scenario? And I think the way I even had it once was Sid fighting from underneath, fighting from underneath, fighting from underneath. Tank hits him once, and it's done. Okay? Again, unpredictability. Okay, that's why the Attitude Era was successful. You had to tune in every week to find out what was going to happen. We threw the rule book out the window. We went against the grain. Every week it was unpredictable. There was nobody in the world that would have thought Tank Abbott was going to win this thing. You're going to hear about it. You're going to tune in on Monday night. Holy crap, I don't believe Tank Abbott. Look at wrestling today. It's I don't curse because I'm Christian. It's been the same old shit for the last 5 years. You can watch every show. You know what's going to happen. You know when it's going to happen. You know who's going to turn. I have not seen anything unpredictable in wrestling literally in the last 5 years. Look at where the ratings were then. Look at where the ratings are now. There is no reason to watch the show because I could watch a show this Monday. I can tune in a month from now and everything will be the same.
The closest they got was probably emulating the stuff you used to do when they had CM Punk come out and go against the company and go into business for himself. But
right.
Anyway, that aside, I want to go back to Tank for a minute. Was everybody on board with this?
Yes.
And then subsequent to
just
that,
like
did they try to use that against
just like everybody was on board with David Arquette, those same people were on board with Tank Abbott.
We'll get to David.
Yeah.
But did they try to use that when all this stuff comes up with, Bill Bush asking you to step aside? Did anyone try to use a decision like this against you?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean,
Maybe the people talking in the corner?
I'll give you a perfect example because I do remember. Bill Bush said to me, Vince, I got this. How can you put the title on Tank Abbott? And I looked at Bill. It was me and him now, one-on-one in the room. I said, Bill, tell me why I can't. Why can't we put the title on? He couldn't answer that question. So there was no doubt in my mind, whether it was Kevin Sullivan, whether it was J.J. Dillon, whoever it was at the time, they went to Bill Bush and said, oh, he's putting the belt on Tank Abbott. What is he out of his mind? Tell me why I can't put the belt on Tank Abbott. Well, tell me. The guy's supposed to be a legitimate UFC fighter. This other wrestler just went through everybody. He's been in the ring for 45 minutes, whatever it is. Are you kidding me?
Was Tank a wrestling fan? And what did it take to get him involved?
You know what I liked about Tank? And that's a good question, because I don't know if he was a wrestling fan, but he got on board with the entertainment. I mean, he got it. He was a character. He wasn't afraid to try new things. So as far as that, he didn't believe his own. He's a guy that was a shoot fighter.
Right.
But was he Chris Daniels? I mean, literally, I'm dead serious. I mean, literally wanted to go out there and entertain the people. I loved him for that.
Well, he was a wrestler in UFC. I mean, with his
that to me was like incredible because he was the real deal. I got a call that Monday, and that these guys walked out, and I basically said, "Good for them. Good for them." But so I would have doubted that they would have known those guys were going to walk out on Monday.
Did you get along with Mike Graham?
I got along with Mike Graham, but I knew he was doing the same thing behind my back that Kevin and JJ were.
Personally.
Who was the best dancer on the roster?
Come on now.
Yeah, you gonna take that?
Man,
Okay.
Yeah.
How's Vince at these type of functions? Is he kicked back at all, or is
Oh.
he the intense?
No, Vinnie Mac, you know, I really don't have nothing but good to say about this guy. You know, a lot of guys have different opinions about him, but during parties like this, you know what I mean, he's laid back. You know, he's just that type of guy. I mean, he'd come up and talk to you, and, you know, he's cool, but when it comes time during his work as far as his baby with Monday Night Raw, you better bring your A game. You know what I mean? Because he's all business.
But he'll hang with the boys and have a beer.
Pretty much. He hang with the guys, have a beer, and everything is, you know, hunky dory.
Did you eat at the place? How was the food?
Yeah, it was good. It was good. At the time, you know, he was going to be one of the main players as far as giving him a push and so forth. And it didn't last long. And for whatever reason, it was cut short. And next thing you know, I've seen Taz he was a commentary. So
Yeah.
I definitely don't kind of know personally what happened in that deal, but it was definitely cut short with Taz.
And of all people to put him over
Kurt
in the
Angle.
beginning, you would think that whoever's going to get that spot to dethrone Angle's undefeated streak is probably going to get pushed straight to the moon.
Yeah, well, like I said, you know, I'm pretty sure it had a variety of decisions for a lot of those for the powers that be. And, you know, again, there must have been different writers in and out. Some people don't know Kurt. Some people don't know the history of Taz. I think these are the type of people that were being hired for the company. You know, the one guy that came in, I said, how long, you said, I'll be the one writing your storyline. I asked, how long have you watched wrestling? He said, only 2 weeks. When I seen that on the monitor, it was almost, there's no turning back in professional wrestling. I said, these guys will do anything and everything that it takes to get a rating on television.
Did you know that was coming beforehand or not?
Hell no, and I'm glad I didn't. Because I definitely didn't want to look at that.
Now it was said that this was a fake thing that she was wearing, that it wasn't her real breast. Was that true?
I have,
You don't know? Okay. Because I get the impression
I
maybe
had
would
a
have
hard
gone for
time
it.
watching them on TV that they were even doing that. You know? It was
She
crazy.
chased Lawler around with one of them socks, didn't she? From what I remember.
Feel sorry for Mark Henry.
Oh yeah, remember that? Was Tony Gurria being a judge someone's idea of a rib, maybe? For the Miss Battle Royal?
Really, I don't know what. Can you tell me what Tony Gurria does there? Because I have no fucking idea what Tony Gurria does.
Been there a long time, hasn't he?
Yeah, he must be doing something right.
Someone likes him.
Backing it up or something. It was to me, I was happy, you know, because now that I finally came to New York with a new character, and these people were able to eat it up. And when we gave them a new twist in there, we kind of threw the dance in there. It was probably the biggest pop during the night that I've heard, you know. And it was a long night for Rikishi, very long night, because I was carrying probably about 425 at the time.
Right.
and to be able to go in there at the Royal Rumble and kind of, you know what I mean, it kind of takes a toll on you. So.
Talk about the Rumble match in general, with that system where they bring in a new guy every few minutes. How is it booked? You're given your order, obviously, that you come out. Are you given the elimination order too?
Most definitely.
Okay.
Everything from A to B.
Okay.
You know, A to Z, they give it to you, and you pretty much know when you're going in and when you're coming.
Wow. Were you a big Sid guy?
Yes.
Okay. Why couldn't he sustain ratings? Was he used incorrectly? Was he his own worst enemy? Was he a problem in the decision-making process? What was Sid's problem? Or what was the problem with Sid?
I gotta, again, I spent a lot of my career producing these guys in pre-tapes. Two of my probably favorite people to work with interview-wise, okay? Sid was freaking incredible, okay? I mean, the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of promos I did with Sid, he was incredible. The intensity was through the freaking roof, okay? Would scare me cutting a promo, okay? Bob Backlund, I mean, Mr. Backlund, that character, off the charts for me. So, Sid could cut the freaking promo. I think with Sid, I think some of it, and again, a lot of this I didn't deal with. It wasn't me because I was a Sid fan. I think with Sid, like a lot of it was like political. And I think like Sid kind of viewed himself and his character a certain way. And when that character, within the body of the match wasn't booked that way, I think Sid had a problem with it. And once a wrestler has a problem with it, then it's not going to be easy for him when he's working with the agent. And I think that's really what happened with Sid, because I could tell you without a doubt, it didn't come from the creative end at all.
Did you know of him prior?
I'd heard of him. Okay. To this day, I've never heard any of his stuff. I hear he's pretty good. I hear he's very Howard Stern, shock jock style. Look, it's anything to get publicity, and I'm a fan of that. And he had one of the hottest rated shows in, I believe it was Tampa at the time.
Yes.
And why not?
How was the match itself?
I'm sure, I don't remember, but I'm sure it was brutal, like bad brutal. Like, pretty bad, because Fonzie was no gem either, but, it's like the blind leading the blind in there.
But I don't think anyone tuned into that for the for the work rate.
And I'm sure it didn't go very long, Well, it kind of threw a lot of people for a loop, because Rob had been figured into a lot of serious programs with different people. I believe me being one of them at the time. So I mean, it's in ECW. That was one great thing about the company, is when a main player would fall, Paul would step somebody up, regardless if they were, whether the fans or he felt they were ready. There was always somebody. RVD is kind of hard to replace, yes, but he, nobody thought it was the end of, the end of things, because what Paul did, and it was very smart of him, the brand ECW was the draw. Very seldom did you see, they would advertise a match or two, but the attraction was ECW. So if, Sabu or myself or Dreamer didn't show up, or Taz or RVD when he was hurt, it didn't really matter, because I think the fans wanted to just see ECW.
Right.
So
what Vince had tried to do for years with WWE, to just make the marquee,
yeah,
the 3 letters enough.
Yeah, and
to sell
it's,
a ticket.
It's as close now as it's ever been, really.
The booking of the TV title in ECW, at sometimes it was even more high profile
Than the world.
than the world. Yeah.
Yeah.
You were aware of that at the time? When
Oh yeah. I mean, you know, when Rob had it, I mean, he was the golden boy, and rightfully so. I mean, he was having amazing matches, doing amazing things. You know, it was just I don't know why it was. You know, I'm sure Paul had his reasons. I mean, I can't articulate it right now because I just can't think of it. But it was just the way it was. And yeah, it seemed like it was the most important title on the show. Yeah.
There's more of that rule breaking, I guess, that the ECW guys kind of threw the traditional wrestling.
Yeah, you know, but it also meant, I don't know, man. It was almost like certain titles were meant for certain guys. Like the world title was like for the Shane Douglases and the Tazes, and the you know, guys like me, you know, Jerry Lynn, and RVD was just almost in a league of his own, and so was that TV title, you know.
Yeah. If do you think Van Dam would have had the same had they put the world title on him?
Yeah.
Do you think things would have been the same? Was it interchangeable? The titles is what I'm trying to say. The reason
I
the
think
TV
where
title
Van
was-
Dam would have gone, it would have been.
Right.
I mean, originally, what Paul had told me was the dream match, and there were reasons. I mean, there were matches. If you go back and look at some tag matches done on pay-per-view where I was on the opposing side, it'd be like, you know, me and Lance against somebody and RVD. I remember specifically Paul would always say, "Don't have Van Dam and Incredible Touch," because they were brewing for the big angle where I would have the title and finally drop it to Rob, or Rob finally got that, the prize,
Right.
which of course never came to fruition due to what had happened, but that was always the intention.
That was the plan. Okay, we get to talk about the desert here, Vince. Give me the whole thought process.
I'll give you the whole thought, because you know this pisses me off more than anybody. Okay, I'm watching WCW before I became a part of WCW because it was in my mind that I wanted to leave the WWF. Okay, and so now wanting to leave the WWF, I'm watching the product. Okay. The guys, whoever was booking WCW at the time, and I'm not even going to say it was because I wasn't there. I don't know who was booking it. I don't know who were coming up with these ideas. Those guys were making two legends that I grew up with. They were embarrassing them on TV. I was embarrassed watching Hulk Hogan and watching Ric Flair with the way they were being booked before I came in. They looked like 90-year-old men that couldn't move. They looked like former shells of themselves. They weren't being protected at all, and it was embarrassing for me that these two legends were now being portrayed on television like this. And I think if you go back and look, I think right before I came in, they may have had a match against each other that I watched, and it was freaking embarrassing. Embarrassing. And I remember sitting home and saying, shame on whoever is booking that match, that you're not freaking protecting these two guys from looking old, okay? So I knew when I went to WCW, the very first thing I had to do was find a reason to put Rick on the shelf, find the reason to put Hulk on the shelf for a maximum of 3 months, so we can bring them back, repackage them the right way, and put them in the proper, respectful spot. Okay. That was the game plan, because I was embarrassed for the way they were being portrayed. So that was the plan. The plan was, let's get Rick, do the job, leave them out in the desert. Let's do the same way. I don't remember what the plan was for Hogan to exit at the time. I'll probably remember once you tell me this. But that was a plan. Let's get these guys. Let's forget everything that happened. What we saw the last 6 months. Let's get them off. Let's come up with a creative way to bring them back in the right role that they should be in at this point in their careers. So in other words, I was trying to protect both Hulk and both Rick because of their egos and not understanding what I was trying to do for them, because they were no longer in the spotlight and because they were no longer the main events that they still wanted to be, despite how they looked. I had to go.
But the desert specifically, what's the genesis of that idea? What is it met with when you first pitch it?
It wasn't, from what I can remember, and again, a long time ago, there was no, I'm not going to do this. There was no, I don't like this. I know Rick went along with the plan and did it. Again, it was like, okay, let's find a way to shelf him. If we can get the filthy animals over in the process, if we can give this to them to help build this group, then let's give it to them.
Me personally, I was very happy to know that guys like this, like Chris Benoit, these guys, number one, they were my friends. Number two is at that time we needed kind of something new. It was good for the fans and good for business, because now it gave us other people to work with, and to have somebody from different companies such as WCW coming in, it was a good deal. And these guys came in, they got over so quick. It's like people wanted to see the stars from WWF at the time go up against these guys and kind of like run some kind of good storylines, good angle. But then again, they were nothing but a hand to the roster, and they were able to, you can go either way with these guys, break them up in singles, use them as a tag team, or use them as a six-man, whatever the deal. So they were good for business as far as I'm concerned.
How's the locker room reaction to them coming?
They were, at the time, they kind of didn't know too many people. They kind of came in, up there at the time, there wasn't no cliques. You know what I mean? When you came in, we all dressed together. You follow me? And when they came, they were kind of like in a separate type of dressing room. And that was because they I guess, the vibe was being that they felt like either most of the guys didn't like them or whatever. In this business of professional wrestling, it's a lot of jealousy, and that's what's so stupid. That I miss the old days as far as with Jimmy Snuka and John Studd and Andre the Giant back in those days. The one thing I learned about that era is that you were all together. Now, it's so different now. When they see somebody else get over, it's like the other guy gets hot to the other guy because he's whatever, the top star. But you should be able to be happy for that person, because if he's getting over and he's drawing people to the arenas, well, guess what? Everybody makes money. You follow me?
Absolutely.
So so it's a good. It's just feel bad that most of the kids today kind of need to. Number one, I think they miss that part of learning, coming up in this business, to be able to be as one in the locker room. That nobody's better than the other person. That in reality, this is a big work. And we're all in it together, you know what I mean? So there's nobody better than one another. And that has to have been a rib. Well, it's got to be a rib on either a writer or, hell, for all I know, probably Harvey wrote that himself and put himself in the show, Because can anybody tell me what does he do? I mean, I have no idea. Till this day, I've been up in New York for about 14 to 16 years, and I absolutely don't know what Harvey does.
Well, there's a handful of
Besides
guys
being Jerry Lawler's runner
that have been there for a long time, like Steve Lombardi and people of the like, that have been employed for a very long time. Tony Garea, you may also throw in there too. So I don't know. Well, I don't know. What do you suspect?
this business is funny.
Yeah.
You know, instead of, you know, it might have been something personal, might have been something in the back locker room or whatever the deal is, you know, somebody saying something to somebody or didn't act right or maybe didn't even say hello to Triple H, or maybe, you know, it could go as stupid as that, you know, instead of looking at business part of these cats here, fresh faces coming into the company and about ready to help this company, you know, make some money. You know, it's weird like that. And to this day, it's like, yeah, I don't understand that. You know, I mean, this is business. It's nothing personal. You know, these guys are coming in and putting people in the seat. Well, damn it, give them the ball. Let them run with it. Because if they don't draw, well, who else is going to draw? You know, so I think it's
Them.
Was Scott and Rick's heat known historically, even when you were there?
Oh yeah, yeah. You know what's ridiculous? You know, and again, it's like it's the nature of the beast in the wrestler. The best thing in the world you can have is when there really is legitimate heat behind the scenes with two people, okay? And they're professional enough to use that heat, take it out in front of the people, and draw money. Because the fact of the matter is, it's going to be so dynamic because everything they're saying to each other, they really believe. There's no acting involved. They really believe it. The people are, no doubt about it, going to believe it because nobody can act that good.
Brett and Sean.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, and now you've got something. And I mean, those moments in wrestling are really the moments that you really do need to capitalize on, because that will, without a shadow of a doubt, spike a rating. And then you've got to maintain that reading. But the problem is, there are such egos involved that a lot of times they can't get past the personal issue to bring it to a professional level where people are going to sit home and say, holy crap, these two guys really want to kill each other.
But when that happens, what is going on backstage? Maybe not specifically here because you weren't there, but when something like this happens and the format goes out the window, we're saying WWF, I'm watching WWF instead of this guy in the middle of the ring. Is it chaotic? Are they saying get him out of there? What's happening?
Well, I can guarantee you, I wasn't there. I didn't watch it. Nobody was saying get Scott Steiner out of there. I can guarantee that, because Scott would have killed people along the way. So, I mean, I can guarantee you that a lot of times when that happens, nobody really knows how to react. So it kind of just goes on uncomfortably because nobody really knows what to do.
Right. What would Rick be doing back there, you think?
Rick wouldn't be selling it, but after the fact, he would be selling it to the people that it mattered to. But watching it there in front of the boys, he would not be selling.
personal.
When did you guys first get the word that he was going to be going into football?
Shit, you know what? All I know is when they said he was going into football, we were working overtime. I was never home. We were running double shots here, double shots there, and for all this time we were doing is we were humping the road just to kind of make this XFL deal go.
Doing promotion for it, you mean,
Man,
or just to make the money?
Make the money, promotion, whatever it may be. All I know is I was never home, you know? It's the same deal that goes with the IcoPro, the vitamin, if anybody remember that.
I do.
What a damn flop that was, man, you know? And of course, you know, that's one thing, okay, yeah, we complain about we've been on the road and humping for all this new leagues that Vinnie Mac has tried to do. But that's one thing I admire about this guy, is just trying. At least he could say he tried to do it. I mean, you imagine if it would have been successful.
Right.
If the football, hell, you would have had wrestlers come straight from Monday Night Raw. The next thing you know, they'd be in shoulder pads, you know? So it is what it is.
What was your reaction when you initially heard football? Did you think it was going to fly?
I was, you know, I thought he was crazy.
How do you compete with the NFL?
You know, how do you compete with the NFL? You know, but you know, again, you know, he's that type of guy that's willing to try anything.
Well, when it was all said and done, what did you think of the XFL product looking
Thank
back
God,
then?
thank God it's
Yeah.
How would you rank Mitchell as a manager?
I don't know. I mean, he was a great character. You know, could speak. You know, wonderful promo. You know, very creepy. He could draw money, I think, in my opinion, with his promos. As far as traditional managerial, like you know, let's just say Bobby Heenan, I don't think he had much of that. But all the other stuff he certainly had. I mean, he was very, very entertaining and very, you know, interesting. He was intriguing. Fans wanted to know more. You know, he had that just the right gimmick, the right, you know, it was just everything he did kind of made fans wonder, kept them wondering.
And with that mystique
Yeah.
and that vibe, funny that karaoke
Yeah,
becomes
yeah. Well, I
a
mean,
good fit. Have you
know,
seen him perform?
I have, yeah. He's pretty damn good.
Okay.
He's pretty amazing.
How deep does the devil worshipping thing go? Card carrying member of Church of Satan kind of thing?
You know, man, you know, I think it's all a bunch of bull.
Okay.
I mean, maybe you know, maybe if there's 2% to that, you know, but he's too nice of a guy. To me, when I think of that stuff, I mean, I'm a Christian, so when I think of that stuff, I think of evil, bad people, and he's the kind of guy who would give me his shirt off his.
Okay.
what you're hearing here from me now is during that time, we were so hot at the time, we were just thrown into main events. And next thing you know, we'll come to TV. It's like you never know what's going to happen at TV. You'll come the next week, okay, we're switching you to this. Why? Last week, we were just burning up the crowds last week. And if I remember that match, the beginning of that match, we had people standing on their feet. All the way to the finish of the match, you know. And then the next you know, the next TV we come is just totally different. So, you know, again, to me, I think it has variety to do with, number one, the decisions that come from the top to the writers, and then there might be, again, I'm going to personal. If another babyface sees there's another babyface that's not supposed to get over, are going to come to that level. But, you know, to me, I feel like they get jeopardized, that you're either going to steal the spotlight or whatever the deal is, which is stupid to me, you know?
Well, you mentioned before writers coming in and writers, and the fact that there's even writers involved in wrestling, just writers who aren't even wrestling fans, is, I mean, your family's got a very rich history in the business and to the roots of the business. Is this a mistake maybe to try and make pro wrestling a complete entertainment company? Maybe it just doesn't fit?
I think so. You know, it's just confusing at times. You know, I think as the years go by, you know, you have new people that comes into professional wrestling, maybe that has new ideas, what they feel it should be like, and it's hard for a veteran like us to be able to adapt to some of their ideas. And when you can't feel what they're talking about, it's impossible for me to come and bring that alive in the ring. So I think it's a combination of kind of both, you know. So I wish it would go back to old school psychology-wise, and why change the dance? You know what I mean? The wrestling was made on characters. Now you look out there, everybody looks, you know what I mean? There's no like superheroes and the villains anymore.
They were trying a little bit, right, with the manga and you know, Boogeyman and stuff.
But we know that works. Like manga got over so quick. Boogeyman got over so quick. So, but you know what I mean? All of a sudden, where they're at now. Dwayne Gill, he's a funny dude. I met him on the indie circuits and so forth, to me, I think when they gave him that character as far as Gilbert, he must have been the happiest guy in the world. Because, of course, that's probably the biggest push he's ever gotten, ever will get in his business. You know, and for me to see that happen to somebody like Dwayne, and me knowing Dwayne personally, you know, to him is not only he got somewhat of a character to be able to book himself out so he can somewhat have some type of value on the indie circuit, and also to be able to make a little bit of cheese, you know. So I was happy for him.
What do you think of the light heavyweight title? It was all but abandoned, and now it looks like it's coming back. At the time, I say now, I meant 2000.
You know, really, I kind of don't even know when they came up with the light heavyweight title. You know what I mean? My boy is Rey Mysterio. If anybody should have the light heavyweight title, it should be my man right there, because he'd be able to, you know, he represents it well, you know?
How were the luchadors treated by the other guys, some of the bigger guys? Were they given the equal respect for being part of the show?
Yeah, but you know, the Mexicans, they do their own deal. You know, to them, they're just happy to be there in the locker room from you know, what they're used to as far as in Mexico. It's a different vibe out there. But you know, anybody that comes to New York, and you're one of the boys, you feel like you made it. You know what I mean? And I'm sure that for them being a part of the roster in New York, it just kind of helps their value out when they go back.
Lawsuits are a joke.
Okay.
It's an absolute joke.
Was it just a way for them to leave?
It was just a way for them to try to get money. Try to get free money, yeah. Sonny Ono, okay, who I've never in my life had a conversation with, okay? Never had a conversation with. I remember, again, I'm watching WCW before I come in, okay? I'm watching Ernest Miller. And, you know, again, man, I'm going to relate to you because I know you understand this. This guy has a larger-than-life character. This guy is freaking entertainment. I'm a Ernest Miller mark, okay? Now, I remember when I first came into WCW, it was a while before I had met Ernest, because I think he was doing the Ready to Rumble movie, okay? So I finally get to meet Ernest, okay? So he comes up to me, and I was the Joe Mark, and I'm like, bro, you are so entertaining. You're underutilized, this, that, and the other thing. And we were talking about it, and I remember Ernest asked me, you know, well, what do you think about, you know, Sonny Ono? Now, again, you watched Ernest. You saw how freaking entertaining this was, how this guy could cut a promo, his gift of gab. Does Ernest Miller need a manager to talk for him?
Did Ernest think he needed a manager?
I don't know, but I said to him, bro, you don't need a manager. I mean, I had never met Sonny Ono. Ernest, you're gold. Okay, the next thing I know, Sonny Ono's throwing my name all over the place that I'm a racist. No, bro, I'm not a racist. I don't care if you're Chinese, Japanese, black, Puerto Rican, an alien. This guy can talk. He doesn't need you as a manager. So it was like, it was stuff like that that was just told. I remember making the comment, and again, we're getting way off track here, but again, about the Mexican wrestlers, and me.
We'll get to it.
Yeah, well, what I basically said is it's very difficult for a Mexican wrestler to get over in the United States for two reasons. Okay, number one, they wear a mask. So there's no eye contact when I'm cutting the promo to the person at home. I'm not feeling it. It's faceless. I said, and number two, they don't speak English. So if I'm not getting the facial emotion, if I'm not speaking the English language, how the hell am I going to get over? That was my comment. And the next thing I know, I'm a racist. Well, you know, I hate to like burst everybody's bubble, but again, let's go back and check the facts. My very first day on the job at WCW, my very first Nitro show, Rey Mysterio and Conan became tag team champions. why on earth would a racist put the belt on those two guys? But it was just stuff like that. And again, it's the wrestlers trying to get free money and not having to work for it. And it was a waste of everybody's
Back. Chili Willy. I mean, it wasn't really I mean, it was just more of those. I don't know what it reminded. Almost like an Iceman, King Parsons. Just that, I don't know. It was just kind of a generic, athletic kid that didn't really know what to do with.
Was he a tough guy, tough man competitions or something?
I had heard something like that. I mean, he was talented. But no more, no less than anybody else we had.
Did you ever play it?
I have.
Okay. How were the royalty checks at that time for something like this for you guys? Were you seeing action?
I had signed a guaranteed contract to be paid, every week, X amount of dollars per year.
Right.
And all of my merchandise was included in that weekly check. So, but it worked out. I mean, because
I can go one way or the other,
well, no, I mean, because if I'd have gone the other way and waited for, HHG Corp to really
Cut your
itemize,
check.
yeah. I mean, look, I was making $3,000 a week, wrestling 2 nights a week. I made more for ECW than I did for Vince.
Yeah.
So I was quite happy to give my T-shirt sales and my, likeness on something like that up.
Did they do as good a job as they could at that level, or do you think that there could have been a bigger push for some merch because of your popularity, that kind of grassroots?
I think they did fine.
Okay.
I mean, I had several T-shirts out there, several things. I mean, I couldn't complain. I mean, I did, they did a lot with it.
I think that Bill Goldberg is a flash in the pan. He's a guy that came in, that they tried to push as the ultimate unstoppable machine, but the reality of it, he's a guy who believes too much in what he does and is kind of a prima donna. Every time he doesn't get something his way, he goes out with an injury and kind of sits out. Do you remember this?
Yeah, I do. I think I do.
Was this just, one company guy talking about another company's guy? Was there any real hurt feelings between the two?
I remember after the promo there was.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember after the promo, Bill Goldberg wanted to kill him. I don't know why Hunter, made those comments. I mean, I wasn't there at the time, but I remember, Bill really took those comments.
It might have been some real shit because when Goldberg came to New York when I was there, it wasn't really a good vibe, you know what I mean? It wasn't a good vibe amongst the powers that be and him. But I think as far as business-wise, I'm sure that, it was a business decision to be able to bring him in because, of course, the fans have probably been waiting for this match to happen for a while. Mm-hmm. And I think it was WrestleMania, Goldberg and Brock. With Brock Lesnar in the Madison Square Garden. It's one of the worst matches I've ever seen in professional wrestling. Especially when both guys know they're leaving. It's like it was a slap in the face to the rest of the crew roster in the back because you just shitted on the company and just left, rather than being a professional and pass the torch.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because there is other young cats that are going to come in after us. So you got to kind of teach them, but man, it is what it is. They made their money, and they
Personally.
Is it wise to spend money that way and not drop a hint or something beforehand to drive a rating?
No, stupid. Just absolutely stupid. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Having never
Me.
You're a tight crew, I know the ECW guys. Did you have any problems with a quick job like that versus?
No, never, man. It was, you know, that was the beauty of it. You knew, like for example, when I worked in WWE, you look at the lineup, you know, oh man, this doesn't look good. Things are starting to go downhill. Like everything is micromanaged, and you're sweating every move. There, you knew if you were to drop something like that, next week on TV, you'd be set up with another angle going in a, maybe even in a better direction, you know, or what have you. So no, I never sweat that.
It was never a writing on the wall kind of thing.
No, not there. At least not with me personally.
Right.
I never had a fear of anything like that in that company, creatively at least.
Talk about reactivating a title that was thrown in the garbage. Could you really ever do anything to salvage the luster of that title? Do you remember this? They had him do the garbage man deal. And
Yeah, can I explain something to you too again, being that it's my last interview?
yeah, anything
Okay.
you want.
I was a mark for Jim Duggan in the WWE for the same reasons that I was a mark for Chief Jay Strong. Great freaking entertainer. Off the chart entertainer. Okay. So he's past his prime now, obviously, in the ring. Not past his prime in still entertaining the people. Okay? So what do? I find a role for Jim Duggan on television to still be in an entertaining role, but not have to really put him out there, you know, where he's got to depend on his wrestling every week. But, you know, in other words, it's keeping him employed by entertaining, not having to put his body through hell, and, you know, having a reoccurring role on the show. Okay? And I even remember specifically one of the things I wrote for him was, as the janitor, was him getting over on me, because I was the boss at the time, and I think there was something about him putting my toothbrush in a toilet bowl and me using it. I mean, but I got him over on me. You know, so I mean, I was getting Jim over. Okay? Why 2 years ago I have to hear about interviews of Jim Duggan ripping me and cutting promos on me when I literally was putting him on television, not putting him in a position where he had to do any more harm to his body, making him relevant again? Why fast forward 10 years, why are you ripping me? You're ripping me in an interview because I'm getting you a paycheck every week?
Did he say to you at the time? Did he give you any?
Absolutely not. That's the way it works all the time. And I'll say this again because it's my last interview. Ric Flair would blow my mind. Blow my mind. Every time the guy would be in front of me, I did everything but drop to my knees and kiss his feet. Every time I saw Flair, I would make such a fuss over him. Literally, Rick, literally stop everything I was doing and make a fuss over him. Okay? Would counteract with me like he's my best friend, we're buddies, we're friends, this, that, and the other thing, okay? The minute we're no longer working in the same company, the guy's calling me every name in the book in his book. That's the part about the wrestling business like that I just never got, and like why I never like really would go out and like rip people, because if I'm going to say something, I'm going to say it to your face. Like I threw out Chris Daniels' name before. Do you know how many times I had that conversation with Chris Daniels to his face? Bro, people don't care if you have a 10-star match. They don't care about that. The matches are fake. They're not going to remember the matches. You need to. I told him that to his face 1,000 times. But the nature of the beast with so many of these guys is you're working with them, your best friends, your buddies. The minute you're not in the same company, you're getting buried. You are an ass. You did this. You did that, and you're just looking at this stuff saying, I don't understand it.
Yeah, I don't know. Absolutely the shit, so we'll get on with that. Hot.
Yes.
I thought she brought a whole lot to the table of the word being a diva, and coming up to be a diva and looking that beautiful like that, plus who can work. That's one thing that I respected about Trish is not only she was beautiful like that, but she was able to get in there and mix it up with the guys and learn. There was a few things before the show started. She would be in the ring and bumping around with either Fit Finley or somebody to be able to. She wanted to learn, you know. She just didn't want to be just another pretty face in professional wrestling. So I think that's the one thing that separates Trish Stratus from all the.
At least.
What's the background of the match? Why did they decide to do that, and why Asbury Park?
I don't know. I figured Asbury is a great arena for wrestling. It's an old building. It's not really utilized by very many acts, period. And it was always a very strong place for ECW. So it was just, I think the logistics were there. You know, the building could allow something like that, because it was a pretty large building. And they did everything else. They probably figured, why not? You know, and I just don't think that they had the right guys doing
Well, I was going
that.
to say, did you bring in outside guys to handle that
I would
aspect?
hope so. But, you know, it's ECW, man. Who knows?
Does the locker room, when something like this happens, tend to side with talent or management?
It depends. It depends. I think Sabu, first of all, was very well liked, and as much of a knucklehead as he could be sometimes, and still is. We all love him. You know, he's like one of these guys that you can't not like, and he'd probably admit it to you that he's made some boneheaded decisions. So I mean, I don't think it was just like, it's just Sabu being Sabu, you know. And, you know, I don't see sides really being taken. It was like, you know, hey, if that's what you want to do, go ahead. We knew he'd be back at some point.
The relationship between Paul and Sabu has had its ups and downs.
Yeah, it had. But Sabu, again, he's such a, he tried to be, you know, he was taught by his uncle, and he tried to be his uncle. And, but deep down inside, he's not. He's a very, you know, and maybe I'll get in trouble for this, but he's just a very kind, almost, you know, sad soul, where, you know, all he wants to do is wrestle and you know, be the best he could be in wrestling. And I mean, me and Sean Waltman were talking about this not too long ago. I mean, Sabu should be a millionaire for the things he's done for this business. He helped revolutionize the way we do pro wrestling in America. And for whatever reason, I mean, I can tell you some of the things, but I don't want to get into it. But I mean, he's, you know, he's broke, and and he's older now, and it's just, it breaks my heart. But
was it mismanagement on his end, or him just not being appreciated by people?
A little bit of both. A little bit of both. I mean, he certainly made money. Not money, not like WCW money or WWE money. He's had opportunities and he's had moments, but, you know, not like he went and, you know, bought all these fancy cars and all these big houses and then all of a sudden he couldn't pay.
People having a hand in the wrestling business that had no business having a hand in the wrestling business. What a horrible, 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 horrible decision for Brad Siegel to make. How do you bring, you know, again, this is my last interview, so I'm going to say what's on my mind, okay? Let's face it. Under the guidance of Eric Bischoff, okay, WCW was kicking the crap out of WWF, okay? I was not writing at the time. As a matter of fact, I had a conversation with Eric Bischoff on the phone because I wanted to go work for WCW, okay? Mm-hmm. Eric gave me the old, I'll get back to you, never got back to you, never got back to me. I felt so guilty about the conversation I had with Eric Bischoff while I was working for the WWE, that the next day I went into Linda McMahon's office, and it was Linda, Vince, and me, okay? And I basically took my balls in my hand because I felt so bad about having that conversation with Eric because I grew up a WWE fan. I was a WWE guy. I was a Vince McMahon guy. Okay, I did that behind his back. And I looked them in the eye and I said, listen, at the time I was just writing the magazine. I said, if you think the only thing I'm capable of doing is writing this magazine, you need to tell me that. I need to know that because I needed to hear that from them. That all they looked at me as was the magazine guy, and I was gone. I was going to do everything I could do to get to WCW, okay? So I took my balls in my hand. Vince could have fired me on the spot. And I said, listen, I have a lot more to offer this company. If all you think I could do is write the magazine, you need to tell me that. Vince cut a promo on me. And he was like, you know, who were you to come in here and say this and that? And I remember I sat there as cool as a cucumber because, like, I'm knowing I can get fired here. But it wasn't going to be a surprise. And I sat back and I said, Vince, what I'm saying is I can do a lot more for your company. Why are you taking offense to that? And like, he kind of shut him down. Okay, but literally a week after that is when I got the opportunity to write. Okay, I got the opportunity to work on the show with him. Okay, once I started working on the show with Vince, okay, we know what happened with the ratings, okay? Here went WCW because they ran that freaking NWO angle into the ground week after week. It should have ended a year before it did. It sucked, and they kept going with it, going. They ran it into the ground. People were sick of it. Ratings all of a sudden go like this, okay? So now let's face it, whether you want to admit it or not, I kind of had a hand in Eric being released of his duties because once I came on and was part of the creative, the ratings went like this, and all of a sudden Eric wasn't the superstar at TBS anymore. Okay, Eric lost his job. Okay, so now I call Eric looking for a job. Eric gives me the old, I'll get back to you. Never gets back to me. Vince puts me in the spot that I wanted to get at WCW. We totally reversed the ratings. Now Brad Siegel blindly is going to team me and Eric Bischoff. Are you an idiot? I mean, are you an absolute moron? Think about that. Are you a freaking moron? You're putting me with the guy who I had a part in losing his job. He's not now going to want to bury me? Are you that stupid? So from the get-go, you're forcing these two guys to work together that don't know each other. Eric desperately wants his job back, with WCW. I mean, there's no question about that. What is going through your mind to marry these two guys together?
What do you say?
I don't say anything, because keep in mind, I'm still under contract to these guys. So now he's bringing me back saying, well, Vince, our little committee didn't work, so we need you to come back now. But now, and he didn't put it that it's you and Eric working together. He positioned it as, you're still the head of creative, but Eric's going to be like the consultant. That's kind of the way it was positioned. So now keep in mind, unless I breach the contract, okay, I've got to go along with this. And but now, here's another thing you got to understand. When Ed and I came aboard, and we were there for that 3-month period at the beginning, the rating went from like a 3.0 to a 3.5 in that 3 months, okay? In the 3 months that I left, it went from the 3.5 back to the 3.0. I knew we're never going to be able to get those people back. We lost them. It's over. It's done with. We're not going to be able to get them back. You can't keep switching up the booking like this. We're not going to be able to get them back. So I kind of knew that going in. And then, like I said, to marry Eric and I together, with the back history and us not knowing each other and us never having met, that was just total insanity. I mean, it was set up to fail from the get-go.
Okay. Talk about the other shakeups behind the scenes as a result of this. Bill Bush quitting, Sullivan, Dillon, and Juster being sent home, Bob Mould quitting. That all accurate?
I have no idea. I know Brad was having Eric and I meet at secret meetings at Hops in Atlanta, and everything was being done behind their back. Okay. So, I mean, what he did and how I did it, I really have no idea, because we really were trying to work on putting that first show together.
You said before that when you first came into WCW, you felt the target on your back and it was uncomfortable. Now, having proven that you could raise a rating a half a point, coming back this time, is there a better reception? Is it more comfortable?
No, because now there were totally different players now. Now there was Eric, who I didn't know very well, who I knew what his relationship was with Hogan, and it was a totally different playing field now, but probably more uneasy, because like somebody like Eric and somebody like Hulk, they kind of know what they're doing. Whereas my whole mentality with JJ and Kevin Sullivan was, give them the show. Let them write the show, because I knew what was going to happen. There was no question in my mind. Let them do it. Go. Let them do the show. I knew what was. The first week I saw that guy come out in the door collar barking, okay. But with Eric and Hulk, you're dealing with a completely different animal. I mean, nobody plays the game better. Nobody. So it's a different kind of, it's almost like not a joke. It's like you want to trust them, but you really know you can't trust them. I mean, it's almost like a little bit of a chess game.
Who originally proposes doing this? Is this a New Jack idea? Or?
I'm sure it is a New Jack idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's planned ahead by any spot like this, any high-risk spot, do you notify Paulie? Are we to assume Paulie knew what was going to happen?
I'm assuming Paulie probably asked
Sabu to do it.
Or something.
Jack to do it.
Yeah.
Bruce Mitchell wrote of the incident, quote, point the finger for a man almost dying, for a locker room full of his peers with fear caught in their throats, for a ruined show straight at Paul Heyman. This wasn't an accident, it was an inevitability as long as Heyman sent New Jack show after show with the unspoken contract that as long as he did his dangerous spot, he would keep Jack in the business, and since no one else would ever hire the guy. Accurate?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah.
Did either of them get in trouble with management after?
No. No. No, because Paul, hey, nobody got hurt seriously. Paul welcomed the controversy afterwards.
Right.
Because as Eric Bischoff's book said, controversy creates cash, and more people calling the 900 number, if you recall that, and all those other things that they had. And I'm sure a lot of that stuff ended up being a work shoot thing.
Were you guys watching?
I did not, no. I did not.
What about the heat between the two of them stemming from that?
I think a lot of it might have been 50-50. I think half shoot, half work. I don't think they liked each other, but it wasn't, yeah, exactly.
Talk about three-way tag matches. The difficulties, the I can't imagine there wouldn't be confusion at times.
Very.
Tough.
Yeah, very.
Did you like them personally, or is it something you prefer not to be in?
I hated them. Okay. I hate all three ways. I was just in a four-way match in Mexico, not speaking the language, so you could imagine. What
do you do? Literally, what do you do?
You just go. You really, you have a couple
By
spots
instinct.
with each guys, and you just go grab a guy and you just wrestle. Yeah, some turn out well. Some turn out well. Some depends how the rapport you have with guys, or if you have a couple of spots with a certain guy, you could mix and match. And hey, I'll go with this one because him and I could do this one ducky flippy thing, and then I'll hit this other.
Right.
But 9 times out of 10, 2 guys are on the apron or on the outside, and the other guys are doing it, and then a couple, somebody else goes out, somebody else comes in. So
how much is discussed beforehand with something like this, or is that up to the individuals involved?
It's up to the individuals involved. Yeah, matches like that though, I always had to kind of really talk a lot and really pre-plan quite a bit. So.
Are you shocked to hear how in debt they were when you hear these?
No. No. That talent, man. Some people they were raping people. Some guys, to keep some of those guys, how could you pay, some guys are making $4,000 a week.
Yeah.
How could you pay somebody $4,000 a week? And not just one or two, quite a few. That adds up to $1 million real quick.
How much would you estimate you were owed in the end? If you had to have a check cut right now, what would it be?
$50,000.
What are your feelings on Paul E now? Have they changed?
I'm sorry?
Your feelings on Paul E.
They haven't changed. I love Paul. I think he's a wonderful guy. I think he has two sides. You don't know which side. You don't know when he's Paul Heyman and when he's Paul E. Dangerously. He could be a loving, compassionate man. He could be the devil himself. He's a great manipulator, a great motivator. He's all things to all people. And he's born to do what he's doing right now, which is actually performing. Because what you see on TV now, he was on like that in the locker room 24/7. But that's how we got greatness out of maybe mediocre guys. He knew how to channel. He missed his calling. He should have been a self-help guru, or a motivational speaker, because he knew how to get the most out of situations. And creatively, he was probably the best guy I could ever imagine of working with.
So as the chapter closes on ECW, and all these years later, what's ECW's legacy in the big picture in wrestling?
Honestly, for me, it was the best. And I mean, I'm 39 years old. I've wrestled for WWE, TNA, All Japan. I've wrestled in Mexico. Wrestled for every major organization, WCW in the early days. Wrestled everywhere. For me, ECW would easily be the I'd say 3.5 of the best years creatively of my life. I would never trade that for any amount of money. I feel as a whole, we revolutionized this industry, and we did things to this day that I'm still, to this day, I have people that come up to me and, kids that couldn't have been there back then, through the magic of YouTube and Vince's DVDs and the 24/7 network. The legend is actually stronger. The matches keep getting better with age. They weren't. I don't remember them being that good, but it's just, but it's just it was just special. Nothing like that could ever or will ever be duplicated.
Has it gotten its due finally from?
I think so.
WWE.
Well, Vince has tried not to, but I think the more he tries not to, the more people could see that it was just something else. It's not the be-all, end-all, but it was special.
What's the most food you ever saw Paul White eat?
It'd have to be the most gross I've ever seen him eat was Subway sandwich. He'd have spaghetti and meatball, because the meatball sandwich mixed in with seafood, crab seafood. It's the most gross.
Meatballs and crab meat.
Crab meat. He mixed that up. But me personally, with him, we probably killed a good 10 Big Macs, McDonald's, 5 each, couple of chocolate shakes.
So it's true, his love for fast food is legit.
Look at him.
Yeah. Thoughts about Paul?
Paul's a big baby. He's another one of those big giants that take the shirt off his back, give it to you personally. He's one of those person that would help a person if they need it, But he's another guy also that, loves the business of professional wrestling. Still needs to tune up a little bit here and there. But, he came into the wrestling business at the right time and took advantage of his size and so forth. So I think Paul marketed himself pretty good in this business. It doesn't surprise me that things happen to Stephanie. I wonder who writes that. Did somebody tell me that?
All these mysteries
Who
we're going
writes
to need
your
to look
skits?
into. How did Jacqueline handle it?
Did she have a choice?
No, but was there any moment forward?
I'm sure she had no choice. Jacqueline's one of the team players. She do what she's got to do to get what she's got to get. And you can sum that up any way you want to. The company now really goes out for you a week in advance before WrestleMania. You get to bring your family with you. They actually take care of everything. Put you up in a five-star hotel. Take care of all your meals and everything. So You're there with your family on Wednesday. You get to go do the meet and greets. Sometimes they have a fan fest, which is good. You know, I have kids myself, and it's like when I take them to WrestleMania, they're so excited. It's like them going to Disneyland because they get to go and they see their father's display inside this fan fest that they have. You know, you get to be up close playing PlayStation, so it's a real good experience, you know, for them. And then for the guys themselves, it's just, you know, if you're not on WrestleMania, there's a lot of guys that walk around just boo-boo face. You're sad. Number one, you're not on the biggest show of the year in professional wrestling. Number two, you're not making a hell of a payday, you know. And number three is you can bet your ass pretty soon you'll be out the door, you know. So only the players that are, you would actually know when you're on WrestleMania, you know then this year that's coming up, you're going to be involved in a few more projects. You follow me? So it's good.
This particular WrestleMania in Anaheim, talk about the town, Anaheim, California. Good wrestling city?
Beautiful. Anaheim is, you know, it's they eat up professional wrestling a lot. Even the West Coast, as far as Los Angeles, San Francisco, you know. But shit, in Anaheim, I got nothing but a whole bunch of island people, Samoans from all over the place. So you know, we draw pretty good when we go to Anaheim. You know, number one is working with guys that you know that can work, and guys that it makes your match that much easier when you're working with guys that are over. You don't really have to do too much to get that vibe and that audience to get them behind. And then to throw the treat in there, we didn't know that we were gonna have was it Pete Rose? I think
yeah.
They got the Steve face. I didn't even know that till I got there that day. And funny story, Pete Rose comes to meet me in the locker room, and we kind of met each other, and he says, listen, how do you want me to sit there when you're going to give me one half of your cheek on, you know, you want me to turn? I said, oh, you don't even have to, just act like you're going to sit there and take it, but I won't sit on you. So before I go out in the curtain, Powers MP said, make sure you get it pretty good. I said, don't worry. We'll give him a special. So that was it, you know. And Pete, he was definitely a team player because he took it like a champ. He knew it was entertainment. Yeah. It was nothing personal like that, you know. So
he was one of the celebrities that worked well with you guys.
Yeah, it was hot. It was hot. WrestleMania was hot in Anaheim.
Ice-T was also there, celebrity guest,
yeah,
right?
Godfather coming out there with the hose.
Did you meet Ice?
He was cool.
Yeah.
Ice was cool, you know. And you know, I think a lot of the celebrities that come to our shows at WrestleMania, they're just excited to be there, you know, because a lot of their kids and their family, or their grandma, or their uncle, or grandfather, they're all like fans. Yeah. That's so many stories that I hear personally. Man, my grandfather used to watch you, and you know, my sister, blah blah blah, my family, my kids love you.
Sure.
It's a good feeling, you know. Yeah. It's a real good feeling. It makes you feel like you're doing something right in there.
Are there groans in the locker room now when the boys are finding out that now the main events are going to be occupied by the McMahon family?
Of course, you know. I know a lot of the boys were hoping that they were in that match, you know, but you already see that coming 3 months ahead before WrestleMania. You can see the storyline. Most of the guys, the veterans, they understand that. Some of the new cats that are in the locker room, they don't even see that coming, you know. Mm-hmm. You'll see 3 months in advance they start to build up, and you pretty much know that ain't going to. My hat goes off to those cats. You know, to be able to go in there, it's hard enough going in there just to wrestle yourself. You follow me? Putting your body through all that for 20 minutes. And then let alone add an object in there like a ladder. And the company is expecting you guys to go out there and steal the house to show with the ladder in there. You know, the pain and the bruise that they put their body through to be able to get this match over. You know, a lot of the guys don't really like doing these matches, but these cats here, it's like they perfect this match. They do it so many times that they know techniques to be able to get in and out of this ladder match to make it, somewhat exciting. There's only certain, what I'm trying to say, there's only certain people that can do this match to get off. For it like Sean and Razor Ramon, I think they were the first guys that actually brought this ladder match to wrestling. And, it's been a hit ever since. Mm-hmm. So my hat goes off to these cats for wanting to do these type of matches all the time.
Was that generally the consensus with the bigger guys in the locker room, that guys like the Hardy Boys and stuff, that they had a legitimate spot on the card?
Yeah. Anytime you see these cats on a big pay-per-view, or such as WrestleMania, you can bet your ass they're going to be in matches like this, because they're the few that can bring it like that, Why? And who in the hell came up with that idiotic storyline like that? I mean, if I'm confused, can you imagine how the fans feel?
Yeah.
Why not just make it simple for the game?
You're a movie buff. What's your review of the film?
Oh, gosh. I remember going to see that. What year was that?
It was 2000.
So it was 13 years ago. My oldest son was 13 at the time. It was embarrassing. I mean, it was just, I remember watching it in the movie theater, just wanting it to end. It was just atrocious.
I'm going to bait you here. At no point when you're watching the film do you say, there is a future WCW champion?
Never.
Did Heyman not, I mean, he had a contract with ECW also. Did Paulie not try to enforce it or try to get him to honor it, or did he just...
The contracts Paul had on us were so flimsy. I mean, some were... I remember Paul having some contracts actually written on napkins. Some of it was pretty... I mean, in a court of law, some of that stuff is laughable. So... I don't know,
literally a napkin?
Literally, yeah. I mean, so it's happened,
You were under a contract, I assume not on a napkin at the time.
I was on a contract, not under a napkin, but I'd still, well, we'll get to it later. Go ahead.
Okay.
I don't want
How
to
many
jump.
people in the locker room didn't have contracts?
Oh, quite a bit.
So it was just kind of like
The top guys.
The top guys were locked in.
The guys who thought, who Paul thought could go to WCW or WWE.
Was anybody offered that didn't take it because they thought their opportunity might arise across the street and they'd want to be free to go?
I'm not sure. I never, I mean, most guys were pretty happy with the money they were getting. I mean, Vince was offering between 100 and 150 grand a year downside. A lot of us were getting that in ECW,
right?
The very top guys, and that's where Paul went into the trouble he did, because he was robbing Peter to pay Paul to get people from jumping. Not that he wasn't. The company was earning money. I mean, my wife used to work in the T-shirts. We did a pay-per-view in Chicago. I think it was Anarchy Rules '99. As a heel, I think I sold 190 shirts combined. As a heel, that's a good number,
yeah.
And I think the actual merch number, just the merch itself, was over 55,000. That's one night. So there was money being made. I just think that he, in order for people to stick with the company, that he was just...
throwing too much of it
to the talent, and making bad business decisions with guys like Steve Carroll, who I always thought was a mafioso. Seriously doing loan sharking deals to front him money to put on pay-per-views. Anytime Steve Carroll walked by the merchandise table and asked my wife for the manila envelope filled with God knows how much money, Dreamer, who was my wife's boss, would just say, hey, give Steve Carroll whatever he wants. So just a lot of stuff like that, You just never knew, man. And ECW, there was just the merchandise alone. at that time was
Never.
Talk about the decision to reset the company, kind of go back to scratch. Drastic move, risky. Talk to me about the thought process.
This is the tough part about it too, because and again, it's like when you're in the wrestling business, you really think differently. You can't think like a normal human being because you're in bizarro world. So, from what I can remember, a lot of that, I think the concept of stripping the belts was Eric's concept, okay, which I was okay with. But then in the back of your mind, again, me being the head writer, him being the consultant, okay, even though it was his idea and I was behind it, I had no problem with it, in the back of your mind, you're asking yourself, is he trying to set me up? Is he, if this doesn't work, is he going to go to Brad Siegel and say, well, this was Vince's idea? So now you're kind of working that way. So you just can't freely...
Can't be creative if you're always worrying about covering your ass.
Yeah. Exactly. So,
but taking that aside, do you think this was a good way to
I do.
make a statement?
I do. Yeah, I do. Okay.
Discuss the specific angle, the Millionaires Club versus the New Blood. The talent involved. They're all willing to go along, happy with their role in this, being portrayed as the Millionaires Club, or did that make any guys feel a little, like you were saying, they were irrelevant and weren't?
Well, again, if it wasn't being known to me. Okay. Nobody was speaking up to me and telling me that.
Talk about becoming an on-air character. Now, here's a big. Is this something you suggest, or is it something Brad wanted?
Two things. Number one, I believe a long time ago, I believe Eric suggested it. Okay. Number two, the reason, honestly, why I did it was because, again, entertainment-wise, from an entertainment perspective, okay, I felt like half of the guys on the WCW roster sucked. Okay, honestly, from a character point of view, they sucked. They couldn't act their way out of a paper bag. And basically, my mentality was, if my rear end is on the line, I'm going to freaking go out there and do it myself, because I knew, being from New York, with my accent, having a big mouth, I knew I could do a better job than half of the roster from an entertainment point of view. So my whole philosophy was, you know what? If I'm going to be held responsible for this, and I'm going to be the one to go down for this, then I'm going to go out there and do it myself, and I'm not going to rely on these guys that I know can't do it. That was really the mentality.
How did your life change being on camera? Certainly everyone was talking about you in the wrestling business prior to this, but is there a greater level of recognition now?
Yeah, and I hated it.
Yeah.
I really hated it. I was living in Atlanta at the time, and I mean, every time I went out with my family, I would be recognized, and like the people who recognized me, like, bought 1,000% into the character. And I mean, a lot of times I would be with my kids who were, younger at the time, and I absolutely hated it.
Do you get heat from wrestlers feeling that you're taking away a spot?
Well, yeah, but you never get the heat to your face. You get the heat behind your back. I mean, that's definitely where. And again, my philosophy was, you know what? If you can go out there and make them hate you as much as they hate me, by all means, have at it.
People.
Why are contracted wrestlers going to ECW at this point? Is this an agreement he's got with Paul, or?
I think at that time here, we had a roster loaded full of people. And I think at the time they were trying to send some of the guys to a different, with a different show, a different company, right? And I honestly think that he had some type of deal with Paulie, because Paulie was the type of person that get so much heat in there, and next thing you know, he's right there in the #1 spot. You know, so my hat goes off to Paulie because he was kind of smooth the way he did business with Vince.
Mm-hmm. What was that relationship with with Paul and
It
Vince?
was iffy. A lot of the people didn't like Paulie. A lot of the people kind of act like they did. Of course, Paulie had his crew that coming from ECW that kind of watched his back. But at the same time, you know, Paulie was the one that kind of butted head with Vince. You know, what I mean, he knew what he wanted, and I'm sure Vince knew what he wanted as far as with Paulie. So
We probably owed half of that fucking roster money too when he got there.
Exactly. I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of guys waiting for their check, the bounce check to get.
It's incredible. Never, something like this had never been done.
Right.
And I don't know. I mean, I don't know what concessions were made. I know Doug Dillinger accompanied Mike Awesome to the building, and they were, they thought some kind of bad thing was going to happen, which of course it wouldn't have. We liked Mike. Nobody's going to do anything to Mike, and whatever. But the match went off fine, and everything went fine, and that was it.
Does it raise a red flag for anyone that, what were you talking to?
Oh, of course.
Like an end game in sight?
I don't.
Being bought?
You always thought, I knew Paul talked to Vince. You have to be an idiot not to. Hell, when I got my gig there in the first place, I went to Vince in '97, Kevin and Scott jumped. I said to Vince, I had a meeting with Vince in Stamford. I said, Vince, I had a year or two left. I said, I want out of my contract. I said, you're not doing anything with me. Kevin and Scott offered me a deal down there. I want to go. And he said, absolutely not. He goes, it's not, not that the Aldo character was worth a shit, but I just don't want the perception of another one of my wrestlers going down there. So he let me go work for Paul. So who's to say that that hadn't been going on for many years?
She gets to have matches with the guys. How is she in the ring?
She's pretty good. Yeah, she was pretty good. Tough girl.
Legitimately tough?
Yeah.
Right? Body
yeah,
building.
Yeah, she could take a beating. She could work.
Was the promotion down on Simon Diamond? He saddled with the comedy entourage instead of giving him.
He was a little bit. Yeah, he was. Paul picked his favorites, and if Paul felt you had it, whatever it may be, then he would go with you. If not, if he felt you were still, he could use you for something. If you're a good mid-card guy, or you could have a good match with this one or that one, then But Paul knew what he wanted. I guess he had a certain model for what he felt was a wrestler for him, a top.
How important is it to you, from a storyline standpoint, to put them over big first?
Huge, because I knew at the end of the day, the Millionaires Club were going to be the baby faces. So the idea was to put the belt on the story was kind of set up at the beginning where the New Blood were going to be the baby faces. They were going to be the guys that never got their shot, that now are going to get their shot. But I also knew that there was going to be a sympathy for the Millionaires Club, and I also knew the New Blood, they were going to come across as cocky and arrogant. So I knew those roles were going to reverse. There was no question about it. So the idea was put the belts on the younger guys, let them become cocky, let them become arrogant, let them run the Millionaires Club into the ground, and the people are going to rally around the beloved veterans.
Talk about bringing in Timmy. Was it a package deal with Chris or something that you wanted to do regardless?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't a package with it wasn't a package with her at all. I mean, again, I worked with Tammy at WWE. I knew she was a great talent. I was, again, knowing the ratings history, from a 3.0 to a 3.5, from a 3.5 to a 3.0, I knew we had to pull out every stop to try to spike that rating again. And once spike the rating, try to maintain that. And, I thought she was a good addition and a familiar face and, would work in the
Paid.
Chris Jericho, very over at this point. A lot of people felt they missed the boat by not giving him the belt that night. Do you agree that Triple H should have probably given Jericho the spotlight?
Oh, I think right now, yeah. That time, yeah. I think people are tired of seeing Triple H winning the belts. Anytime that belt switches over, it just gives interest for the fans. You know what I mean? Because every time the fans, they see him in a main event match or against the title, it's always like, for whatever reason, the writers give it back to Triple H. I'm sure now it comes from his father-in-law. But it just makes it kind of boring for the fans, because they already kind of know the finish. Who's going to get the belt and so forth. I think they're tired of it. Yeah.
But at the time, though, too, since we're talking about Triple H, we might as well talk about it now. There was the perception at the time that there was some kind of power there, and that there was a ceiling that if you got too high, Triple H wasn't going to allow it to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think there was any truth to that?
Yeah, of course, I think there is. I think he worked his way up to the top as far as in the family and so forth. And a lot of guys that didn't know Triple H just coming in were kind of afraid of that, So they all kind of played they didn't push too hard. Whatever was set for them to do, that they kind of went in and played the game like that. So, but again, Triple H is Triple H. He's had a reputation throughout the years as far as some people like him, some people don't like him. Some people think he's a dick. Some people think he's just a good businessman.
What do you think?
I think he's all the way around. He's never crossed us. He was always straight up with me and my family. But I think he's definitely been around for a while. I think that it might be time for a change. But that's just
Wrestler.
Do you think Paul was double-crossed to look like a fool? Was it kind of proving a point, like, oh, here are these guys coming here, so it's going to be kind of a squash in our house?
Anytime you do anything with Vince, the ECW thing is going to always be buried.
Right.
Vince has an ego. I mean, look, ECW created something that Vince always wanted. And I think ECW, what we did, even before I got there, really was the catalyst for the Attitude Era, and I think everybody could agree.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And Vince, I think, can't swallow it that for a minute there, we were the shit. We were the cool thing to watch, and it really bothered him. So he did everything in his power to undermine what we did, and obviously,
But the exposure is worth it to send Taz out there in Philly.
Yeah, in a way. But who knows? I mean, who knows if that's one of the obligations Paul had to Vince.
Did Carino consider this as big a deal as it was to get a pinfall on Dusty Rhodes?
Yeah. I mean, he was very emotional, very grateful. I mean, he's one of our legends, you know, in our business. And we grew up watching Dusty, admiring Dusty. He was our hero when we were kids. So, yeah, it was a huge deal, you know. And, you know, only in ECW could you see guys of that generation with that name, a guy like Dusty Rhodes, Terry Funk, come in and work with young guys. I mean, it was pretty cool, man. You know, and yeah, it was amazing for Steve, and it really helped him.
And willing to put you guys over.
Yeah.
You know, that's
yeah.
Is it true Dreamer was a little upset to win the title, wanting to go his entire ECW career, never having to be able to say he never had to have a belt?
Possibly.
Something you'd heard or
No, I haven't
just
heard,
inferred,
but I
maybe?
mean, I could imagine Tommy, you know, because he always wanted to be the guy who he didn't have to get over by winning, so to speak. But I think it was something that Paul wanted to give to him, you know, and honor him with that for all of his service. So it was just a way to kind of do it.
When would you find out you were going to get a strap?
That day.
That day.
Maybe hours before.
There's no like real long term
No,
like.
no.
Right. Paul give you any kind of pep talk before the?
Oh, he always gave me pep talks.
One of his famous.
Paul, I tell you what though, as much as people make fun of him, Paul is a master communicator. And he would be able to take sometimes very mediocre talent and say all the right things to you and get your confidence level to a point where you felt you could do anything. If he asked you to run through a brick wall, you would. He was probably one of the very best of you know, getting the most out of me. He knew what I wanted to hear.
What kinds of things is he saying? Is he
Just,
about to give you a world title?
You know, you're one of the best around. You know, you're gonna be this, you're gonna be that. You're as talented as anybody out there. You know, you could be, you know, just stuff like that. Stuff that he knew would really inflate my ego and get me confident. You know, you're gonna steal the show with this one. You got it, man. We're gonna make, you know, history tonight. Just whatever, you know.
Is there sincerity in it, or is he being the puppet master?
He's being the puppet master, but he believes in what he's saying. If he didn't have faith in me, he wouldn't put me in that position.
Right.
But he knows how to, you know, and I don't even think that's manipulation. That's just good coaching, in a way, because he's telling his athletes what they need to hear. I mean, I don't think that's that bad, because it's a very, what we do is a very psychological thing, because I can go out there physically with the same preparation, doing the same cardio, same push-ups, the same exercise, nutrition, whatever, studied the same matches. But if you put yourself in the right frame of mind, in the right state, and then you believe, I mean, if you visualize and believe that you can, you probably can. You know, but if you go in there with doubt, oh man, I don't know, man, okay, Paul, I'll try, then you're not gonna, I mean, you might do okay, but you're not gonna swing for the fences and possibly hit a home run.
That doubt.
Yeah, he's just, he was, I mean, I loved my working relationship with him. I call it whatever you want to call it. For what he did with me, worked, you know. What he did with me, but what he did with me was unique. What he did with Dreamer was unique. What he did with Van Dam was unique. Sabu was unique. He knew kind of what he had to do for all the individuals. You know, he knew who my heroes were. You know, he knew I liked Shawn Michaels, so he knew I was like, yeah, you know, you could be like, you know, you're one step below Shawn, and you know, and I was working hard to have those kinds of matches, and you know, just stuff like that, you know, and then I would think, wow, if I go out there and really work my ass off, maybe I can get there, you know, and just stuff like that.
Talk about being paired with Francine.
Yeah, I enjoyed it, man. I loved working with Francine. She's a pro. I in ECW with all that cat fights and the divas and whatever they called them at the time, I just enjoyed it. It had another dimension of entertainment, you know, and it was fun. It was just another tool in your tool bag you could use. I mean, we had a formula, you know, to get the crowd. I mean, we could go here. Once you have them here, then we had another layer. Then they're here, and then once you had the girls and the finishes and then you know it's like that building is unglued, and we had it down to a science. I mean, we could do that anytime, you know.
Company.
I don't have to give you any lead up here, but I have a lot of questions. The first time David Arquette's name comes up is when?
What do you mean the first time?
The first time his name comes up as someone to bring in.
It was probably, and again, 13 years ago is a long time. If I had to think back that far, I would say the first time it was probably brought to my attention was probably by Paige. And it was probably Paige telling me, David Arquette loves the business, he's a big fan of the business, you know, we should do something with him type of thing. And I mean, that was really kind of long before anything took place. But he was probably the first one to come to me with the name.
Do you remember David's reaction to being told that he's going to get the strap?
I wasn't the one that told him, so I don't know what the initial reaction was.
Who tells him?
Whoever was the agent of the match.
Oh.
Yeah.
Reaction of the other wrestlers when they find out what's going to happen.
Again,
or if they.
Nothing to my face. I mean, that's just the way it is. You know.
How about Paige? You mentioned Paige. This is something I guess he's on board with.
Yeah, he was cool with it. Paige was cool with it.
Because he was the champ, right?
Yeah.
Did it accomplish what you wanted?
It accomplished exactly what I wanted. And again, I've told the story 50,000 million times. Okay. We have David.
So let me interrupt you. Since you did it, let me ask you a better question.
Go ahead.
Because I did ask you a question that's been asked 50 million times. You're on the cover of USA Today.
Thank you.
All the newspapers.
Yeah.
You transcend wrestling, which is that very
elusive. Not transcended it. Right then and there, I think I killed the business forever.
Depends who you talk to.
Right.
Wrestling transcends its own borders and grabs the national attention. The very elusive thing that wrestling always tries to do, time and time again, Mike Tyson or Lawrence Taylor, whatever. You do it. Is there a fear and a legitimate criticism that, what's next week?
Not at all. That's all confidence. That's all confidence. My whole philosophy when I was booking was I didn't care what we did because the next week we would top it. I was never afraid of any angle. I never held back because I had enough confidence in myself that next week we will top this and the show will be better.
Are you surprised by the criticism that this gets?
Yeah, because I was surprised of how many people actually believed that wrestling was real. Yes, that surprised the crap out of me that there were that many imbeciles walking this planet. Yes.
Do veterans and the people now that are extremely critical of this, the old guard, do they say anything to you at the time?
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
Even outside the company, like you get any phone calls from a Bruno or a...
No, absolutely.
Sick.
Was he not there that night just because of dumb luck, or was he tipped off, or what?
Probably not there because of dumb luck. Yeah.
Do you remember the incident?
I do, and I can't remember. I can't understand why somebody after 4 years would come after somebody. That scares me.
For 4 years, and it was just a DWI.
Wow.
There was a rumor reported at the time that he had heat with some wrestlers because he'd apparently been sharing shower secrets about the size of certain wrestlers with female employees. Is there any truth to this?
Probably. Probably.
No heat with you, though, but maybe you heard others, or are you speaking first?
Oh,
person?
no, I mean, I just know Jason's filthy, and that's just what he does, dude. He'll tell you about the size of his cock, because many...
Was this supposed to be a one-shot deal, or does something not work out?
Something not work out. It was money. It was money that I really had nothing to do with, but it was contractual.
What would you have wanted to see Savage do there if you had him for a longer term?
Just put him in the spotlight again. But again, you know, you got to put Savage in the spotlight of what was realistic at that point in his career. I mean, really, I love taking these, I don't even, legends. I'll use the word legend. I love taking these legends and putting them on a pedestal. I mean, I love doing that. I was a fan of theirs. I think they deserved it, and that's what I was always trying to do.
Is David Arquette nervous to do this type of match?
Nah, he's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Loved it. Would have jumped off the top of the third cage if you would have asked him to. And keep in mind, he's in there with the best worker in the business that's going to protect him.
Right. Canyon takes that big bump on this. Was he a good worker?
Oh, he was great worker.
Maybe shorter on charisma.
Yeah, shorter on charisma, but getting it at the end when he was getting more airtime. You know, very coachable. One of Chris's problems was, and again, this is something like I never really talked about before in the past, but one of Chris's problems was Chris was a rare breed that didn't think of himself first, and that hurt him. Like, in other words, when he was in the angle with Paige, he was always thinking of Paige first, and he shouldn't have been. He should have been thinking about Chris. And that's what held Chris back. Not that he couldn't work, not that he couldn't cut a promo, not that he couldn't entertain, because Chris was one of the rare individuals in this business who did not put himself first. And if you don't put yourself first in this business, you will get eaten alive.
The big bump off the top. Now, this is the same arena where Owen Hart died. Does anyone bring up that it might be a bad idea?
No, I didn't even realize that till you just said that.
Sure, Kemper.
Yeah, I didn't even, no.
Because they're so ghetto, Stephanie and Hunter.
Yeah, right.
Aren't they? What do you think of that, Steph and Triple H? You think they could run with Ron or
Yeah, right.
or,
yeah, they could run out. You know, I don't think there's any ghetto in those two animals.
Times. It was a little intimidating, you know, not intimidating in a way that, you know, nothing bad's going to happen, but you just want to have a great match, and, you know, just want him to be proud. And, you know, I was happy with the match, but it wasn't as, you know, it was middle of the road.
Okay.
You know.
This was his
Middle of
last
the road.
match there.
Yeah.
His contract had expired right
Yeah,
before,
he's
but they
going
didn't
to
tell
WCW,
anyone.
yeah.
I have that Dawn Marie actually didn't know until afterwards and was visibly upset. And,
Yeah, I knew he was going, and you know, he wanted to he never got color before, and he tried to get color for me during the match. But it just, you know, it was just one of those matches we just didn't, I don't know, didn't mesh well. Didn't know why.
Paul pushes him at a pay-per-view headline, even though he's jumping. Not knowing it can go anywhere,
Right.
Should he have put someone else in the spot, maybe?
I don't know. No, I think not, because I think it's just, look, it's a high-profile match, and he goes out losing to the champ.
Mm-hmm.
You know, sometimes it's the best way to go. You know, high-profile loss, you don't see him anymore.
Now, at this time, ECW is submitting scripts to the pay-per-view company prior to the event. I guess Paul's forced to do this, or he offers to.
I'm sure he'd forced, yeah.
But he elects to go with this anyway. Was this in the original script, or is this something that they just kind of that you just did?
I don't know, because I don't see Paul sticking. I mean, Paul would change matches mid card. I mean, mid show. You know, I don't know if he did it just to bust people's balls, or if there was some stroke of mad genius in there, but he just did it all the time.
Would Paulie have compromised the match to keep the in-demand contract, knowing that that was important, or again that kind of renegade attitude that we're going to go out and do what we want to do?
I think do what we want to do, kind of thing.
But the violence towards women, where did that sit with you personally?
I thought it was, look, it's pro wrestling. I mean, I think we know now. I mean, we know that nobody's getting hurt, and it goes to say that, you know, the women are participating in the action. They want to be in there, and it's just one of those things where, you know, to me it's totally from an entertainment standpoint. I mean, it's like, especially with a guy doing a heel, or a babyface doing a heel manager, it's like, you know, I mean, it doesn't fly for it doesn't work anywhere but ECW. But ECW, it was just like Bizarro World, you know, and it'd be the biggest pops of the night. Mm-hmm. I remember tombstoning Beulah. And that place just erupted, you know, and I mean, look, I'm married, I have children, I have a high moral standard, but what we were doing is just no different than, you know, episodic television, mm-hmm. You know, a drama, you know, and God, those girls they never got hurt, so we were getting more hurt than anybody else, so. And they were more than game. They loved it.
I was going to say they were willing to work.
Oh, they loved it. Yeah. They loved it.
Okay.
You know, again, it's just, it's the unpredictability factor. I mean, it just really is. It's like, you know, we have to tune in every week to see what happens. And why in the wrestling world, why would the title not change that many times? I mean, it doesn't make, I mean, how often does the UFC title change? I mean, why would it not change that? On any given night, anything can happen.
Well, let me call you out as a Northeast guy here. We sat through Bruno mm-hmm. holding the title for, I mean, collectively for 13 years or whatever, but, you know, in the last run up to 77. Then we sat through Backlund for almost 6 years, right? And then Hogan for 84 to what? 88, 4 years, 5 years. So we're products of the long title reign. It has to mean something.
You know why?
Why?
Not because it has to mean something, because people believed it then. Because there weren't dirt sheets exposing the business every week. People believed it. Once the internet was born, okay, that was dead. We went from believing it to now we've got to go out there and entertain the business, to entertain the people. That was the Attitude Era. Now we got to go out there and entertain the business because all that was sacred is out the window with the internet. Everybody knows this is a work. Everybody knows this is make-believe. Nobody believes this. Now we've got to entertain them. Back in the day when, on cable, once a month they show the match from the Garden, and they show Bruno's big title defense, and you had to tune in because this is the week that Waldo Von Erich's going to take the title. This is the week Bruno's going to. I get it. I was there. People believed it. The characters were that good. Bruno was that good. You believed it.
Isn't it the same as this is the week Goldberg's gonna lose? This is the week Goldberg's gonna lose. No. So we can't still suspend that disbelief in 2000.
Not when you're reading a dirt sheet every week, when you're going on the internet every day and you're reading about what's going on behind the scenes, and you're reading about so and so said this. The business completely changed.
Why is it dropped with him going back to just Booker T? Something he was uncomfortable with? Did it not get over?
I think because we were going to put the belt on him. I really think. And G.I. Bro came from Booker. Booker used to be G.I. Bro, and he made the mistake of telling me about it, and he told me about it with passion, and I'm like, bro, that's the greatest thing I've ever heard in my life. So we went ahead and we did the G.I. Bro, but I think when we knew we wanted to go to that next level with Booker, it had to be Booker, and it couldn't be.
I think it was great. I think he was. Anytime the boys can go back and give to one of the boys that passed away, I think it's a good deed. Definitely. And I'm sure that match you're talking about, Chris Benoit and Steven Regal, those are one of the two best technical wrestlers in the business. And you can just imagine what type of psychology that they threw up in that ring for the fans to be able to try and follow. So I'm pretty sure it was a good match.
So naturally you agree with the choice to bring Regal on board?
Well, again, Regal, he's got the tools as far as, I don't knock his wrestling and so forth. But he does have a lot of good friends that are in the powers that be. So, I didn't say.
Man.
Part of the reason he was released from WCW was because he had a reputation for being careless with himself and was susceptible to concussions. Was he careless and prone to concussions, or was this just a bad rep that...
He was prone to concussions, definitely. I mean, I was prone to concussions. I had to be very careful.
But because of his carelessness? When we say prone to concussions, because the chances he was taking...
I don't know if it was his carelessness, but maybe after you have a certain amount, it's that much easier. And I mean, you do anything to me. I mean, you punch me in the jaw the right way, you knock me out. But I got to a point where I recognized it, and if you watch a lot of my matches, there's a lot of things I won't do. I mean, I'll straight up tell you, I can't. So I learned to protect myself and say, hey, I got a lot of strengths, a lot of weaknesses. Let's exploit the strengths and hide the weaknesses. And I don't think he knew how to express that.
What in your arsenal or in your matches could have been eliminated to prevent a lot of the concussions?
For me?
For you.
Just anything like kablam, like that. You know how Bob Holly did that Alabama Slam?
Yeah.
Always. I'd always tell him, even when I was in WWE in 2002, I worked with him a lot. I'm like, you can't, Bob. I said, not to disrespect you, because he was a heavy hitter over there. I was like, we got along. I was like, if I take that, I might not get up. And he's like, I don't want to hurt you. And I'm like, all right, so let's work around it.
All right.
I just let people know, Because I could do a million other things that look probably better than that and make you look better than that. So Excuse me.
Concussions in general in sports, NFL, we're hearing a lot about it now too, have kind of come to the forefront and maybe the cause of some other problems that kind of spiral off of that. Working the style you guys were working, is there anything that could have avoided it? I mean, it was a necessary, not a necessary, but
No, it was.
an evil.
It was, but
evil.
I don't want to say this to ruin the mystique, but I think with time, ECW gets the reputation of being more barbaric than it was. I don't remember being all that hurt. I can guarantee you that WWE works a more physical style today than we did.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I did get to work with Tommy Dreamer, who worked light, Jerry Lynn, who worked light, and a lot of my other opponents who worked light.
But you're doing a lot of stuff outside the
Sure.
ring.
Yeah.
A lot of variables.
Magic.
Climbing on tables.
All stuff we were comfortable with. We all have specialties. We all, like I said, we hide our strengths, or we exploit our strengths, hide our weaknesses. I would go do 5 years of ECW right now the way we did it before than 5 years of WWE right now. I can guarantee you they hit it.
Were you and Eric on the same page with Bill Goldberg and the direction that he would head?
On the surface, yes. Do I know if Eric really, heart and soul, believed that? No. But face to face, creatively, yes.
Do you think Bill was the guy that would turn the company around?
No. We were done. It wasn't. For us to get the rating back consistently to a 3.5 or a 4 would have taken at least a year of consistent booking. It was not going to be dependent on Bill Goldberg whatsoever. It was really a year of consistent storytelling and building. That was the only way that it was going to happen, and obviously we didn't have it.
Harder. It's just frustrations, you know, just typical frustrations, and Paul handling it. I think he saw the writing on the wall with that company, and I just think he was going to punk them and kind of embarrass them and kind of show them, hey, you know, this is what it is, before they could do anything to him. Paint them out to be the bad guy. I was there where I didn't look, but it was embarrassing, yeah.
Sandman's in really bad shape. First of all, I mean, I'm sure there's a scale between a guy who's having a good time and can go out and work, and a guy who's having a good time and can't go out and work. Sandman's scale, different than everybody else's?
Yeah, yeah.
So who would have noticed that he wasn't prepared to go out working? Because most nights he was.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Whose responsibility is it ultimately when the guys would go out? Would Paulie get the last look before you went through the curtain? No.
No.
There's no
Bruce
Bruce Pritchard sitting in gorilla position every
policing.
night.
No.
No.
The inmates ran the asylum a lot of times, you know.
Now, what about Tommy's role as kind of an agent? He was the one that was most visibly upset, I think, at what was going on.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Tommy was Paul's main man. And towards the end, Paul wasn't there at all. You know, he was out negotiating or doing whatever other bullshit stuff he said he was doing. You know, not to deal with, paychecks not being there or whatever. But, yeah, Dreamer handled most of it.
Does he kind of become labeled as office by you guys?
Oh, he always was.
But I mean, in a negative
not
connotation.
in a negative. Everybody loved Tommy. Yeah, they still do. I'm Tommy. I love Tommy. You know, without him, I wouldn't have had a career.
When Sandman eventually sobers up and watches the match and realizes what happened, what do you think his reaction?
Oh, I mean, I know he thinks he's, you know, disgusted. You know, absolutely.
You may know that this is a sinking ship, but is anyone kidding themselves around you that this
not that it's a sinking ship, that it's going to be sold. It's not going to be the same. This company is going to be sold, and what the future lied, what lied in the future was up in the air for everybody. Everybody knew that. Everybody knew that.
Was it a cautionary tale to say it was going to be sold, or was it, maybe it'll be sold to somebody who can pump the money?
The number one quality or trait of a wrestler is paranoid. So you give them this information with their paranoia, there was no positive spin to it.
Do you remember any other potential buyers that you were hearing about? Just the chatter, the locker room chatter?
I was so disgusted at the time that, like, I was one, I'll be honest with you, I was one of those people, I could have cared less. I mean, at that point, I was so disconnected with the product and what was going on. I was having problems with Eric. I was having problems with Goldberg. Hogan always hated me. I was so miserable. I could have cared less if somebody would have hit the locker room with a nuclear bomb. I probably would have been happy.
Are you going through a personal depression at this time?
No question about it. The worst depression in my life. No doubt about it.
No, you weren't a drinker or
never,
a pillhead or anything.
Never.
So what are you doing to deal with it? You just miserable?
Miserable. Absolutely miserable. I mean, literally a blackness. There's no light. Just the lowest of lows I've ever experienced in my life.
Who are you? Is anyone your confidant there who you were able to, a friend, someone that you could turn to while you went through this? Were you truly alone?
I just want to be left alone. I literally wanted to be left alone. And I mean, I had no confidence. I didn't deal with anybody. I wanted it to end. I mean, and it was like, I didn't care how it ended. Whatever the ending was, I wanted it. I wanted the end to come. That's really all I cared about.
From within, you're feeling this. Are you reading the internet? Are you reading dirt sheets? Are you tuned into the criticisms or praise that you're getting externally?
I learned from Vince a couple of things. I mean, I learned from Vince to never, ever, 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 ever read the internet, because that's not our audience. That's a very small portion of our audience. And I really, really learned never to look at the internet again when Dave Meltzer watched the segment, the highest rated segment in the history of professional wrestling, Rock, This Is Your Life, with Mick. And basically his quote was, "I will never watch another wrestling show again." Okay? That told me that was the icing on the cake. I will never, ever look at this internet again. So basically at that point, WWF, WCW, I never looked at the internet at all.
Did Brian Alvarez reach out to you at all when he was writing his book?
Never.
To try to get an interview, try to get your side of a story?
Never. Eric didn't want to do it. I mean, he really, in his heart and soul, he really didn't want to do it. But again, I mean, that was from me. I mean, that came from me. And again, that's ratings. I mean, I'm sorry, Terry Funk and Eric Bischoff in the hardcore, people would watch that tomorrow. I mean, I'm sorry, they would. So that really came from me, and I knew that, like, Eric really didn't want to do it, but he did it. But again, it's like, it's just one of those things, and it's not an Eric issue. It's the nature of the beast. It's like, is he doing this so he can hold it against me down the line? I mean, it's so sick that you got to start looking at things that way because you don't trust anybody around you. You know you're being stabbed in the back from every direction. And I mean, if my wife was a part of the company, then I wouldn't have trusted her. And I mean, and it's really sad, but I will say, I know Eric didn't want to do it. Didn't tell me he didn't want to do it, but I knew he didn't want to do it. And he went out and he did it.
What do you do? Where do you guys hire these people from?
Yeah, just the world of business. I don't know if Stu had any wrestling. Yeah, there's only one Stu I ever remember being referred to in professional wrestling.
The Hart family. That's the only Stu I.
Can I tell you what pisses me off? Let me stop you right there. Because this is like really, this is just the epitome of the wrestling business, okay? Being a total mark for legends in this business, okay? In my wildest imagination, okay, I would have never went to Ric Flair and suggest that I shave his head. Never in my wildest, most demented, twisted David Arquette champion mind would I go to this man and say, hey, I got this idea. I'm going to shave your head, okay?
But why not?
Never.
You're writing
Because
TV.
It doesn't matter. It's Ric Flair. It's Ric Flair. You don't handle Ric Flair like you would handle any other wrestler. You just wouldn't, okay?
You get a rating.
Yes, but I would not do that out of respect. I would not do that. Ric Flair came to me with the idea, and I was literally like, you got to be freaking kidding me. I tried talking Ric Flair out of it because I was like, no, you got to be. He insisted, okay, insisted that we do it, okay? So we did it, okay? Somehow or another, in his book, that was my idea. It was all my idea, and I let that mark shave my head. That's the stuff about the business that I freaking hate, and am so happy I am no longer a part of, because the deceit and the lying and the dishonesty and the not taking responsibility and not being a stand-up human being. I was so sick of that crap in that world, and I mean, I'm so happy to no longer be a part of it, because things don't work that way out here in the real world. They really don't. But inside that bubble, it's polluted with all kinds of crap like that. And I mean, and again, that was just another thing with Rick that like I really took personally, because I tried to talk you out of it. It was your idea. I had nothing to do with it. And then I got to turn around and I got to read this crap.
In deference to Flair, maybe it was the co-writer of Rick's book.
Whoever it was, his name's on the book.
I know. I want to talk to you about wrestling Ric Flair. You're a wrestler, you're in the ring. What's it like? But you're in the shadow of Harley Race and Jack Briscoe and Dory and Terry, and you're in the ring with Ric Flair.
All I cared about, okay, was my only concern was, I do not want to make this man look bad. I will kill myself. I will die before I make Ric Flair look bad. That was all I cared about. That's all that mattered to me. I did not want to make him look bad.
Talk about the chops.
Oh, God. They hurt.
Are they everything we might imagine them to be?
Yes, they are. Yes. I mean, you could tell at a point, looking back at their match, I mean, you just look at my face. And I'm just like, will you stop already? I mean, enough. I mean, seriously. I mean, look at me in the match. And can I tell you something? And that's why, like, I really take things personally, like with the workers in the ring, when, like, it looks so freaking fake because like they can't hit each other. I would have let Ric Flair literally cut my chest open with his hand because I knew how it would have looked. That's not going to kill me. I mean, his chops ain't going to kill me. It's going to hurt like hell, but it ain't going to kill me. And then when wrestlers go in the ring and are doing these spots that look so fake and so phony, and they can't lay it in and hit each other, that to me is a big part of this business in this day and age. Because, I mean, if you want people to believe it, then you need to make it look as real as freaking possible. And if a guy's going to do something to you that's not going to kill you, then let him do it.
You do this around the loop a little bit. There's a series of matches with you and Rick. How did you do?
Was there a series? Well, that was
the tag.
Yeah. I mean, it was okay because at that point it was really Rick and his son. It was really Rick and David. But that one match, at Phillips Arena. I mean, I just didn't want to make him look bad.
What feedback did you get from Rick afterwards? Anything?
I got a concussion in that match. I mean, I really, and it was like the simplest thing in the world. It was like one of his Russian leg sweeps, and I didn't duck my chin, and I got a concussion, and I knew throughout the whole match that something was wrong because I wasn't there. And again, I know something's wrong. I do not want to make this man look bad, and I mean, I had a concussion, and I'm getting through this thing, but I can tell you, the minute it was over and I went in the back, I mean, I was like just out of it. I mean, I wouldn't even remember what he said to me because something was really off, okay? I'll never forget it as long as I live. We had a TV taping the next day. If you remember, that TV taping I brought in a whole bus of geriatric people for Flair's birthday celebration, and I wound up in the cake. That was the following day. But my point is, that was at Phillips Arena. I was living in Atlanta, so I went home that night, okay? I'll never forget, I went to bed that night with the television on. I woke up the next morning, and literally, the TV was here and the picture was here. I could not line the two up, okay? I had to crawl my way upstairs, okay? I mean, so like now I knew I had a problem, okay? I had to drive to the show the next day. I had a full-blown concussion. Went to the show the next day. I don't know how I got through it, but I got through it, okay? I was having terrible bouts of vertigo, okay? Keep in mind, okay, the rumors start coming in, they're selling the company, this, that, and the other thing. I'm dealing with this vertigo. I'm like, I'm going to every freaking head specialist I possibly can to get out of going to work, okay? Because I'm not, let them sell the company. I'm not putting my body on the line or anything anymore. They're selling, screw it. So basically, thank God I had a concussion. I went to specialists. They said I had a concussion. They said he's got to, stay at home and take it easy. So for a while there, I was working on the shows a little, but not going to the shows, okay? In the meantime, what was really starting to piss me off is Eric was starting to criticize everything on the show after the fact. So in other words, when I'm working on the show and I'm giving him the show and he's looking at the show, everything's cool, but now, I'm getting the Tuesday morning quarterback. So I remember one thing, I was trying to bring, I knew UFC was growing at the time. I was trying to bring a little UFC flavor to WCW. We were going to create something for Scott Steiner to fight in. Okay? So we all agreed on it. This, that, and the other thing, we did it. The next day, Eric called me and he's criticizing it after he agreed to it. okay? I'll never forget, remember, taking that phone. I took a phone, and I flinged it across the room because, like, I had enough of this crap, right? So now Brad Siegel gets involved because now it's starting to get like this, okay? So now Brad Siegel has Eric and I go out to California to meet with him, okay? And I basically said, it was almost like the Kevin Sullivan, J.J. Dillon thing. I was like, Eric, I was like, Brad, he wants to write the show. Let him write the show. I don't freaking care. Let him write the show, okay? Eric's right there. This is face to face now. Let him write the show. I don't care. I'm not doing this no more. No, Vince, basically.
This is Eric saying no, Vince?
No, this is Brad. No, you're the head writer, But basically, he kind of backed Eric off there a little bit. Okay, kind of backed Eric off. Well, guess what? The next time Eric and I are working together is the Bash at the Beach. That's the first time I see Eric after the Brad Siegel meeting. Okay? Now, also keep in mind, a lot of this is an untold story. I've got the concussion. I've got the concussion syndrome like an idiot, okay? I'm still putting myself in the ring because why I'm still trying to make this happen, I don't know. Probably just my own pride, for me. There were probably 3 incidents where, like, it was known I had a concussion, everybody knew I had a concussion, and there was probably 3 occasions where cheap shots were taken directly at my head. And every time I got hit in the head, like I was out of it. So
Who are you in the ring?
I don't want to say because they would never admit to it, but it was kind of like trying to teach me a lesson. And okay, I got it, but you could have really screwed me up.
You talked about Chris as a person. What about working with him in the ring?
Fantastic. Chris will bring the best out of you. Every night that Chris goes in there, you can bet your ass he's bringing 110%. Now, I'm going to go back to the writers. Why did they ever give me, I'm 450 pounds, Intercontinental Champion? I mean, I appreciate you guys thinking about it, but giving a 450 guy, 50-pound guy, Intercontinental Champion, that's real smart writing. Very smart. You're an idiot. They should have fired you guys in the first place. I'm glad they did.
Well, this would be good trivia. Was he the heaviest Intercontinental Champion ever?
Yeah.
You have to find out. You may hold that distinction.
Go to your polls there. We're going to put one up on Kayfabe.
When were you told that you were going to win the title?
That day.
Oh, really?
That day. I got there and working against Chris Benoit, come up with something where we're going to do something where you slide over. Not give you your finish, but slide over.
They wouldn't even give you the...
Exactly.
They wouldn't even
if
give
you're
it
going
to
to put me over. Don't, you know what I mean? Don't try to, sugarcoat stuff for me.
The old banana peel.
Right.
Who approached you with the idea? Do you remember?
If I'm not mistaken, it was Tony Gurria. So I knew it wasn't an important match. They usually give Tony like the real Doink the Clown type of matches for him to finish it. So.
Who got the important finishes to give out?
Oh, that would be Pat Patterson.
Yeah. Okay.
Johnny Ace. I don't know how the hell he got that job, but asshole.
You care to expand?
You're an asshole. Yeah.
What's the source of the heat with Johnny?
What? It's not like having somebody. I don't know, Johnny. You tell me what type of heat I got with you. It's nothing like talking to somebody and they're not honest with you. When I got released, it was a combination of both deals. Number one was I was out on my ankle. Ankle was hurt, and then I called back that my release was done from the doctor, and he gives me some bullshit excuse that the company is deciding not to bring you back. Oh, really? Oh, well, how about you tell Vince that I want to have a meeting with Vince, if I'm going to have anybody release me from the company, I damn sure don't want you to do it. You know, and it's been one of those deals that to this day, it's like, you know, he gave me a bullshit story that it was, they didn't have, the writers didn't have nothing for you. That's what the exact words. So America, if you miss Rikishi, that's the reason why. Call Johnny Ace and tell him that, you know. So, to this day, if I ever catch your ass on the road, on the outlaw scene, you can bet not only one Samoan, my whole crew coming after you.
Well, I think it was actually Tony Atlas again who said, when he was talking about Samoans, fighting a national pastime, I think was the exact quote. That was a little bit of practically step and fetch it, black accent.
We got a rep of taking care of you, but we also got a rep of not crossing us.
Yeah. Well, it's been told a million times. Your uncles would say, stop the car and get out and beat the shit out of each other on the side of the road for 20 minutes, and they get back in the car, or whoever was in the car, and keep driving.
That son of a bitch, Johnny Ace, must be happy. I don't think he knows what it feels like to take food off of your family's table. You know, all of a sudden you have everything good going for you, and out of nowhere you have somebody call you and just say that, you know, we're taking your job away. For what? I can understand if I failed a drug test or got busted on the news and did something to jeopardize the company.
Yeah.
But it was nothing, you know. And for that to be able to come home and, you know, see my kids, like, you know, you come home and you face your kids and you tell your kids, hey, this is the deal. So, to this day, if I would like for him to kind of call it out, call me out, and kind of tell me about face what the real deal is.
Well, I mean, there are people that have been there longer than you that certainly weren't as older as you, who had long-term employments there, who, you know, for seemingly no explanation, like we talked about before, who keep their jobs.
Right.
But maybe in the defense of Mr. Laurinaitis, the decision could have probably come from someone else and just given to him to make the phone call, or is he head of the talent relations who was making the call?
Again, these are guys that you seen in the business before we got there. So I would think as a friendship, you know what I mean, you would say, hey, this is the real deal. Just, hey, we both men, we're grown adults. You know, just tell me straight up. Don't say, hey, this is the deal, and give me some bullshit excuse that the writers had nothing. They don't know what to do with you. Are you kidding me? Fire them and get somebody else. But to call me and tell me some bullshit excuse, like, you know, that's
what do you think the reason was? What do you think the real reason could have been?
You know, to this day, I think that the character Rikishi came at a time, it was good, but it was also a time to where either somebody had to be either nervous about the character. This character wasn't meant to get over, but it wasn't me that got the character. It was the people. They're the one they like what they see, they bought it, so they helped support the character. I was just the person to be able to bring that character alive. And the business part of it was just, you know, again, maybe I wasn't written inside the storylines, in the crew. I wasn't supposed to get over. But when you get over and you're not supposed to get over, well, they got to do something to get rid of you. 'Cause that's just the part of wrestling that's pretty messed up, you know.
Getting back to the title run, though, from Chris, the title you won from Chris, was this your first major singles title?
Yeah.
How did you feel about it when they told you?
Well, I thought it was, you know, working with Chris, I was happy about it working with Chris. But again, I'm an old school cat. You know, I was a young guy with learning all the psychologies from the older cat. It didn't make sense to me. Why would you give a 450-pound guy, you know? And to me, I was just, you know, upset about. But hey, you just play ball. Thank you for the recognition. I'm sure that this belt is just going to be here like a pit stop, because until somebody else comes through that sees fit to fit this belt here. So, you know, again, you know, it's just one of those deals where they just had to write something for TV at that time. And then I was going to go celebrate about.
What are your thoughts on the tournament and wrestling multiple times in one night?
Well, tiring. I was happy to be a part of, be involved in that whole night. Again, it was one of those deals where the character was put himself there as far as being over. And, we at that night, I thought I was going to go over, working against Kurt. I thought they were going to, throw in a twist in there somewhere at the end, because that's what they usually do. When you get there for TV, they won't tell you to finish till you get there. And of course, when it went Kurt's way, I was kind of disappointed.
Yeah.
Because fuck, why do you work me like a fucking horse and then don't give me the payoff? So it was one of those deals again that, recognition was good for me, but as far as overall, I would just rather not be a part of that last end.
Of the three guys you faced that night, Kurt, Chris Benoit, and Val Venus, who do you think you had the best chemistry in ring with?
Chris Benoit. Because we kind of, we worked a lot many a times, and I kind of, this is before WWE. And of course, Chris's work never changes. It's just that aggressiveness and the snug, Kurt was kind of the next. Well, we kind of took off together, And finally, when I started learning how to take those damn suplexes he likes doing, which I'm not the type of guy that likes taking that, but where Kurt sometimes he gets the damn adrenaline going and he just pumps you on your head without even knowing. So. Why is that they always have that? Isn't that why they hired a roster? To go out there and perform? I mean, why is it that they have to put agents in there to kind of relive their, whatever that is, that era that they're...
What do you think, dog? Come on.
Oof, oof.
Probably don't have to pay those guys as much to be on the card because they're on the payroll as you do the independent contractors, right?
Yeah.
Thinking like a business owner now, aren't I?
Right.
What was your reaction when you heard that you'd be treated to Pat Patterson in an evening gown on television that night?
Was that the night that he gave, either I gave him the stink face or he gave me the stink face? I think it was one of those nights. If I'm not mistaken, that was the match where he actually pulls his underwear off and he's got like a shit stain on there. It's supposed to be a shit stain that rubs it in my face, right? And then I think I came back during the match and I got him with the stink face.
I think I remember Nick Bockwinkel and Harley Race did that angle back in 1972.
So Pat, get your own angles. Yeah.
Kidding, of course. And any good? What was your personal rapport with Patterson?
I didn't want to
Briscoe?
stick my butt in Pat's face.
No.
I definitely.
He'd had enough in there that day.
I'm pretty sure he had enough butts. When it was a night off again, working with Pat. I mean.
Did you get along with him though, out of the ring?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we got along, but it wasn't nothing like you're my buddy.
Right.
You know what I mean? There's always that distance, like
With office guys.
With office guys. Plus, he knew my uncle. So.
What about Jerry Briscoe? Same way.
Jerry Briscoe the same way. I mean, we got along, but it's just that distance, Of course, at the time when you're somewhat of one of the top guys, you know what I mean? You kind of get treated different. And I know that because I was on the bottom, the top, the middle, you name it. My career was there, and I kind of learned that, how different guys are being treated in a locker room. You know what I mean? So for those of you guys on the bottom, don't worry, you'll work your way up.
As a wrestling fan, the history of that show, that slot, that TBS from the studio on 6:05 on Saturday night, the memories of it growing up?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Absolutely. Again, growing up on the East Coast here with WWE guys, but of course I remember, discovering, TBS and. It was a whole different brand of wrestling. I mean, I remember as a kid, man, going down to Florida and seeing a match between Dusty and King Curtis. And it's what I was just telling you. I had never to this day, I have never seen anything so violent in my freaking life, where like I was afraid when I was there. It was like that violent and that, holy crap. And, again, it was a different brand of wrestling, but, just some absolute great characters over the years.
Did you know why they decided to lose the Saturday night program? Was it just too much wrestling on TV, or did they want to free up the spot?
I don't know. I mean, I didn't get involved with it.
The birth of the right to censor angle may have been an outgrowth of Vince trying to clean up TV a little bit, because there was some heat for all the TNA and the language and the Steve Austin stuff beforehand. Now, the Godfather, who had one of the most over gimmick, as far as the gimmick guys go, at the time, is now reduced to having to do this good father thing. What was his opinion of all that?
Me personally, I don't think he liked it. His character was something unique, something different, something real. Because that's every bit of Charles, right? Right now, he actually owns the Cheetahs clubs in Las Vegas. For those you guys want to really go see him, go out there. But anyhow, he was one of those characters. Again, the fans bought it. It's like your common guy, your regular guy. They kind of didn't see him like being a gimmick, and he got over so quick. And out of nowhere, this guy was pulled out from underneath the rug was pulled out from underneath him, and the next thing you know, it was one of those deals where they wanted him to change his character and so forth. And again, it's just for whatever reason, be it the writers, be it whatever, it just made no sense for us when they switched him up on him. So,
What did you think of Stevie Richards at the time?
I think Stevie Richards does whatever Stevie Richards has to do. You know what I mean? Stevie Richards is Stevie. He pretty much a yes man. Yeah.
Ivory?
That's my girl. Ivory is one tough bitch. She's one of those girls that stand up for what she believes in and to speak her mind, and that's why she's not here no more. But, she left with her respect, right? Mm-hmm. That's how all you divas should be, just like that. You should be pretty like Ivory and Trish Stratus, work like Trish Stratus and Ivory, and be tough like that. Believe in that you're not just a pretty face.
Now, the hoes, that's not me, it's the Vince language. They were called the hoes. The women that Charles would come out with. Local strippers, yes?
Yes.
Who was in charge of casting?
I would have liked, whose job was that?
Yeah,
I would have liked to have
who had to
that
do the
job.
circuit to cast?
Well, they pretty much go out there and pick them up, and I know that every time Charles would have, he'd say, most of the guys would ask him, let us know when the girls are going to be here. That was like our little part-time show. Everybody want to go check out the girls, see what's running, and we come back, number one was good, number two was so-so. Mm-hmm. So he would kind of pick out which ones that he would want to take out there on stage.
So a bunch of them would come, and then he would select.
Pick them out.
I see.
He would
a lot of
pick 'em
power
out.
put in his hands. I'm sure it was a very professional relationship. Bunch of wrestlers on the road with the strippers. I'm sure you did your jobs, and everyone got dressed and went home.
Treat them like sisters.
That's it.
Treat them like sisters.
Were they kayfabe at all, or they were all part of it? They knew the show.
No, they pretty much do the show.
Okay.
They were just excited to be backstage and just seeing everybody back there, and being a part of the show. So, thus they would be able to get their little 2 minutes of fame out there.
Any good host story? Are you married?
Yeah.
Okay. July 4th, 2000. What's that?
There's good host stories though.
Okay, you care to share anything that you're not involved in?
I didn't say that, honey.
Any that you weren't a part of?
Let me see. No, well, there is a real whole story. Now, I mean it in all respect. What's her name? Victoria. One night, Victoria came back, and this is another diva now. She came back and says that, I like it out there. I like the energy out there, but I just don't want to be a girl that just walks out there. how can I do something where I can go wrestle? Well, we come back and actually the office of Jim Ross was open and I was looking at him. I says, you really want to train? She says, yeah, I really want to be a wrestler. I just don't want to be a pretty face walking out there. See that door out there? She says, yeah. I says, go walk in there and tell them the same story you just told me. So this girl walks right in there and she came back about 10 minutes later. Came back and jumped up and hugged me and says, Kishi, thank you. I said, what? So they're going to send me to the developmental deal so I can learn how to wrestle. Till this day now, Victoria, after Trish Stratus and Ivory has passed on, Victoria now is one of the best, toughest female wrestlers right now that knows the skill and knows the craft and are professional as far as in the ring.
But she was brought in as part of the whole train.
As part of the whole train.
Oh, wow.
As part of, if I'm not mistaken, it was Cleveland, Ohio.
Wow.
This arena.
She just retired. She just retired. Okay.
Oh, she did?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I want to send a shout out to Victoria. That it was good, good that how your career went. And I'm glad that you went in there and walked through the office and told me you want to be a wrestler because you're damn good.
Disgusted.
When you're sent to do something like this and you know it's coming, is your discussion beforehand with one of the ladies any different than it would have been with Tommy or Taz or anybody?
No.
No.
Not at all, no. I just, you know, don't worry, sweetheart. I ain't gonna kill you.
Right.
You know, that's all.
Is the swing any different in any way?
No. But the swing wasn't that bad with the other guys either.
Right.
I mean, I'm one of the lightest guys to work with in the business, and you know, I don't think those guys, you know, had ever complained about anything I've done. So no, I mean.
Okay. It's reported that Francine is getting some heat for being difficult to work with, getting a big head. Are these accurate assessments of what's going on at the time?
Very.
Why?
I don't know. She's been there a long time. Feels like, you know, she should be higher up. And she was dating Dreamer, and Dreamer was a top guy. So she had that, you know, the first lady to Tommy Dreamer, and she felt that she deserved, you know, whatever recognition or respect that was due to her.
Did others feel that she did as well, or?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Yeah, that was a hot angle. What happened to it?
So someone walks in and says to you, "You're dropping the strap." What's the exchange there?
Well, it wasn't nothing new to me. Yeah. All I know that, you know what, I've learned the game so much that I knew when it got my time to be 10 minutes in the ring, that's 10 minutes you're not going to take away from me.
Right.
You know, so no matter what they did as far as, that was one angle. Now these were kind of Val Venus. He wasn't really up there in the card, but he put him with somebody that was skyrocketing fast. So what did they do, marketing-wise? Have this guy here work, this guy kind of bring him up to that level.
Elevate, yeah.
Then turn around, and if this guy decides to move out, okay, we got this Val Venus now. And it ended up coming, you know, we were doing good as far as angle-wise, storylines and so forth. We had a cage match, and this is when I think I did my first splash Jimmy Snuka off the cage, and I'll never do that shit again.
We will get to that. Hold that.
But,
it was obvious enough that it drew boos from the crowd.
Yeah.
Tell me about the match and why is he difficult to work with?
He wasn't difficult to work with.
Okay. What was the pinfall about then, at least?
I don't know. I think he just knocked me out with the kick. And I don't know. I just felt like, you know, I don't know. I don't know if he was trying to prove something or if he got excited.
Well, you realized it at the time. You must have felt stiffen up when you...
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I mean, it happened so fast. You know, all I know is I was loopy. Maybe I didn't get out in time, but you know, it's just one of those things. I mean, I know I got hot about it afterwards.
Well, he takes the "That's Incredible" and his pin stands up right away, not selling the finish at all. Do you talk to him afterwards?
I don't know. I went backstage throwing shit. I did the Shawn Michaels hissy fit, throwing shit at chairs and things at TV monitors and yelling at Paul, saying, "Fuck this! I don't need this. I'm out of here." Just trying to be Shawn, and yeah. And Paul was begging me not to leave and stuff like that. It was kind of fun.
But
I just felt disrespected. I felt, you know, and I actually like the guy. We get along. I've seen him many times.
But did you talk to him immediately after that match?
No. I don't know what happened. I still don't know what happened. Okay. He doesn't speak English. They all do that. I don't speak English gimmick.
The relationship between Paul and Scott, how bad did it get between them toward the end?
Oh, they just couldn't stand each other. You know, Paul didn't like him, and Scott didn't like Paul.
And was it verbal, or they just kept their distance?
Kept their distance.
In the locker room?
Yeah.
What's the locker room reaction when you find out he's leaving again and going to the WWF? Are guys generally proud
mostly
of that? That like, one of our own.
Yeah. I mean, I was. I mean, you know, I don't think very many are to hold a grudge.
Or get jealous.
Yeah, it's not the kind of people we were there.
Right.
You know, so. No.
ECW very unique in that way that it was a fraternity because you were the architects of it. You wouldn't see that in other companies.
No, it was very unique. That's why everybody always talks about it so highly and so revered, is because it was so different. I mean, it was, you know, it was the most, for being a creative person, it was probably the most ideal working environment anyone could have. Mm-hmm. You know, it was a perfect storm of opportunity and creativity and just being allowed to do it.
Were you happy to see Brian back?
I was happy to see Brian back, yeah.
What about Jasmine? Happy to see her back?
You know, neither here nor there, you know. I'm a pretty easy guy, man. I don't care as long as it doesn't rock my world. You know, I didn't care. I could tell she wasn't good for him, but
I'm sure others who were more passionate about that probably shared that with him.
Yeah.
What about the new gimmick? Did he get a bit of an ego in real life too? He's with the porn star. He's dropped the weight. He's looking good.
A little bit.
Came back a little different than he left.
A little bit, yeah. Yeah, that didn't last too long, though. It didn't last too long.
Well, let's begin with the idea of Booker becoming the champion. Okay, we had a creative meeting, and it was a full house that day. There was probably 8 to 10 people. Okay, and I remember, sitting there saying, if we would put the belt on anybody in the company, who would it be? Okay, unanimous around the table, Booker T, which really pissed me off because, again, the frivolous lawsuits, did I say that word right? Frivolous lawsuits. Well, the reason we put the belt on a black guy was because of the law. Everyone in that room, and I'm sitting there and I'm head of creative, and I'm like, then it's Booker T. What are we doing? It's Booker T. Okay? So now I write the pay-per-view. Okay? Johnny Ace, okay, I think Hogan had a match with, did he have a match with Steiner, or he had some kind of a match Jeff, I don't remember what the setup was, okay? But I remember that I think Jeff was the champion, but Jeff was having a match with Hogan first before. I don't remember what the setup was. But anyway, I remember Hulk had a match, and he had a match against Jeff, and I knew in my mind Hogan was going to want to win the belt, okay? And I knew in my mind, everybody in that room agreed that Booker is going to be the champion. Booker is going to be the champion, okay? And my philosophy was, I don't care if Hulk Hogan looks like King Kong. I don't care if he puts Jeff in the hospital. I don't care if Steiner does a run and he puts Scott in the hospital. I don't care. All I care about is he's not leaving with the belt. That's all I care about. Whatever he's got to do, he can, we'll send 50 people out for him to kill. He's not leaving with the belt, okay? So now I write the script. Johnny Ace has to present it to Hogan, okay? Johnny Ace presents it to Hogan. Johnny Ace reports back to me, Hogan hates it. Okay, no problem. I say to myself, you're not winning the belt. So now I doubled the chaos. I mean, he was King Kong. He was going to slay the world, okay? Johnny Ace presents it to him. I get a call back from Johnny Ace. Hogan read the script. He's good with it. We're good to go. This is Friday. It's pay-per-view Sunday. We're good to go. Okay, no problem. Everybody's happy. They have their match. Hulk kills everybody. We get to the end of Jarrett Booker, okay? Walk into the pay-per-view that day, okay? A couple of hours pass, okay? Eric comes up to me, Vince, you've got to go in the trailer and talk to Hogan. He's not going to do the match. And I'm like, wait, 2 days ago, I got a call from Johnny Ace that he agreed to do this match. What are you talking about? He's not going to do the match. Now, what I found out later through depositions and whatnot is very late on Friday, okay, Hogan's attorney sent a fax to the office, because remember, Hulk had control, creative control, sent a fax to the office after hours that Hogan wasn't going to do the match. So that fax comes into the office. Nobody's at the office to get the fax. So it was sent after hours. So now I'm like, what are you talking about? So now I've got to go into the trailer and talk to Hogan, and I get the old, this doesn't work for me, brother. Okay? So I'm like, okay, Hulk, what works for you? Okay? So his exact words to me were, well, brother, if this is real, if this were really real, this, that, and the other thing would happen, and again, he leaves with he'd win the belt. Now, keep in mind, while he's pitching me, in my mind, I'm saying, you're not leaving with the belt, more than anything because of Booker. Booker. Everybody said Booker deserves his belt. Booker is leaving the building tonight with the belt. That's not changing, okay? So while he's pitching me his idea, I'm thinking on my feet, because I know I've got to counteract this. I've got to get him in that ring, but he can't win this belt, okay? So I said, so I used his words back on him. I said, if this were real, you want to know how this thing would really work? And he goes, how? And I said, I'll tell you how this would really work. I come into your trailer, you tell me that, you're not going to do the job for Jeff Jarrett, and you want to go over in the match and you want to win the belt, okay? From the trailer, if this were real, Hulk, now this is what would happen. I would go to Jeff and I would say, Jeff, I'm sorry. He doesn't want to do the job for you. We have to put him over. I said, Jeff Jarrett is going to be pissed. Jeff Jarrett is going to cut a promo. Jeff Jarrett's going to be inspired. So I said, and you know what I would do, Hulk? I would say, you know what, Jeff? You're right. Screw him. I said, lay down in the middle of the ring. Let him freaking cover you. 1, 2, 3. Let's stick it up his backside. Let him win the belt that way. I said, That's what would really happen, bro. If you want to know, what's real, brother, that's real. I swear to you, while I'm laying this out to him, his eyes are getting wider and wider, like, oh, that's good, that's good, that's good, okay? So now here's the kicker. I say to him, Hulk, we do the thing with Jeff, okay? I said, now you and Eric have to leave the building in a huff, cutting a promo on me to all the boys in the back. That son of a bitch. You have to leave the building because I have to go back out to the ring later on, okay, and cut a scathing promo on you. If you're in the building, you'd come out and kill me. So as a shoot, you guys got to leave. I'd cut a scathing promo on you, telling you, screw you, take your belt, go home, the whole 9 yards, and booking the match with Jeff and Booker for the title. Hogan looks at me and he goes, yeah, brother. He goes, then I'd have one title and Booker would have the other title, and then we could do something with that. And I basically said, well, yeah, we can figure that out because I just want to make tonight happen. I'm not.
Of course.
I don't. We could figure that out.
Eric, I'll get back to you.
Yeah. No. Well, I wasn't going to do that though. Really, I wanted to fix tonight, and then I could worry about what we were going to do. We agree to do that. Okay. We agree to do that. I go out just as planned. I tell Jeff, bro, he don't want to do the job for you. Okay, Jeff. I never seen Jeff so mad in my freaking life, okay? Jeff doesn't know it's a work.
Right. Oh, wow.
He doesn't know. He's pissed. Jeff goes out there believing I'm laying down for... He thinks this is a shoot. So basically, Jeff goes out there, does it, okay? Hogan and Bischoff leave, okay? I'll never forget, man. I go in the back, and there's Jimmy Hart. I'm playing this up. Jimmy, what did you want me to do, huh? He didn't want to do a job. Your boy, I'm playing this up. What you want me to do, Jimmy? What am I supposed to do, right? Sure enough, I go back, I cut the promo, rebook the match between Jeff and Booker. Booker leaves with the belt, okay? From what I'm thinking, we're all on the same page, okay? Now, after the match, okay, I'm getting all the comments of what everybody is saying on the internet. Okay? They bought into the angle, hook, line, and sinker. Russo finally put Hogan in his place. They bought this freaking thing, hook, line, and sinker. Okay? Now, here's where I made a mistake. Okay? When Hulk said to me, yeah, then I'll have a belt, Booker will have a belt, I said, yeah, we can discuss that later. I said to Hulk, I'll call you tomorrow. Okay? We had a show the next day. Okay? We because we had, Nitro and then Thunder. We had a show the next day. I didn't call Hulk the next day. Now, Hulk's sitting at home reading all this crap. Russo finally put Hogan in his place. Now, Hulk's thinking, I got one up on him because I told him I would call and I didn't call, okay? But the reason why I didn't call was I met with Brad Siegel, okay? And Brad Siegel said, Vince, what happened? I laid out the whole scenario to Brad Siegel. And so Brad said to me, well, what are you going to do with Hogan now? And I said, Brad, honestly, I don't know, but I do know I told him I was going to call him today, okay? Brad Siegel told me at that point, Vince, don't call him. We can't afford to put Hulk on the show. We can't put him on the show. It's costing us too much. Leave it alone. Don't call him. This is from Brad Siegel now. I mean, the head of all. Honestly, I still should have called him because I gave the guy my word. I told the guy I will call you tomorrow, regardless of what Brad said. I should have called him. I didn't call him. So now he's reading all this stuff on the internet. I don't call him to add insult to injury. The next thing I know, defamation of character lawsuit. He never knew I was going to cut the promo in the ring, and we're off to the races.
Wow.
And the next day, I told Jeff, because I couldn't lie to him. I said, bro, it was all work.
Who told Jimmy Hart?
I don't know. I don't know.
Long. Man, I was in the ring,
Right.
ready to do my big brawl with Dreamer.
Right.
And we hear something going on at ringside, and Dreamer's like, you know, he just pretty much tells me, great, Francine's out in the crowd fighting some chick. That's what he's telling me in the face-off.
Right.
You know,
Oh,
and
that's
I'm like,
funny.
oh, great, Tom. So some shit goes down, and then, like, here we are, main eventing a pay-per-view, trying to, you know, after all of this, trying to compose and...
I was going to say, how did that affect you?
Oh, it totally affected us. I mean, we went out there and did it,
Yeah.
you know, and whatever. It was an okay match, but it, you know, it was supposed to be more than okay. It's supposed to be this big, dramatic, you know, be-all, end-all barbed wire match that just was, you know, okay.
Was there any consideration after this, knowing Paulie, to work with XPW or Rob Black and do any kind of...
I don't think so. I don't know. At first, you know, but I just don't see... I don't know. They used to come around all the time back in the day, you know.
So did you think when it was starting to happen outside that it was a work?
I know I didn't at that time, but I'd seen them at shows in Queens and in Philly and stuff. So I didn't think it was anything. I didn't. It was all happening too quick. Here I am, just thinking about what am I doing for the first 3-4 spots, you know. So I really didn't get an idea of anything that was going on until I was in the locker room. But nah, this wasn't any, because they didn't capitalize on it.
Right.
You know, they didn't go anywhere with it. So
Did Rob and Paul have any kind of relationship?
no, Bubba and Rob did. And Bubba tried to bring him to Paul. And I know Rob from XPW and Rob Black. And I have actually just talked to him not too long ago. And he's just, you know, he wants to bring back XPW. And it just, they're out of their minds. They're just people that don't belong in our business, you know. I thought our business was bad.
Did you know how big of an ECW fan he was?
I did, yeah. I did. I actually am good friends with Billy to this day.
Oh.
And I've always known, and, you know, he's been to my house, and we used to watch old tapes of all kinds of, you know, 70s, 80s stuff. And, you know, he's just, growing up in Chicago, he got all that great Chicago wrestling. And he's just as much of a fan as you can imagine. He knows as much about wrestling as we do.
So when he walked in,
Yeah.
I'd imagine he's somebody who was respectful and...
Oh, totally. Totally, yeah, man. He knew it was our house, and, you know, he was a really cool dude, man. Admire him for that.
At one point, there was strong consideration to selling the company, in
Yeah.
part maybe, or in whole, to Billy. How far did that go?
I don't think it went very far. I don't think he was in the position to do it at the time. I mean, I'm sure I know he's worth money, but I just don't think he was willing to. I don't think he trusted Paul in that whole, you know, New York connection, you know, to be involved in something like that. Plus, I mean, let's face it, Smashing Pumpkins is I mean, even though alternative rock music is dead, they're still one of the, you know, you listen to music from the 90s. I mean, there were top 10 staples of that era, Grammy award-winning band that's still performing, put out records. Does he have time to run a full...
Is he really going to run a wrestling?
Does he really want to, right? Maybe in his heart he'd love to participate, but would he be willing to invest in, you know, $10 million in it? I don't think so.
Was that something that you wanted to do, or they
That
told
was
you to
pretty
do?
good psychology, wasn't it? I found out I was going to do the job, but I want to hit you with the splash off top full. So what? So people can remember the splash, but they'll forget the finish.
Had you ever done it before?
No, I've never done. But I've always said, when I seen Jimmy done it from us, I said one day, if I ever got that opportunity in the cage match, I was gonna take that chance. But I never thought I'd do it at 450 something pounds coming out there. You should have seen when I told Val Venus.
I was gonna say, what was his face like when you came?
Well, he kind of looked at me and says, "Are you serious, man?" I said, "Yeah, don't worry, I'll take care of you." And of course, when I came down, you know what I mean. You can actually see, if you really look at the video, you can see when I hit and I'm sitting there talking to him. Are you okay? And his face was just so happy that I didn't hurt him. You know, so we had a very very good match that night and a good run. You know, I wish it would have did went longer. You know, and Val. He's another one of those wrestlers that I feel that's been held down for a while. He's a good worker, good body. He's pretty much got the total package, can cut a good promo, but he's never given that opportunity. You know, again, might be one of the writers.
I don't want to get off the splash yet because now, had you talked to anybody beforehand about best way to do it or how to do it?
Well, no. No, all I knew is this: when I got that chance to come up, I told him I was going to splash him off the turnbuckle, top turnbuckle, and then Val was the only one that knew that I was going to hit him from the top of the cage. So, but it was one of those things that I can honestly say it was scary being up there, especially at my weight when you're standing on top of that cage. It's kind of when you're standing and trying to make your way to the middle, it was kind of shifting like that, and then but with the energy and the vibe from the people, all they just kept saying was jump, jump, jump. And I say, you know what the hell, here, you got to take that opportunity. And it's one of those things that's going to go down in history as far as my career. A lot of people talk about that all the time.
Since you've done it, what are the keys to performing the perfect splash off a cage?
Protect yourself as far as when you learn how to fall the right way, and also number one is protect the person you're going to splash on. I mean, of course, that's how we're trained. We're trained in my family, you'd rather hurt yourself than hurt your opponent. Because you hurt your opponent, you're not going to nobody's going to want to work with you. So.
Obviously, you didn't get hurt doing the move, right?
No.
Neither did Val.
Neither did Val. Everybody went home safe.
Any memories or interactions with?
Gordon, we met Gordon when we were back in the days with NWA. Professional guy, was good at what he does, and he was always like kind of scared of me and my partner back in the day because we were like these wild Samoan kids coming in, to Atlanta, and it was our first time meeting Gordon, and it was kind of like a high and by type of deal, but he was cool, dude.
What was required of you guys with this vote campaign? Would you have to make appearances to sign people up? Or?
Yeah, they would only kind of pick up certain people. Not the whole roster would go as far as to these type of appearances. Of course, a lot of guys, as much as we were working back in the days, you'd hope that you wasn't on that list, because we only had a few days home. You fly home on Wednesday, and you're back on the road on Friday. So.
And that kind of work, that's like charity. That's not payday, right?
Yeah, it's charity. Yeah. All charity.
The company goes on to back George W. Bush in the election, and I don't know if this is giving the company too much credit, but they say in a close race with a big push like that from the company to get young people's opinions swayed, it might have had something to do with the outcome of the election.
I think so. I don't follow that too much as far as them getting into political stuff like that.
So. A lack of baby faces. I think he'd done all he could as a heel, and I just think it was time to give him a chance, to grow up because he was featured kind of as a boy, little squeaky kid getting his ass kicked, and I think it was just time to make him a man.
Are there some people you can't turn? Either
Yeah.
because there's something about them that's so likable,
Yeah.
or vice versa, someone who's so repugnant that it's tough to get them
Yeah.
over.
I think he was just ready to become a very compelling, likable babyface for the ECW faithful. I really do. The blood, he bled for them, you know, and you know, always with his hands up and that blonde mop filled with blood, you know, just it was that image that won him over.
Did you think he was a better heel or face?
I liked him as a better heel, but I also liked him as a babyface. I wouldn't, you know, it really can go either way. I don't have a huge favorite.
Was he
There were-
more naturally suited toward one or the other?
No, because the heel stuff was just heel. I mean, it was just whatever. But I mean, he was a good babyface. I liked his babyface work. It reminded me of a Barry Windham, small Barry Windham, but a Barry Windham nonetheless.
Was bringing him in a favor to him, a way to encourage him to make an appearance?
We've done a
someday?
couple of things with Sean. Sean and I are good friends, and when I had the tag titles in '99, I went down to Sean's school, the Texas Wrestling Alliance. Actually, when Daniel Bryan was down there, and Trevor, a couple other guys were down there. I forgot who their big stars were, but there were a couple of guys. I know Bryan was down there, Spanky was down there, and I did a couple of shows where I won the title for Sean, and then I brought Sandman in too as a favor. We all worked for free. We got to stay at Sean's house, you know, so because he was trying to do it nickel and dime, and then we just, you know, we did him favors, he did us favors, almost like a little territory exchange, and that was just part of it, you know.
Did he ever indicate that he'd make an appearance on?
ECW it
TV?
never got to that.
Okay.
Because then I think shortly after that, TWA folded up, and I'm not too sure what happened after that. I think he went back to Vince.
Was anything ever officially in the works? with Sean?
No, not at all. That's just me talking. Yeah.
All right. If it was scheduled to be a worked match, book it now. What happens? How do we get him in? Who goes over?
That's really tough because, like, we were both hated. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they hated me. Everybody hated him. The only advantage I would have had probably was because I was from the island and it was at the Nassau Coliseum.
Well, if you're doing it in Nassau, you would have been the face. Yeah,
Exactly. But honestly, I don't know. If John Rocco would have called, I guess I would have had to figured it out. But I mean, I never thought that far ahead because I knew it was just.
You mentioned Starrcade when you talk about Nassau. Was it ever supposed to be in Nassau, or were you just throwing out the fact that you wanted it in New York?
Yeah, I think I was just throwing out.
Oh yeah,
Huge deal, huh?
of course. That's the first time. You know, anytime you make it on TV, guy. You know, now I know how The Rock feels. Stone Cold, and you know, it was good. This was my first time on TV Guide. I was excited, man. See yourself on TV Guide. Come on now.
Did you keep one?
Of course, I got a big poster up in there. You know, frame a few. I think I went in and bought the whole stand one time in Walmart. A good Christmas.
What was the relationship with Buff and his mother? Like, did he like having her around, or was it kind of like when your mom's in school?
He seemed to love having her around. I mean, he really did. He seemed to enjoy having her around. And I mean, and it's kind of cool because she was like game for anything.
I was going to say, was she one of the guys, basically?
Oh,
She was
yeah. She was great. She really was.
Once and for all, the allure of the on a pole match. and why you booked them so frequently. We talked a little bit about this at the You Shoot Live, but we'll talk about it here.
Anything sounds funny on a pole. It just cracks me up. I mean, if you're promoting a Viagra on a pole match, okay, and you're a mile-mannered wrestling fan at home, and you hear about this Viagra on a pole, how do you not tune in to see what that is? I mean, how do you not watch? If I'm putting Judy Bagwell on a pole, anything on a pole is freaking hysterical. I'm sorry. I remember Chief Jay Strongbow. Who did he fight in a shark cage? Remember that?
No.
Do you?
WWF?
In a shark cage. I mean, literally this big. 2 people were in it.
WWF?
Yeah.
70s?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You know, again, it goes right back to what I've used as an example 5 times before, okay? I was the moron who put 3 belts on Lance Storm, okay? I was the... Why, like 10 years later, do you still cut promos on a guy that put 3 belts on you and no doubt about it, let's look at the history of your career, gave you, without a shadow of a doubt, the biggest push of your career, and you're going to go on your little blogs or whatever it is that you do and criticize me it's stuff like that. I mean, it really is that really wants to make myself just distance myself from that world and those people, because what is the logic of the guy that gave you the biggest break of your career and then for years and years and years and years to criticize him and cut promos on him and tell the world how stupid he is?
Well, what would it be?
I honestly don't know. Again, never said anything to my face. Never picked up a phone to me, never sent me an email, never nothing to my face. What the frig did I ever do to you?
Now, did he and maybe others like him expect more from you long term? Were they disappointed they didn't get more? Get a big, I don't know how you get more than 3 titles, but...
I got to tell you something, and this hurt me, and it hurt me because it was true. And it hurt me because it did come from somebody that I respected, okay? When I got the concussions and I did everything in my power to stay home because I didn't want anything to do with this mess anymore, okay? I'll never forget that Kevin Nash made the statement to a friend of mine, and he basically said, Vince let us down, he let down the boys. And that hit me so hard because it was so true. And it did come from somebody I respected and I cared about. You know, see, like something like that, you know, like, you're right, man. I mean, you're absolutely 100% right. I did that. But for a guy like Lance Storm, where it comes, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, I mean, it's like, what could I possibly have done to you to deserve that kind of criticism for years and years and years and years, especially when, if you really did have an issue, man to man, you would never say anything to my face. Kevin would have had no problem saying that to my face if I was there.
Right.
He would have had no problem saying that to me. And it's, I don't know. I honestly don't.
Okay, Vince expanding yet again, now into NASCAR.
I thought that was Bob Holly's deal.
Well, yeah.
You know?
You watch NASCAR?
Yeah, a little bit, but not that much, you know.
I don't remember. How'd this turn out? Whatever happened?
I don't even remember that part when Herman was Herman with WWE.
No, it was just
I thought he was a promoter.
Well, let me see here. Went on to appear numerous times for TNA. That's
Okay.
about it, I guess. What's a scene like that like with the other guys when they see someone get a legit injury?
Well, you're concerned. You know, number one, you wonder for their safety. You know, what's the outcome when he comes? Because we know that wasn't in the plans of the skit for him to be able to get hurt right off the back like that. You follow me? Well, usually when something like that happens, they'll come through the gorilla position, and pretty much most of the guys will be there to kind of make sure they're okay and so forth. Because, you know, in all, we all might disagree. Some of the guys might not like each other, but when you're watching each other perform on TV and you come through that curtain, you can't help but have that relationship, you know, because it's like you're a second family on the road. You see this guy all the time, same hotel, same plane, same, you know, when you leave your family, I'm with you. So whether, you know, there's certain things that I disagree with you do, but when it comes time when you get hurt, you know, you can't help but feel for the person.
Angle goes on to finish the match with the concussion. Knowing what we know now about, you know, some of the injuries in sports, where's the fine line between guts and something that's not really a smart thing to do for your longevity?
Well, you know, it's very hard to kind of figure that one, because the feeling when you're out there performing and you're hearing people roaring for you and just really the match is going well and the excitement and the energy, you don't feel pain. You don't feel like you can't do, whether you're hurt, you don't feel like you can't do the next move. Even though you know that your rotator cuff is already torn out from the move before. But you feel it after when you come back, you know, and the next day is hell, because that's when the pain sets in. But when you're out there, it's just the energy from the people. It's like you don't see or feel any of that. So it's very difficult to draw a line somewhere there, you know. Well, number one, I don't feel like a woman should ever hold a man's. That's poor writing. Again, you know, it should. If you want to have a woman champion, make it a woman's title. Simple as that.
What do you think of Joni?
I love Joni. You know, I feel bad. Joni is a wonderful person. She's just a big sweetheart. You know, she's been through a lot. You know, the wrestling business as far as her personal life and so forth. I just recently seen her in Japan on a tour for IGF. And she looks well, you know. She's doing her thing out there in Hollywood. You know what I mean? She's trying to pretty much do an entertainment deal out there. So she's happy, you know. She's doing
Shortly.
Is the deal you described before that also counts for DVD
Yes.
royalties?
Yes.
So there was nothing extra, but increased exposure.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
So not a bad deal.
Not
by
a bad
any
deal.
account.
I mean, look, I make in the grand scale of things, I wrestle twice a week and I make a lot of money. How many units are they really going to sell? That is going to make me, you know what I mean? I just didn't, you know. It was the way the company, ECW was such a mom and pop. It's not like we had a corporate headquarters or office where we could itemize every sale, you know, at the accounting departments and really fairly do it like WWE does it. You know, I mean, I got a royalty check last week from WWE, pretty good one too, but it itemizes every single DVD, every property that I'm on to the T and how many cents I earned on each whatever. You know, we weren't equipped for that, so it was just their way of, you know, I'm sure Paul won in the deal, you know, by giving us whatever he gave us, but still, you know, I thought it was fair at the time. I only wrestled twice a week,
Right.
you know, and I was making, you know, $150,000 a year.
If we did itemize it, what merch do you think moved the best for you guys?
Just T-shirts, ECW T-shirts, the logo shirts.
Right.
You know, that was it.
No. These guys, I mean, this is like the biggest mystery of the wrestling business. Okay, we would have these guys booked on the show. Again, from my point of view, I don't care that they can't work. They're freaking entertaining. Okay, just entertain the people at home. Okay. These guys, we'd book them in a match, we'd book them in an angle, whatever, okay? They'd be there the whole entire day. You'd see them going over their match. They'd be there the whole entire day, and at 6 o'clock, these guys would magically disappear, and we'd have to rewrite their segment. Every freaking time. Why they did that, I have no idea. To this day, I don't understand it. It got to the point of being funny, to be honest with you. You know, that, yeah, they're here, they're going to be gone at 6 o'clock, so we better have a plan B. But every single time, that's what those guys would do.
That's funny.
Oh, it's hysterical.
They're fans of ours. So, Jay, why don't you let us know what that's all about?
He probably won't.
I could remember it was a huge crowd.
Huge.
And I'm not sure of the match. I think it was a three-way, if I'm not mistaken.
It's, let's see, what do I have here? You are, yes, Carino and Jerry Lynn.
Man, it was a hell of a match. Just a fantastic match. Fantastic match.
Did you break a finger during that?
I don't know. I don't
I
think
feel
so.
that you broke your finger. Okay.
Might have hurt a finger. I've never broken a bone.
Okay.
But
Cat fight with Francine and Dawn Marie. Was it a shoot?
that one, I've heard stories that they were getting, put it this way, every cat fight they were starting to get into was more and more, you know, they couldn't stand each other.
Right.
They could not stand each other. So.
And the heat stemmed from?
I have no idea. I have no idea. Just bullshit. High school bullshit.
Right.
I'm prettier than you. Yeah.
Were you having problems with Francine? Was she hogging the mic on your promos a little
no,
bit? No,
I had no
nothing.
problems with her.
Remember.
Do you think the return of Rick contributed to the rating?
I'm not going to say it didn't, but you know what's so freaking hysterical to me? And again, let the historians go back and look this up, okay? And this is what's hysterical to me. You know, for all these young guys that want to have real five-star matches, you know, the Jen Mees of the world and the Chris D'Angels of the world and all these guys, you can go back to the beginning of time, okay? Nothing in the entire wrestling business draws a higher rating than a wedding. That's a fact. That is nothing. Nothing draws a higher rating than a wedding. That's why these guys that want to have five-star matches and they go, it's hysterical to me. It's
They
like
should get married instead.
I mean, Jeff and Karen, their rating was huge. I mean, TNA's ratings suck. That rating was freaking huge. Nothing does better than a wedding. And people like, I just don't understand. How can you not look at that? So I don't want to take anything away from Rick.
I'm partial to the TNT wedding of Butcher Vachon and with Lou Albano singing.
Oh
up
yeah,
there, remember?
classic.
You know, this storyline with the DNA match. Remember this with when was it Buff and David have the DNA match to see who the father is, and why are angles like this dropped without conclusion?
Well, because
happens.
I wasn't around and they didn't know how to carry it out.
But wouldn't you do something?
Yeah, but they don't. Again, I'm going to say this, and I've said this a million times. There are writers and there are bookers, okay? And that's why I take a great offense when anybody thinks they can write wrestling. You brought up the name before, and I'll tell you, to this day, I freaking crack up every time I go to a record store and I see a Bob Mole record. Every time, because I turn around to my son and I say, hey, maybe I should cut an album. I mean, this guy was booking wrestling. This guy was writing. Maybe I can cut an album. It's that disrespect that really pisses me off, and it's because they're bookers. They're not writers. They don't know what to do. So when they don't know what to do, they just bail out of the angle.
Well, bring up Bubble. How does that even come to be?
What?
That a musician
He was Bill Bush's friend.
Oh, all right.
He was Bill Bush's buddy.
Okay.
You know, and he hated my guts. Bob Mould did, because I was like, what is this guy doing here? I mean, seriously, what are you doing here? But again, it's like such a, to me, and again, it's my pet peeve, there is an art to freaking writing. When you look at the Attitude Era, that wasn't accidental. There was an art to that, and I'm not just talking about the writing. There was an art across the board. The writing, the performing, I mean, everything. There is an art to that. Not everybody can do this, even though everybody thinks they can.
Did Bob cut any of the tracks that the guys used for entrance music?
Nope. He was.
No one thought to use him in that capacity, though.
Nope.
That's shocking. You mentioned the Attitude Era. You won't even come back and do 98 for the WWE, because this is the last one? Okay, so it's not.
Do that, yeah.
So tell us real quick, what was the original plan?
Flair
for the
was the father.
Okay.
Flair got Stacy.
That's what I have here.
Yes.
It is rumored also that Flair was supposed to be the father, and then it was going to be revealed that he was also Stacy's father from a one-night stand in the 80s?
I think that was discussed, yeah.
That's how
yeah.
How was Deborah perceived by the locker room? I'm setting you up.
You never really feel anything for her, because nobody ever really got to talk to her. Or she never really talked to anybody. You know, it was like Steve's shadow, you know. She was like secluded from everybody. You know, you see her, but you can't say, well, not that you can't, it's just some people don't even want to talk to her. It was just that vibe that if nobody says hello to you, well, you're not going to say hello to them, right?
Do you think it was a good idea for Steve to get involved with it?
Hell no. Hell no. Because Stone Cold said so. Damn right.
So you knew early on, and I guess everybody did. That.
Well, shit, isn't that what McMichael said?
Yeah. Well,
Huh? Gold digger. You know what gold diggers is, right? Gold digger.
heard the term.
Gold diggers. She doesn't dig a lot of
Ages.
Yeah.
Was that yours?
I think I was involved in that. I remember that vaguely.
Are there people that it's impossible to turn heel? Ricky Steamboat,
well,
Tony Atlas.
If they don't want to be turned.
But is there just something about
No.
someone's persona they're not, that they could never be a heel?
I don't. No. Again, to me, it's all in the writing. I think you can make anybody a heel. I think now it may take time. It may take a lot of time and a lot of building. But no, I mean, but if they, in their heart of hearts, don't want to do it, and you try to do it anyway, you're dead in the water. That was the problem with Goldberg. Trying to make him a heel when he did not be a heel. Shame on me. I mean, I take full responsibility. I knew it wasn't in his heart. I knew he didn't want to do it. And when you make a performer do something they really don't believe in, dead. It's dead. So, I mean, that was...
Did you see the pictorial spread? No pun intended.
Yeah, I got a personal autograph from my girl China. It was all good.
Did it look better or worse than what you had imagined?
Oh, come on now.
You're a red-blooded man like anyone else, and you're Samoan on top of it. You're a horny dude.
Honey, this is for the interview. It was alright.
It's alright?
It's alright.
Okay.
I'd say that.
What's now, when, I always wondered about this, when one of the women you're working with professionally comes out in Playboy, what's the locker room? I mean, is the magazine there? Is it acceptable to talk about it? Is it? Yeah.
No, well, you know, you got a locker room full of guys.
Well, I mean, with the
They're
women,
gonna-
not with you.
Yeah,
I mean,
but they're
with
going to
the-
sit there and look at the
So they're
magazine.
there too. Are they uncomfortable?
I don't know. Nah, man. they're out there in the world showing their stuff.
Yes.
So all the boys is just sitting there and says, "Oh, this how it looks, huh?" So it's all
Me.
Step outside yourself for a minute. Why was Vince Russo the heavyweight champion?
Well, a couple of reasons. You know what? See, this is like a good story. Nobody's like ever asked me about this before. They don't know the behind the scenes or anything like this before, which is really good. Okay, you know, again, my style of writing was always based upon unpredictability. Okay, first of all, I don't even know. I couldn't remember at all what the rating was, but it was a steel cage match between me and Booker T. Mm-hmm. I can guarantee you right now, it did a rating.
I don't have it, but okay.
I guarantee it did, because people are going to tune in to see that, because I'm not a wrestler, okay? And I'm in there with the champion who's going to kill me. I'm not a wrestler. I'm not going to go in there and try to do moves and be a wrestler. It's just a visual that I just really got to see, because this is going to be a train wreck. Okay, so it's going to draw a rating. Okay, so now number two is, okay, Booker T should, without a shadow of a doubt, kill this man. Okay, the unpredictability comes from Vince Russo leaves this cage the WCW champion. How did that happen? Number one, and okay, where are they going with this now? Think about this. If Booker beats me, okay, and Booker's still the champion, what's there to tune in and see next week? If Russo's the champion, where are they going with this? What is he going to say? Is there going to be a next opponent? There's a reason to tune in the following week.
But with the concussions, why do you even care?
Let me finish. Because I have pride. And that's my problem. I cared too much. It was a sinking ship. It was dead. Nobody gave a crap, and I cared. Shame on me. Mm-hmm. So now the question is, okay, how does he get killed and win the match? Okay, because that's what's got to happen. I'm not going to beat Booker. He's going to kill me. But how am I going to get killed and win the match? Well, now here comes Bill Goldberg. Okay, Booker easily has the match won. Okay, goes to open the door to walk out. Bill Goldberg wants a piece of me. Sees his opportunity. Here he comes. Okay, Goldberg's got me. As Booker's got this thing win, not even looking back. Goldberg spears me through the cage. I hit the floor a second before Booker T walks out. You gotta be freaking. If I'm not a mark, and I'm not an internet writer, and I don't have blogs, and I'm just a regular fan that hates this New Yorker, I'm sitting at home saying, you gotta be freaking kidding me. Okay? Now, I'm not gonna accuse anybody of anything. I'm not gonna point fingers at anybody. Okay? But at this point, I had my concussion with Flair. Okay? There were 2 times when I got my bell rang in the ring again after my situation with Flair. 2 times, okay? And I'm not going to say who, because it could have been accidental. Who knows? But twice I got my bell rang. So now I'm like, the helmet that I always used to wear, that was a shoot, bro. That was, I'm not gonna die doing this. I've got a concussion. These guys keep taking shots at me. I'm not gonna die doing this. I'm going to protect myself. That was a shoot. I mean, it really was. So now Goldberg's got to spear me through the cage. Okay, so now that day, I'm like, Bill, I've got a concussion. I've been hit in the head twice since the concussion. Bro, you've got to take care of me here. You've got to take care of me, okay? So now I remember the door, here's the ramp. The door is facing the ramp, okay? As Booker's going out the door, I want to go out the same side through the cage, okay? So, Bill, you have to take care of me. You got to take care of me. You got to take care of me, okay? Vince, don't worry. I'm gonna put you right through the middle of this cage, and the runway, you got the 2 steel barricades. I'm gonna land you right between these 2 barricades. I mean, right between the 2. I'm literally gonna place you on the floor. Don't worry, I'm gonna place you on the floor. Okay, Bill, no problem, no problem, no problem. Go through the match with Booker, blah, 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 here he comes. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Through the cage, back of my head first into the steel barricade. Directly, there's this much space directly into, I was out of it. I was out of it. That was it. That was, the next day, I think I relinquished the title, basically saying I got nothing else to prove. I'd beat Booker T. If I beat Booker T, I could beat anybody. So, again, people, that again is just the comedic part to me. People that say he put the belt on himself. I won it on a Monday by a lunatic putting me through the cage, and I relinquished it 2 days later. It's a story, you idiots. It's a storyline.
Because they value, like we talked before, like back in the day, Bruno, 13 years, they still value the belt as something meaningful, maybe the last piece of old school wrestling that's left. Whereas your perspective was the business has to change, the internet changed it, the titles, everything has to change. So
Right.
this is a different perspective.
But that was like basically that last time was like kind of the icing on the cake. And I remember like soon after that, I think there was an episode, like I relinquished the belt, and I think the next episode might have been, or maybe that episode, I remember handing the keys of the castle over to Mike Sanders. And I remember saying, Mike, I got to go, blah, blah, blah. You need to take care of things. And like, I did that because I knew I was finished.
What did you say to Bill in the locker room?
I didn't say anything because I was out of it. I mean, I was stretchered out. I mean, I was on that show.
You never had an exchange about that?
No. I mean, like I said, I think the next night I went and I did the little sit down. Mm-hmm. I wasn't even on the show. I think I just did the sit down, and I mean that I was done after that. That was it.
Do you think it was intentional?
I'm not gonna accuse him of anything.
Did you have a problem with Bill?
But Bill had a problem with me. Bill had a huge problem with me. Huge, because I wanted him to lose a match, and he had a huge problem with me. But there was a lot of room between those 2 barricades. I mean, a lot of room.
Okay.
Are you kidding me? I mean, it was an honor. It was an honor to do it with Jerry. It was an honor to just everything. And, I was gracious enough to not to be a mark for it, but I was gracious enough to be in that spot for as long as I was. I worked as hard as I could. I was very proud of what I did during that time period, and to do it right with a guy like Jerry Lynn in the caliber of match we had, more than happy, more than happy.
Are you told you're going to get it back at some point, or?
I was, yeah. But at that point, you just don't, you don't believe it. I didn't care.
I was going to say, was it even important to you? Really?
No, because I was never that kid. I was Aldo Montoya a couple of years ago. I was a jobber. I wasn't supposed to be world champion of the 3rd biggest promotion. It was the equivalent of being like, back in the day there was NWA, WWE, and, it was, yeah. And I was one of the top 3 world champions, and from a Mark's perspective, I never thought that wasn't me. I wasn't supposed to go that far, so I was very proud of it. And, whatever I got after that was gravy. I just wanted to work, being in a full-time wrestling company, being creative, and kind of doing what I do today.
Since then, Heyman is scrambling to put together a new cable deal somewhere, and actually talks with John Murray and Mary Ellis Bunham from Real World fame.
Yeah.
to create a show that would be on USA Network, I guess. Heyman was saying it would be different than anything in wrestling. It would be the elements of the real world elements of ECW. Do you know what was planned?
No, but I still think that would work today. I actually have always wanted to incorporate. What he had in mind would be something like Real Divas, but without the divas, and a wrestling show.
Right.
Like, like following guys, in the hotels, in the towns, and into the ring, kind of a thing. Like a real world in the ring.
Right.
And it would have been great.
Could anything have been done to keep the TNN slot? You think it was just so far gone?
It's too far gone. It was they didn't want us there. It was an experiment before Vince could get there.
Right.
For the Spike TV, or for the TNN deal.
TNN,
yeah, it was just we were an experiment.
The show that you mentioned, going behind the scenes, traveling with it, the curtain's been drawn back completely now, so we're seeing them basically as actors now. But at that time, though, would the ECW guys have been so open?
Not all, no, not all. But with Heyman, he could sell,
What about yourself personally?
Would
you have wanted to have been seen driving with the guy you're wrestling?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I mean, I do a series, Pro Wrestling 101 on YouTube. That's what I do.
But in 2000, though.
Yeah, okay. In 2000. That's when barriers are broken. That's when you got to have the balls to say, hey. It was, I think that would have been great. I've never had a problem with that. I think it was slowly starting to break down as is. Mm-hmm. But it would have been a little more risque. I would have had to, think about it a little more, but I don't think I would have had a problem with it.
Let me tell you a great story about October 7th, okay? Mm-hmm. I had, the Goldberg thing, stuff passed. We were in San Francisco, the Cow Palace. I had given Mike Sanders the keys to the castle, okay? The next day, the entire company was going overseas to, I think, Australia for a show. Right. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Australia. Okay. I hate to break the news to everybody, okay? Since the age of 6, okay, I have been the biggest San Francisco Giant fan in the world. Okay, my father grew up a New York Giant fan, Polo Grounds, passed it down to me, huge Giant fan in the world. We're in San Francisco. We're going to Australia the next day. I'm on that Australia trip. The Giants have a playoff game against the New York Mets the day I'm leaving for Australia. I grabbed Jeremy Borash and I said, JB, F Australia, I'm going to the playoff games. I'm going to see the Giants. Whatever the consequences are, I could care less. And I went to the games and everybody went off to Australia. So as you could see, by that point, I was pretty much done.
What was the final?
They lost.
They did.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Talk about Hoovy for a minute.
Yes.
We hear a lot of stuff about him. Crazy?
I was never there for the crazy Hoovy. I was always there for just the over-the-top freaking Hoovy that he just cracked me up. I don't care what anybody says, and that people can kill me, people can write into you, whatever they want to do. Making Hoovy a color commentator was one of the greatest things I've ever seen in my life. I could care less what anybody says about it. If you are not entertained by that, if you aren't entertained by that, you really need to look yourself in the mirror, because something's wrong in your life, that you're taking everything so seriously that wasn't the most entertaining thing you ever saw.
Okay.
We already heard that you thought this was probably a mistake to do the heel turn so quickly. So talk to me about how this is proposed to you and what your reaction is when they tell you.
Number one is I didn't, I was hot at the time as far as a babyface. I didn't see fit that it was a good time for me to turn heel. And also, I didn't like the way that they had me turn heel. I didn't want to play the race card, you know. The way that they had written that out, and they had like 2 different writers kind of write that out for me. The whole interview was written down to the T, and I had to sit back there and kind of memorize this long ass racy type of interview. You follow me?
So they wanted you to say the exact words. They weren't going to let you.
Yeah, because again, these are I wasn't the type of guy that does promos, so they kind of written everything out and had me go over it and over it. It just got, I was kind of sick. And number 1, I wasn't feeling it. Number 2, I was unhappy because of the heel turn. So if you're unhappy or something, you're not going to have your all into it, So, but for them the reaction I got that night from the crowd was very, to me, disappointing. Is because I took it personal about my character, because it was the hottest character that I've ever had in WWE, and for them I feel like they tried to sabotage it was just kind of messed up. You know what I mean? But hey, I played ball and I did what I had to do to keep it at that level.
Did you at least think maybe that because it was an Austin angle, that this would have legs that would carry you in a main event?
Well, that was the number 1 thing why I think I went ahead and did that, is because I was promised in a way that I was going to pair off to do an angle with Rock, pair off to do an angle with Stone Cold, pair off to do an angle with Triple H down the line as he turns. So longevity-wise, I'm looking at a pretty good spot for the next couple years or so. And it didn't end up that way, And again, these are another things that part of the wrestling business, don't believe what's told when they tell you, because until it happens, So when I did that, not only they took my fan base away, but they kind of killed the character.
Did you ever express any of that to either Triple H or Vince or?
Oh yeah, I did. Okay. And that's another thing too, is they kind of don't like people that kind of stand up to them like that. But again, it's only you looking out for yourself and understanding the game, because this whole deal is exactly what it is. I just wanted to let them know that I knew what they were doing.
No.
He recently had a falling out with Paul over some financial stuff. Talk about their relationship. That was becoming strained at the time?
Yeah, I think so. I think it all had to do with promises and money, mostly money. Rob don't play with money, one of those things. Rob feels he gives him 110%, does everything he's asked, works his ass off, takes risks, obviously. He's a tremendous money maker for Paul, and he expects certain things in return that Paul promised. And when Paul doesn't, ante up his part of the bargain, there's going to be questions,
How big of a wrestling fan was he?
He was huge. I went to his funeral, man. I was good friends with Joey.
Right. He passed away at, I guess,
Yeah.
age 26.
Yeah.
It's reported that Heyman isn't fond of him, and
No, he
you
wasn't.
guys kind of have to convince him.
Yeah, to let him do.
Yeah. Well, why? What was that all?
Just because I wanted to.
No, what was Paul's?
Oh, I don't know. Paul's just being a little prick. And I thought, look, he's with Kid Rock. Kid Rock was huge at the time.
Yeah.
And, I was friends with all those guys from Kid Rock. I was friends with Bob. I was friends with Uncle Cracker, who eventually did my music for X Factor. Mike Schaefer, Cracker's brother, was my agent. So I had a big tie to Detroit and all those guys.
Right.
So I was just trying to, wheel and deal and just try to, so.
Kid Rock was huge, mainstream. You'd
Yeah.
think Paulie just
You would think, yeah. I don't know.
doesn't like little people? Like what?
Maybe. I don't know.
Did any other wrestlers attend the funeral?
Yeah. X-Pac did. Myself, Van Dam, Sabu. think Tammy and Chris, my wife, and that was about it.
There was no tension between me and Brad. I mean,
No?
at all. Because, I mean, legitimately now, I legitimately had to go to a head specialist who legitimately gave me all these freaking concussion tests.
But he didn't know that you were just done with it anyway, and it wasn't
that?
in your guts. Brad Siegel.
He probably did, but there were no exchanges between me and Brad at all. I just said, Brad, I got a doctor's report right here. I can't do anything stressful. It's too stressful for me to go to the building. I mean, but there was no, maybe he never let it, there was nothing between him and I. But Brad Siegel was a Terry Taylor guy, okay? Eric Bischoff was a Brad Siegel guy. Johnny Ace was an Eric Bischoff guy. So
Gotcha.
it's not hard to figure out.
How'd they do?
I have no idea.
Okay. You're not watching. You're not doing anything at this point, right? You are out of the picture. Mm-hmm. Okay.
I swear to God, and I hate saying this, but it's the God honest truth. My biggest concern was literally when the paycheck would come in the mail, the day it would come, I would be out by my mailbox waiting for my check. Because at that point, that's all that mattered to me. That are they going to somehow, some way, pull the plug on my check this week? So
how long were you guaranteed?
I was guaranteed 2 years. See, that's what people don't understand. Like, you know, the folklore of Vince Russo killed WCW. Okay, first of all, when I went there and I signed with WCW, they wanted me to sign a 3-year deal. Guaranteed, and I was like, no way. If you get 2 years out of me, good. I mean, like at that point, I knew I was done with wrestling. I mean, I knew I was done. I said 2 years, that's it. What people don't understand is I had a 2-year contract. I literally worked for 9 months out of the 2 years. 9 months is when that's all that I worked. I wasn't there at the end. I wasn't there for 15 months or 13 months of I was there for 9 months out of 2 years. So I mean, again, how I did all the damage I did to that company in 9 months is just, wow, that's pretty.
Before we speak respectfully of Rodney, I want to get the Samoan family lineage down, and we'll put up a graphic on the screen, and it's going to come up as he goes through this. A lot of people are attributed to having been in your family. You could set the record straight now. Who belongs? Who doesn't belong? Let's go back to your uncles.
Well, it's so many of them. I'm confused. Can you tell me? Let me see that map up there so I can follow the back.
You got to write it, dude. Take notes.
Well, let me. I'm gonna try to do my best here. It starts from Peter Maivia, then it goes to Afonseca, okay. Then it goes from the Amarillos. It'll go from the Head Shrinkers, which is Samu, myself, Yokozuna,
right.
The Tonga Kid, goes to Umaga,
right,
and it goes to Alpha Junior.
Right.
Okay. And
we're still the descendants of Afonseca here.
Yeah, these are Afonseca.
Right.
Now, I'm related to Afonseca.
Right.
This is my mother.
Right.
Okay, that's Afonseca's sister.
Okay.
Now Peter Maivia is Afonseca's uncle.
Okay.
Uncle or brother, one of the two.
Now Ata.
Ata is Peter Maivia's daughter.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Ata is Rock's mother.
Right. Okay.
Rock
so that's a Rock's there.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you guys? Are you confused? I'm confused already.
Yeah, I got you.
So.
Just don't fuck with the Samoans. Just don't fuck with the Samoans is what it comes down to.
Oh man.
Who are the little ones you got now?
Well, I got my twin boys, Jonathan and Joshua. They're 23. They're now breaking into the business
right.
now. Also, we have another cat by the name of Reno in Hawaii. He was Alpha and Sika's older brother's son.
Oh, really? I didn't even know
His
that.
name is Black Pearl.
Okay.
And it's Black Pearl, Black Pearl, CountBlackPearl.com. So
What is it? Give it again.
The
The
CountBlackPearl.com.
CountBlackPearl.com. Check them out.
Yeah,
Now let's talk about Rodney.
my man.
What was he passed? Was it a heart attack? Is that the official?
Yeah, it was a heart attack. Rodney was he was a big giant in our family. Was a happy-go-lucky type of guy. He was like the guy that he made so much money in this business that when he passed away, he didn't have a dime. And that's due to how this guy's generosity was to not only his family, just any friends, anybody. His deal was, if I'm eating good, you're gonna eat good with me. If we're going shopping, you're gonna get stuff. So he shared his wealth with a lot of people. He was a guy that loved to live life as far as eating nice restaurants. Loved to party. Barbecue at his house was like Super Bowl. You know, you had the finest everything. A lot of the guys that when we came to LA, Yoko would always have a barbecue at his place in Los Angeles, and he would always invite his close friends such as Godfather. You remember the Godwins?
Sure.
The Godwin brothers, Undertaker. And this was something that a lot of the people in the world doesn't know. The food that we ate together, and we would rib these guys and feed them that. There's this one dish that's called Samoan turkey tail. And basically the turkey tail is a turkey ass. Rodney's brother-in-law was one of the best that can make the sauce and cook this barbecue turkey tail. Well, we'd invite these guys over before we go to Staples Arena, and we'd have a feast like at 1 o'clock. And these guys would come in there and he'd be a big old plate. Turkey tail. Like, you can imagine a turkey butt, how the turkey tail, like barbecue sauce and looks good. But when you bite into the turkey tail, it's so juicy, but it's so fattening. But it's the type of taste that you want to keep eating. It's addicting. So while those guys are eating the barbecue turkey tails, Undertaker says, "What's this?" He says, "Oh, that's turkey tail." "What's turkey tail?" "It's turkey ass." You should have seen the face of these guys there. You thought they would sell it like they want to throw up, but they said, "Oh, this is the best barbecue I've ever tasted." So he was the type of guy that, you know, just loved his close friends, loved his family. Just one of those lovable type of big giants, man.
Did you grow up close to him?
Me
You
and
were close
Rodney-
in age.
Yeah, we grew up together. Rodney's a good basketball player. He loved playing basketball. His hobbies were he liked to write music. For those of you guys that know that, Rodney liked to rap. He'd always listen to rap music and kind of express himself. You know, he'd talk about certain things in his music about being big. You know, I think it was his way of releasing out to people what he feels inside of being a big, 500-pound, 600-pound guy. But in all reality, he was a real gentle giant.
Did he have there must have been real difficulty getting around for him.
Yeah, most definitely.
Especially
But
because of all the travel.
You know what happened with the guys how Rodney's reputation, he was so loved by the whole roster. There wasn't nothing that nobody would do for him. When we go through a plane and they see Rodney come, automatically guys would get up and get 4 seats for him. And they would rather go sit be squashed up like this and let him be comfortable. A lot of guys would go out their way to cater for him because he needed special needs. You know, as far as, on the bus, traveling was very hard for him. Yeah. You know, most of the time he travels in first class, but he doesn't sit up front. He want to come sit in the back, number one, be comfortable. Number 2 is to be with the guys that don't have the big contract. You know, he cared about the undercard. You know, he was a giant, man. Definitely missed in our family and in the world of professional.
Impressive.
Did you hear anything about wrestlers or management in WCW thinking that this was the best choice? Or did you consider, even back when you said all the paranoia was going around, interest in companies, think it was a possibility that you'd be working for Vince again?
No. At that point, I didn't ever think I was going to be working in wrestling again. I did not think I was going to be working in wrestling again. The only reason I went back to wrestling was because Jeff was starting his own company. That I don't think anything else could have got me back in wrestling.
Was this your first video game appearance?
And I've still never seen it.
Oh, really? How about any residual, any royalties? See anything?
Are you kidding me?
Are the creative guys ever involved? Maybe not even this game, but you know, prior or after in WWE. Are you guys involved in the storyline element of the games? Or
Sometimes. I mean, especially like when I was at the WWF and I was doing the magazine, I was always involved in the games when I was doing the magazine. Once I started doing the shows, there was just really no time to be. When I was doing the magazine, I used to write the trading cards. I used to do all that stuff. But once I became involved in TV, there was just no time.
Now, Glenn, we hear the notorious booking suggestions, the invisible wrestler, the whole deal. Talk about Glenn. He seems to be cut from your mold a little bit.
I swear to God, you know what it is? People, I'd say 99.9% of people in the wrestling business are so freaking uptight. It's like they got a big cork shoved straight up their butt. I'm not kidding you. I mean, they are so wound so tightly that when somebody like Glenn comes along, who just doesn't care, his number one priority is to entertain you behind the scenes. His number one priority is to entertain you and make you laugh and put a smile on your face, could care less about the politics, could care less about, am I going over, am I doing the job, and I mean, is literally there 100% to have a good time. It stands out like a sore thumb. And people in the business are so wound up and so tight and so having a cork up their butt that when somebody like this comes along and basically says, hey guys, this is a joke. You know it? They're paying us money to go out there and have play fights, and we're the luckiest people on the face of the earth. When somebody comes along and just says that, rather than just love and embrace this guy, they're so wound up that they hate his guts. They literally, and I think they hate his guts, honestly, because subconsciously, I think they want to be like that. I think they want to not have a worry in the world and not want to play the political game and just enjoy what they're doing. I think they, deep down inside, want to be Glenn, but like they can't because they're just so wrapped up in this freaking fake, ridiculous world that nothing's funny to them.
Or clinging to the reality of it that we talked about. Like imagine Bruno wrestling an invisible wrestler. It couldn't work.
No, they're not looking at it that way.
No?
They're not looking. If you talk to half these guys, they don't even know who Bruno is. Honestly, they don't know who Bruno is. They really don't. And having ever seen a Bruno Sammartino match, I guarantee you any wrestler under the age of 26 never even saw Bruno Sammartino wrestle. I guarantee you. Because you know what? They would look at Bruno Sammartino on YouTube and you know what they would say? Oh, he's not a good worker. That's what they would say.
Because it was the arm drag, the bear hug, the punch, the kick.
That's what they would say. He's not a good worker. Why would I watch him?
Right.
Well, you'd watch him if you wanted to make money in your career. That's why you'd watch him. If you don't want to make money and you want Dave Meltzer to put you over, then don't watch him.
Yeah.
Was it deserved at that time? Was he ready?
Yeah, I think he was. I think his wrestling was really coming together. He'd worked as hard as anybody. I mean, he bled buckets for that place. He did everything that was asked, and he was entertaining. Fans started to really rally behind him, especially at the live events. I think he was as good as anybody at the time.
Are the titles moving too quickly? How do you feel about that rapid title?
At the time, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think everybody knew at that time, too, what was going on. I really do. I really feel that, time was ticking and people knew. Checks weren't being,
Right.
We weren't being paid.
How long is that happening before the end? Is it the whole?
Well, it happened some worse than others.
Right.
I remember one time I was behind so bad, that I literally went to Paul's house and, said, dude, I need my check. And he paid me 2 weeks and gave me a 1/4 ounce of weed as a consolation prize. When I was
That pay the bills?
No, but the 2 checks did. So.
Okay.
But yeah, I wouldn't leave him alone, and he'd blow me off. He was trying to kayfabe me, and I said, Paul, I'm coming to your house. I'm broke. Because I'm working my ass off. I'm on TV. I'm supposed to be this, top 20 wrestler in the entire world, and I'm broke.
Yeah. Carino's blade jobs.
Yeah.
Pretty intense.
Yeah.
Did you get him any heat with the other guys that said tone it down?
No.
Leading up to the match, you do some edgy promos with Francine. You get some quotes here, give it, take it. You refer to her holding out on sex till you regain the title.
Oh, yeah.
Tell New Jack and Carino, after I beat you two, I'm going home, I'm going to beat her. Is this yours? Is it coming from Paul?
It's all Paul.
That's all.
Yeah, it's all Paul. My wife wasn't comfortable with it.
I was going to say, did anyone give you flack in your life?
My wife, she was right there when I was taping him. She wasn't too happy, but, she gets it.
Snuck up.
First, always a dream of Ed Ferrara to be in evening gown.
I got to tell you
having
something.
fun?
Yeah,
What?
I'm going to be like totally honest here. I've dealt with some great personalities and characters, and I've dealt with some not so great personality and characters. And I'm going to be honest with you. The longer my career went on, it kind of seemed like the personalities and the characters were harder and harder and harder to find. All of a sudden, everybody's a wrestler. No, you're not a wrestler. It's fake. You're not a wrestler. You're a performer. What you're doing in the ring is an act. And the longer I worked, you were losing more and more the art of the character. And
Why? Is it because of the internet and sheets and people saying work rate and stars? Did that really have as big effect?
Sean, I'm gonna be honest with you here. It's like every time I do an interview, okay, and I'm gonna tell you this too, okay. This I can probably say, without a shadow of a doubt, this will be my last wrestling interview. So anything you want to ask me beyond this, ask me, because my point is, every time I do a wrestling interview, my own kids get on me because they know I'm not telling the truth, because I really don't want to, talk badly about anybody. And they get on me. And I'm like, they're right. I don't believe in burying other people. I've never believed in it. I don't believe in, pulling others down in order to build yourself up. But, I do believe in honesty. And, there were a lot of times in a lot of interviews where I wasn't honest, and it really bothered me after the interview, okay? The fact of the matter is, when you look at wrestling today, when you look at wrestling my last 5 years in TNA, You are dealing with so many young guys that are such marks for themselves that you literally want to vomit in a bag. And a lot of that is, yes, they do read the internet, and yes, they do want that match, that fake match, to get 4 stars, and all they care about is the match. And I used to sit there and tell these guys till I was blue in the face, before a match, and we're getting so off point here, but I might as well get this out because I'm not going to talk about this stuff again. But before a match, the hours and hours and hours they spend going over the match in the back, move for move with each other, getting in the ring, going over the match move for move. And I used to sit there and tell them, do you not understand? You're so wrapped up in trying to remember this fake match that has no psychology in it whatsoever. It's high spot after high spot after high spot. Go watch a Chief Jay Strongbow match and tell me how many high spots there were in the Chief Jay. But the point of it was, they're so concentrated on remembering every move, the character goes out the window. They're not thinking about their character. They're not thinking about how would this character act in this situation. The character absolutely goes out the window because they're memorizing the matches. They're going move for move so they can go on Meltzer's site the next day and see that, oh, we had a 4-star match. That's what was important to them. And you know what? 4-star matches don't draw money. They never have. They never will. Wrestling is fake. You're not having a 4-star match, because if you guys were doing this as a shoot, the match would probably last a minute. And quite honestly, I got so tired of dealing with that mentality, because it wasn't the professional wrestling that I signed up for.
Was there an elder statesman in the locker room, whether it was you or someone else, who took the guys aside and said, listen, I understand why you're doing this, and it's going to be great to get a 4-star match, but it doesn't mean you're going to be working in a year.
They don't
because
listen.
You missed the other stuff.
They don't listen because they know everything. I worked with guys, I mean, literal. I'll throw them out. I'll throw a name out. I throw names out. You know me. I don't throw names. These guys, Generation Me, these 2 guys, I don't even know what their names are. Okay, I don't think anybody knows what their names are. At 21 years old, or however they were, they knew more about wrestling and the wrestling business than Vince Russo would have ever known. And when you try to explain to them for their own good, you guys ain't going to make money this way. You're not going to be around in 5 years if you continue to do this in one ear and out the other. They know. Bully Ray would talk to these guys till he was blue. What better teacher than Bully Ray? Probably one of the last surviving, true artists in the sport today. He would talk to these guys till they were blue in the face, in one ear, out the other, week after week after week. It's the generation. It's they know more than the veterans in that locker room will ever know.
But isn't it the fault of whoever hires somebody? Because you sit and you look at somebody and you go, all right, the in-ring is there, but look at the tape of them on the stick. This isn't going to work. Who weighs it out and goes, yeah, the matches are good, but I can't sign them? Because
I'll tell you, and again, being my last interview, I really don't care, okay? There are guys on that TNA roster right now that get a new contract and get signed year after year after year after year that should have been gone 5 years ago. They've not gotten any better. They're not going to get any better. They suck. They're the reason why people aren't watching. But when you have a boss that really doesn't understand the art of wrestling, that didn't sit through a Chief Jay Strongbow match, that didn't sit through the Valiant Brothers and Bruno Sammartino and Waldo Von Erich and really see Hulk Hogan, really seen pros at work, that really doesn't understand the concept and is literally running a business based on what the dirt sheet says. So if I'm picking...
More so than Bruce or you or Hulk or Eric saying, trust us, he's not going to work.
Yes.
More so to go to the internet.
Yes, absolutely. Because no, there's no trust. There's no trust.
Wow.
Oh, got off topic there, huh?
Ed Ferrara.
You're editing.
You probably
wait a minute. You're editing all that, right?
No,
Ed Ferrara. Let me
that's
get back.
gold.
We're
moving that to the front of
Let
the
me
show.
let me get back to Ed Ferrara.
the prologue.
I could care less. He's my friend. I love him to death. To this day, he's the brother I never had. Ed Ferrara was a great performer and a great entertainer and a great character and made me crack up every time I saw him on screen. And I don't care whether you loved him or you hated him. If a average wrestling fan, not a mark obsessed with the business that is basically going to give a Oklahoma match 1 star. I'm talking about the average wrestling fan that watches a show. Whether you loved him or you hated, when you saw him on TV, you were entertained. And that's what I was always looking for. Give me somebody that I'm not going to change the channel on. Just give me somebody that's entertaining me.
The Oklahoma character, you've probably talked about ad nauseum. Have your feelings changed over the years at all?
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I talked to JR about it. I mean, I've long since apologized to JR. Definitely if I had to do it again today, I wouldn't do it. But, again, let me tell you the origination of the character, okay? Ed Ferrara used to do that character to entertain Vince McMahon. And it was funny. I'm sorry. It was funny. Nothing against JR. It had nothing to do with me hating JR and not liking JR. I think JR is a great guy. I think he's the greatest commentator ever in the history of the. It really had nothing to do with that. To me, it was just funny. It was over the top funny. Obviously now, I wouldn't do it again. I've gotten older. I've gotten wiser. I'm very thankful that I was able to have conversations with JR and apologize for it. But again, it really wasn't done in malice. It was done in me watching the character and just laughing my butt off. Okay.
Now, Medusa, put in the cruiserweight title, having her defend against men and women. Where do you stand on that?
I think Medusa. Let's go back to the generation me at the. I think today Medusa could take half of the TNA roster. All those guys that don't want to be characters and want to have 4-star matches, Chris Daniels, Medusa can beat half of the. If it were a shoot, she could beat half of that TNA roster today. No question in my mind. No question about it.
Okay. But it doesn't devalue, you hear these words, devalue, demean the title, put it on a woman, can a man hold it after? So it's the character of the woman and the toughness of the woman that would
It's fake.
override.
It's fake. Nobody's winning any belts.
Right.
I had to break your bubble.
Suspension of disbelief.
I think though,
You gotta sell me.
I think Bruno won it for real a couple times. That's just my opinion.
Well, everyone in Pittsburgh agrees with you.
Okay, there you go.
Whatever. It was amazing. I basically was out of work, and I just wanted to bring him in to work with me. It was my dream, because that was a building where, it's kind of started for both of us. I was doing jobs there in WWF in the 90s, and he, was there as Razor. That's where he had the famous match with 1-2-3 Kid. And, I just asked him if he would come, and he said he'd come work it for free. If he just got to work with me. So Paul gave him paid for his plane ticket, and Scott came in, and we had a one-on-one.
So you put it together independent of Paul and just went to him afterwards and said...
Yeah. And we're still to this day, Scott and I talk about it. And how proud he was of me because he forgot everything, and I ran the show in that match. I called the whole match. I just did everything.
You often hear about Scott that he loves making people.
Yeah.
Like he did with Kit, like he did with Sean Waltman.
Yeah.
Did you know that at the time?
Oh, I've known that since day one. He'd tell me. I had no choice.
What does he look for in a talent?
What does he look for? He
Like,
looks
why does he say, yeah, I wanna
looks for
do-
love of the business, determination. He looks for heart. He looks for physical attributes, of course. He looks for people who get it. But he just loves, he wants to be around a group of guys that love it as much as he does. You know? And that's what that clique was all about
Right.
in the beginning. It really was.
He only works these shows. There's never talk to bring him back if
Nope.
he'll do a pay-per-view or payoff.
Nope.
Big, okay.
The locker room must have been at least surprised that Jesse was going to work with Vince again because there had been such heat there.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah.
A lot of guys, I mean, that was kind of the talk of the locker room when they found out that he was going to be in a broadcasting booth for XFL. You know?
Was it genuine heat with Vince and Jesse? Or was this one of these things from the business that just...
Well, you know, so all the guys, you know, all they know is what they hear. You know, I think that most of the guys that really knows the real deal about the heat between Jesse and Vinnie Mac is those that are always around them. And you know, most of the cats that are in the roster nowadays, they wasn't in that era with Jesse.
Right.
So they only know what they're told, you know. And as far as the heat part, all we knew was like, you know, that they didn't like each other.
Mhm.
You know.
Did you have some interaction with Jesse at all?
Yes, when I was, I think I was 16 or 17 years old. Yeah, I was just carrying in my uncle's bags and stuff into the locker room. And at the time, it was Jesse and Gene, and back in those days,
Right.
Gene Okerlund
Right.
and Hogan and so forth. I thought he was interesting. You know, I liked it, Jesse, because he was like a different type of character. You know what I mean? Charisma, and I used to like how he does his promos and so forth. But I only know of him was coming in the locker room, pulling my uncle's bags.
Do you like working overseas?
Most definitely.
How's England for wrestling?
This man, somebody that oversees the people, I think because they see you up close finally when watching you on TV, they treat you like rock stars, you know what I mean? It's just that different type of vibe. Over here, we come out of hotels, there's hardly nobody, you know what I mean? When you go to arena, there's fans all over the place.
Right.
There, they will hunt your ass down. When you go to restaurants, you go to hotels, they'll find a hotel where, I mean, they're outside by the thousands.
Yeah.
Signs up, and they even have, you know, certain people have characters on. You know, they have undertakers, they have all kind of different characters on. So they're like diehard fans out there.
Yeah.
It makes you feel good, you know what I mean? So,
Long flights when you're working overseas. Bunch of professional wrestlers on a plane for 10 hours. I'm sure it's very quiet and professional, like business class, right?
yeah, right. Are you kidding me? These people here, boy, after work, all you want is a nice cold beer, get your next CD on, a shot of Jack Daniels, and out to the next town, Jack. Put the ice pack on your knees and then strap them up. Here we go.
Who's the funnest guy to travel with?
Oh my goodness. Grandmaster.
Really?
He's like the guy that just he's that itch that doesn't go away. You know? Everybody can be tired from a long ass night. And he's like, where he gets the energy, I have no idea. Memphis.
Did he show up most nights in no condition to work?
Did he show up in no condition to work, or did somewhere along the line he was in no condition to work?
Okay.
I'd say more the latter.
Okay.
I'd say as the night progressed, he was in less and less of a condition to work.
Very good wrestler. Good on the microphone. Would you, as a booker, because we've seen these decisions with other people over the years, they take a chance on someone they know may not be reliable because the other stuff is so good. Would that be a mistake with someone like Scott Hall? Should he have had the spotlight taken away much sooner?
He probably should have, but I mean, I would probably be as guilty as that more than anybody, because you have that hope. You have that hope. You remember what the guy was. You know, like, I don't even want to say in his prime, because he didn't need to be in his prime. You remember what the guy was, and you remember the gifts the guy had, and you just always have that hope that, you know, the next time you put him out there, you're going to see that guy. It's like you're holding on to it, that you're gonna see that guy, and then it's just it's you know, time after time after time, when you're let down, for some reason you still believe tonight's the night we're gonna see him, you know, and that's our error, you know.
He gives you permission to start talking to other companies,
Yeah.
which you do?
I do right away.
Right.
Yeah.
The morale in the locker room obviously is headed south.
You have the people that didn't, and I didn't. I knew that WCW at the time was sinking as well, and I did not want to be. You know, when the music stopped playing, I didn't want to be one person without a chair. You know, like musical chairs. You know, I didn't want to be one without the chair, so I called Jim Ross immediately, and I was out of there before the last show. I think I did in January, or maybe something in a spot show in February. But I was out of there before then. Before they officially closed, I was the first guy out the door.
What was the last check you got? Had you? I mean, you had to hunt Paul down. You were saying.
I don't even remember.
At a certain point, you must have just given up hunting Paul down when all this is happening.
Yeah, I mean, it was a loss. I mean, you know, we made it work.
You ever get any resolution on that?
Nope, no idea. Couldn't tell you. You know, the locker room's a sacred place. I
was going to say.
I leave. I mean, this is a locker room. I would just leave my wallet and my cell phone there, and, you know, you guys are here. It's cool. I'll walk around. Yeah. I wouldn't do that to anybody either.
Were there any outsiders that had access to the?
There were some, but very few. That was an inside job. That were guys that were desperate. First of all, locker room of drug addicts too.
Right.
You know, not getting paid. And you know, it is what it is.
Tennessee.
What about the Hell in a Cell concept, first of all?
How about we talk about that crazy ass bump that I took off the top?
Yes, we are going to talk
That
about
was the number one. That match was crazy. I think there's a fitting name for it, Hell in a Cell. We have 6 guys in there actually trying to beat the shit out of each other and throwing each other.
To a truck? You got
Truck,
to the truck.
cars, you're hitting you with steel cans and so forth. Man, when they asked me to take they wanted to, this was Taker's signature stuff, I'll make you famous, okay? And what that means is he's going to make somebody famous by throwing them off the cage. I think the year before was Mick Foley.
Yep.
And then that year, I knew he was going to make somebody famous, but I damn sure I didn't know it was going to be me. So, and looking at the roster, I know they made a hell of a lot more cheese than the bump that I took, you know, so, which I should have been the one that kind of, you know. When they came to me about taking that fall there, I actually didn't even really think about it, you know, because I felt, well, hell, I jumped off the cage. But when they told me backwards, I think that's where we had a problem there. And then they were telling me how they wanted me to take the fall into a dump truck. Now, I will say this on record. Shane McMahon actually climbed this cage and actually convinced me that it was easy to do. He climbed up, they backed up this tow truck, whatever it was, filled with the hay, and this kid went up to the top cage and he actually took the bump. Not once, but twice.
Wow.
So he kind of talked to me, it's very easy, Keith, all you do, just don't even think about it. Just take a step back, close your eyes, and there you go. Now I did it. It wasn't good the first time. But when it came time for the show, the tow truck, the bed that came out there for the practice, didn't have these rails that go up. Now these rails are metal rails. So during the show, as the show was going, they backed up the truck, and it wasn't the same truck that came out there. It was a truck with rails. Now mentally, I got kind of nervous now, because if I didn't hit my cue the right way, I would have landed on that rail. It could have, I could have seriously got injured. But thank God that night, Taker kind of guided me the right way. And when he went to send me off, I kind of looked at him and said, "Hey, tell my family I love them." And here I go through, the things that we say to each other during the heat of the match. And when I landed, if the world, everybody would look at the video, my lips couldn't stop shaking because of adrenaline in me. I was actually just really shaking, kind of, scared that, I can't believe that it just happened. And really I didn't know if I was okay because I was kind of frozen there. And when they brought me to the back, they drove the tow truck to the back, I had a standing ovation back in the locker room. So once you see Kishi do that, you'll never see me do that again.
Well, but you did two of the biggest bumps the whole year.
Yeah.
On television.
Well, I never thought I'd go backwards, but until this day too, I kind of, a bad hip, the effects of that bump there, because when I landed, I went directly through that hay and then the cushion that they had in that truck, and I could feel the springs when I hit the metal part of the bed. Mm. And it's just, till this day I have problems sometimes.
Really?
Yeah, on my hip, so. But that's the price you pay.
Well, listen, it was quite the bump.
I'm glad your fans remember, like that, remember that.
Vince always seems to run storylines with him and Linda having issues. Is there any art imitating life there? How did they get along?
Oh, man. I'm surprised they're still together. I mean, how many times did they write storylines like this of them going through stuff like this? But again, it's, I guess it's the storyline at that time that they come up with, and that's what they decide to put out there.
How is Linda? Talk about her for me. She doesn't
She's
get
cool.
talked about a lot.
To me, Linda McMahon is she's always professional to everybody. A lot of people don't talk to her too much. I guess she's always, she'll come to the locker room and everybody kind of just stands up and says hello. And she's really, she says hello to a lot of the guys, but she's always on the go all the time. Mm. She never really, I don't think she has time to kind of sit down and kind of have conversation with certain people unless it's important that she has to talk to. But she's rarely there. Mm-hmm. Most of the time out the year through TV, I don't know, you probably only see her maybe 3 times or so, unless she's involved in some type of angle or so forth. So she's back at the mansion writing the checks.
Yes.
It is.
You guys don't know that that's going to be the final show there, so there can't be any ceremonial taking of a souvenir. What do you think you would have done to commemorate the event? Would you, with the guys, would you have discussed doing something special that night if you knew?
I would have, yeah. I would have done something. Yeah, I don't know what, but I would have done something.
What's your fondest memory of that building?
It was when I was in the ring with Lance Storm, and I got so many of them, but the one that really stands out was Sandman made his return from WCW, but nobody knew he was there. They kept him in a van down the street, and they didn't tell the boys, they didn't tell even everybody in the ring. They just told Lance and I. We didn't see Hack. We didn't see anybody. And then we were cutting a Impact player promo, and then the music hit. And I never, to this day, I've been everywhere. I've wrestled at WrestleManias. the Madison Square Garden, I've never heard an arena come unglued. I mean, it was one of those surprises that you don't get very often, especially now. And it was just unreal. I mean, it was just, that was a hell of a moment. That was a hell of a
No. I'm glad you brought that up, because that's another, and you know, this has kind of been settled, and I'm really, really, really glad about that, you know. But when I was in my early, you know, writing days at WCW, okay, and you can call me naive, you can call me, one thing in my career that like I've always had a problem with, and it's funny that you mentioned Scott Hall, okay? I've never drank, I've never done drugs, I've never done anything like that in my entire life, never, okay? So when it appears that a wrestler, you know, may be under some kind of an influence, I never accuse a wrestler of that, because I've never done it. So if I've never done it, how could I say, oh, you have screwed up on pills? I don't know what it's like to be screwed up on pills. I've had too much to drink maybe twice in my life, and I was in my fraternity at 22 years old. I don't know if somebody's drunk. I mean, I don't know. So like I'm always like the stupid idiot where somebody's on something and I'm like, nah, nah, because I'm not gonna. I don't know what it is to be on, you know, what are they, Valium, and I don't know, you know. So a lot of times in the early booking meetings, there was a big rumble, okay, coming at me because I was the head of creative, to get rid of Bobby Heenan. Okay? Now, again, you can relate to this. Who's the Bobby Heenan I know? The Bobby Heenan I know is the guy running around in a weasel suit, the guy cutting the best promos in the freaking world, the guy wearing a ridiculous, ugly blue tuxedo. That's Bobby Heenan on TNT. I mean, no, we're not getting rid of Bobby Heenan. Vince, can't you see when he's on the air that, you know, something's off? No, Bobby's not going anywhere. That's Bobby. It was the same thing with Hogan, the same thing with Flair, the same thing with Seth. No, that's Bobby freaking Heenan. No. So now Brad wants to do everything by committee. I go home. Okay? The next week, okay, Bobby Heenan is replaced by Madden. I'm at home. I don't even know a change is made. Do you know how many years Bobby Heenan went on accusing me of getting him fired? And I was, again, it's like, where do you get this information? I was the sole one in that room just outright saying no. There wasn't even a debate. We're not even going to discuss this. No. Again, go back and look at when you were replaced. See if I was anywhere in the vicinity of the company. And I mean, for years and years and years, Bobby would, and I got to tell you, again, like, those are the things that broke my freaking heart, because it was like I would do everything I can to protect you from yourself, you know, to protect you, and at the end of the day, to be accused of it because maybe the person who did it is telling you Vince did it, and you never confronting me. But, you know, it was one of those things where, and again, I thank Tenay, because, you know, Mike Tenay and Bobby are very, very, very close. And I mean, a couple of years ago, you know, Bobby came to one of our pay-per-views, and I said, Mike, please, I mean, tell Bobby I just want to come over and I want to say hello. So, I mean, I went over and I said hello, and I mean, he was very, you know, gracious and everything. But, you know, again, it's just, it's stuff like that. The same thing with Madden. It was, do you know how many years this guy rags on me and cuts once I came back and Madden was on the air, I was one of his biggest supporters. I mean, I was, you know, he's our announcer. I had a great relationship with Matt, and we never exchanged words. We never did anything. 10 years later, you're writing about me in columns that I don't know anything and I'm a piece of crap. It's like, I don't understand.
You know? Well, as far as we knew that, you know, I kind of knew that a month ahead of time that they were investing into a hotel out there, which was pretty cool. You know, I never wanted to be a part of a company that owns a hotel out there. And not only that, to have slot machines with your faces all over it, you know. So we were all excited. You know, a lot of guys like to go to Vegas with their families. You know, you get that special treatment to be able to kind of walking into your own hotel. Mm-hmm. But that, you know, somehow that kind of got lost in the shuffle someplace. It was just, you know, unless you know, the guys were told that there wasn't going to be a hotel. So nobody got into details or nothing like that.
Too ambitious, maybe, of a plan for
Right,
the
right.
company. Well, in 2000, Kishi, you took two of the biggest bumps on television. You got a huge push. You held some gold. You stuck your ass in Pat Patterson's face. Finally, you follow a long list of wrestlers to
Vince
have
McMahon's face.
done that. You saw half the WWE locker room eat ass at Rodney's barbecue. Half the locker room eating ass, the whole Pat Patterson thing. We just got to say
Turkey tail.
turkey tail.
Yes. You got to try it. It's good.
2000. Well, I'll let you make me some
All right.
maybe sometime. 2000 was a great year, and you were a part of it. And I can't think of anyone to have asked but you. And you're a gentleman, and I thank you.
Hey, thank you very much, and I wish more success for you guys, and
Thank you.
keep up the good work.
Thank you very much. And thanks for watching.
Thank you.
Moment.
Was the show canceled, or is Paulie just not making the
Not
payments
making
to
the
keep?
payments, yeah.
Right. Are any of you guys thinking that you can make it somehow if you scale back, if you just did the small houses?
But the thing was, you know, when we did the Hammerstein shows, they're still all sold out. That's the thing, is we're still drawing.
You just couldn't understand where the money's going.
The money, he had made so many bad investments that there was just no way, you know. I mean, if he had a $100,000 house, he owed $200,000.
Right.
You know, so no matter how much money we were bringing in, and we were still bringing in money, it was just mismanaged from a very early start, and Paul did the best he could to hold on to it for as long as he did.
What happened here? How could a company lose all that money in 1 year, especially considering that 2 years before they'd been profitable? How did it happen so quickly, I guess, is what I'm trying to ask.
You know, again, just from observations and from what I saw and from what I believed, when the merger happened between Time Warner and AOL, and those AOL people came in, okay, from what I can gather, they just didn't want to be in the wrestling business. You know, there are a lot of people that are ashamed and embarrassed to be associated with wrestling. And a lot of people like inside the industry don't understand that because, you know, we embrace the wrestling business. To a lot of other people on the outside, it's a joke. It's embarrassing. It's lowbrow. And if you're especially if you're a businessman, a lot of people don't want to be associated with this business. And my feeling was when that merger happened, and I mean that merger literally happened a week or two after I joined the company. I mean, it was like immediate, right after I joined the company. When that merger happened, I just don't think that they wanted any part of professional wrestling. Right. And I mean, and I think, you know, the decision was made early on, as soon as they came on board. Obviously, it had nothing to do with the ratings. They didn't care about the ratings. I mean, to this day, they haven't, no show on that channel has really done ratings what wrestling did. So it wasn't a matter of it not pulling a number. I think they just didn't want to be associated with professional wrestling.
When you took the job in '99, what did you want to do with that company? What did you think you could do with that company?
When I took the job, I mean, basically, in my heart of hearts, okay, I felt like we absolutely peaked at the WWF. I honestly felt in my heart of hearts, we can't go any higher. We've peaked this. No matter what we do, we're not going any higher. I honestly believe that. And I remember telling Vince McMahon when I left, Vince, you've got an entire year to ride this wave. You can carry this momentum for the next year. The rating is going to maintain itself for a year, okay? I am a challenge guy. That's what I am. I'm a challenge guy. So now I'm seeing and I'm feeling in my heart of hearts, this thing is peaked. It's not going to get higher than this. The rating isn't going to get higher. The audience is going to grow. But there's this other company over here now that's absolutely dying on the vine, absolutely dead. And I saw so much potential in the younger guys. And I knew the guys that were being underutilized. And I saw that whole brand of the, you know, Benoit and Guerrero and Jericho. And I mean, you know, all those guys that weren't being used. And to me, like, that was such a great challenge. And I looked at it like, if I could, you know, take that situation and do there what I did here, it would, you know, it would fill that challenge in me that I always had. So I mean, that's really what it was all about, just trying to take that and repeat it. And I'll tell you what another thing was too, was I was sick and tired of hearing about Vince McMahon getting all the freaking credit. And I was sick and tired about hearing the crap about he would edit my shows and he was my filter, because that was all BS. Every single bit of it was BS. I would write a show, I would give it to Vince. What Vince's genius was, is he would take every show and he would find the smallest little things to make it better. There was no editing, there was no changing angles, there was no changing dialogue. He would just find the smallest little tweak and make it better, and it would blow me away. I'd be like, how can you see that? But as far as him being my editor and being my filter, I got sick and tired of hearing that. So there was also the idea of, you got a challenge over here, and you know what? Let's show everybody that you can do this without Vince. And let's show it to myself too. Let me prove it to myself too, that I can do this without Vince, because I knew I could. It had nothing to do with money. It was just really, you know, personal, the challenge, and wanting to do it on my own.
Were you underpaid in WWE?
No. Vince, I never had to ask Vince for a raise. I mean, this is a true story. I was in an elevator once with Vince McMahon. I mean, we weren't together. He was going up and I got in on the floor, whatever, and we're going up in the elevator together, and he goes, Vince, he goes, you know, business has been good lately. And he just took out an envelope and he gave it to me. And I'm like, oh, you know, thanks, Vince. He got off. I didn't even get off with him, and then I got off. And of course, when I got in my office, I opened up the envelope. There was a check in the envelope 5 figures that he gave to me on an elevator, that he did not have to. I would have never asked. I mean, just business was doing that well that he was like, you know, you've earned this. And I mean, that just blew me away. And, you know, a lot of people say a lot of things about Vince, but, you know, it was just stuff like that. You know, when you got to see like that side of him, you know, I mean, it was really special.
Did he harbor resentment for the way you left?
Yeah, he did, and I think it was more shock than anything. But again, it's like, you know, man to man, when, you know, my family like will always be first to me. And I mean, even though like I spent so much time away from my family, being on the road, trying to earn a living, the reason I was doing it was for them. And from man to man, when somebody tells you, basically, I don't care about your family, I'm paying you enough money now, you know, hire a nanny to take care of your family. When somebody tells you that face, there's no turning back at that point. I don't care if I would have if he was paying me $2 million a year at that point, there was no turning back. You can't tell another man, put the money in front of your family. You can't say that to another man. And I mean, you know, I remember sitting across from him when those words came out of his mouth. I knew that there's no turning. I'm a piece of crap to my family if I don't turn back. And I mean, and that was literally the end.
In the end, who killed WCW?
The suits. I mean, literally, you know, the people making the business decisions at the top. I don't think it had, I mean, you know, again, I'm not sitting here saying, oh, no, Vince Russo didn't kill WCW. It had nothing to do with Eric Bischoff. It had nothing to do with Hulk Hogan. It had nothing to do with anybody in that locker room. It was a management decision from the top, in my opinion, that suits that just did not want to be in the wrestling business, and they no longer are.
Do you look back at anything in WCW with fond memories?
Wow.
It doesn't sound like it.
I mean,
WWF, yes, probably,
Yeah.
of course, but
I'd really have to stretch to think of something.
do you think that's become your legacy even more than all the stuff you did in the Attitude Era for
Well, yeah,
WWF?
because people want to make that my legacy. People want to make my legacy that I failed. Because, you know, at the end of the day, you know, the people with the biggest mouths and the biggest keyboard and the pen with the most ink, at the end of the day, I changed their beloved business. How dare me? Okay, rather than look at it at a rational point of view as, okay, he changed our beloved business, and how many people were watching? And what kind of exposure did we get? And how many countries was it in? And how many millions of people were watching on Monday night? No, I changed the beloved business.
Well, they kind of changed it first.
True.
By drawing the curtain
Right,
back
absolutely
so much.
true.
And I thank you for drawing the curtain back with us even further.
Thank you.
Can't kill kayfabe any more than it's been killed, so what the hell, right? Thank you for watching.
believe I was the last match.
You and Sandman.
Yeah.
What's the vibe? It must have been like a funeral.
Yeah. We had fun, but it was very sad. And Dreamer came out, and we all drank beers in the ring, and you know, just.
Did it upset you that something so in your face as ECW dies like an old dog, like with a whimper? Like there wasn't even a bang banned from TV because of an angle. It was like,
sad.
are you shocked to hear how in debt they were when you hear these?
No. No. I mean, that talent, man. I mean, some people were, they were raping people. I mean, like, you know, some guys, to keep some of those guys, I mean, how could you pay, like, some guys are making $4,000 a week.
Yeah.
How could you pay somebody $4,000 a week? You know, and not just one or two, quite a few. There's, you know, that adds up to $1 million real quick. You know.
How much would you estimate you were owed in the end? If you had to have a check cut right now, what would it be?
$50,000. You know.
What are your feelings on Paul E now? Have they changed?
I'm sorry?
Your feelings on Paul E.
They haven't changed. I love Paul. I think he's a wonderful guy. I think he has two sides. You don't know which side. You know, you don't know when he's Paul Heyman and when he's Paul E. Dangerously. He could be a loving, compassionate man. He could be the devil himself. He's a great manipulator, a great motivator. He's all things to all people. And he's born to do what he's doing right now, which is actually performing. Because what you see on TV now, he was on like that in the locker room 24/7. But that's how we got greatness out of maybe mediocre guys. You know, he knew how to channel. He missed his calling. He should have been a self-help guru, you know, or a motivational speaker, because he knew how to get the most out of situations. And creatively, he was probably the best guy I could ever imagine of working with.
So as the chapter closes on ECW, and you know, all these years later, what's ECW's legacy in the big picture in wrestling?
Honestly, for me, it was the best. And I mean, I'm 39 years old. I've wrestled for WWE, TNA, All Japan. I've wrestled in Mexico. Wrestled for every major organization, WCW in the early days. Wrestled everywhere. For me, ECW would easily be the 3.5 of the best years creatively of my life. I would never trade that for any amount of money. I feel as a whole, we revolutionized this industry, and we did things to this day that I'm still, to this day, I have people that come up to me, and, you know, kids that couldn't have been there back then, you know, through the magic of YouTube and Vince's DVDs and the 24/7 network. The legend is actually stronger. You know, the matches keep getting better with age. You know, they weren't, I don't remember them being that good, but it's just, you know, but it's just, it was just special. Nothing like that could ever or will ever be duplicated.
Has it gotten its due finally from
I think so.
WWE?
Well, Vince has tried not to, but I think the more he tries not to, the more people could see that it was just something else. It's not the be-all, end-all, but it was special.